The Shattered Sword. Written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines. Chapter 1. 12 hours after they had retaken the city, the army was still burning the dead. Bodies heaped by the hundreds and set ablaze, men and horses together. The stink of it was everywhere. The incense of victory. Smoke billowed through the streets, black and oily. Soldiers in blue and silver tunics bustled through it, helms and mail glinting in the sun. Lines of dark-haired prisoners trudged through it, chained together, eyes cast down. Women wandered through it as they picked through debris, and crews of workmen navigated mules and carts through it, eager to restore East Klomm to its rightful state after the destructive occupation of Count Olgris. Castle Klomm, which at midnight had been the lair and fortress of Olgris and his murderous knights, was now the bastion of a Vashean command. The lavender flag of a black dragon spewing red flames, the Clementis family crest, now flapped over the ramparts and hung over the castle gates. Soldiers were strewn all over the castle. They slept fully armed on the brown grass of the inner and outer wards, faces covered with scarfs or shields propped up like tents over their heads. Some sat against the stone in the cool shadows of the curtain wall. Others reclined atop the battlements, sitting against the merlons, drowsy but awake, smiling faintly up at the sentries as they stepped over them, relaxing and nursing their wounds in the aftermath of the battle. Sir Gilkrist of Lothaway had not slept on the ward. For reclaiming the castle and defeating Olgris in single combat, he'd been given an immense bedchamber normally reserved for the Duke's most honored visitors. There'd been a streak of blood on the floor and a mess of smashed pottery in the far corner, but by the time Sir Gilkrist had traipsed into the grand room in the small hours of the morning, he'd been too exhausted to notice. He'd barely gotten out of his armor before he collapsed into the plush feather mattress, and slept for 10 glorious hours. He'd awakened refreshed, but stiff. Dreadfully stiff. He was sore all over. There was a purple welt on his hip where Count Olgris had dealt him a hard knock with his saber, and a long slash across his chest where the curved blade had ripped through his mail. He winced as he dabbed it with a soapy sponge. It had since scabbed over, and he'd been lucky enough not to need stitches. But as he lifted the tin pitcher and poured cool water over his head, a sharp tearing sensation reminded him it would be some time before he'd be swinging a sword without bleeding through his shirt. Water spilled off him as he got out of the bath. His newest tunic was draped over the foot of the bed next to his hose. He eyed it proudly as he dried off. Hinkle had sewn it only yesterday, a fine tunic of steel blue velvet. It was a basic design, lacking the frills and ruffles of the current fashions. But no matter. He appreciated the simplicity. Straight to the point. Direct. No nonsense. He grunted in pain as he bent over to tug on his hosen, then very carefully pulled the tunic over his head. It slipped over him perfectly. He twisted left, then right. It was a comfortable fit. He slid into his boots and drew on his sword belt, grimacing as he buckled it over the bruise on his hip, then stepped up to the mirror. Damn if he wasn't dashing in blue. The girl had paid close heed to his measurements to be sure. Well, something wasn't quite right in the shoulders, but that could easily be rectified. He'd have to fetch her up to the castle anyway. She'd done well, Hinkle. He'd see she was well rewarded. Perhaps a fine meal. Nay, she deserved better than that. She deserved far better, the way he treated her. He straightened his tunic and stepped out the door. He was hungry, ravenous after a night of heroic deeds. They were serving porridge in the great hall, and as he descended the wide steps past several hustling men-at-arms, he saw men sitting at the long tables with bread and mugs of beer. His stomach rumbled. A peasant's meal, perhaps, but no less appealing.
"There he is! Everyone! Sir Gilkrist of Lothalay!"
He felt himself blushing, and he grinned helplessly as a loud cheer broke out from the men, and they all began to clap, and more than once he heard someone say,
"Hero of Klomm!"
Now, he said with a pretense of humility, "no need for all this fuss," though he was, in fact, loving every second of it. Someone slapped him on the back. It was Sir Cranmer. "Congratulations, my boy. A fine job, lad. A fine job. I hear you were the very tip of the spear." "All in a night's work. Glad to see you're all right." He nodded at the Samaran behind him. "And Volgua, too. Did you see much action?" The older knight shook his head. "Bah, not really. A bit of a skirmish here and there. We weren't really near the front. Not much chance for showing off." His face turned grave. "I hear there's about to be plenty of chances, though." "What do you mean?" Sir Cranmer stroked his moustache as he looked about, then leaned in close and spoke in a low voice. "I hear we're marching out soon." Sir Gilkrist frowned. "What? Already?" "In the coming weeks. As soon as we can." "When did they decide that?" "This morning." "A Shaly's beard, does the king never sleep?" "Not that I hear. Are you coming in? We'd all like to hear about your duel with the Count." "Yes, I was just about to—" "Lord Lothalay! Lord Lothalay!" Sir Gilkrist turned to see a brown-eyed squire in a blue and silver tunic hurrying down the stairs. He looked him up and down as he stomped to attention before him. "Lord Lothalay, sir!" "We'll save you a seat," said Sir Cranmer. "I'll be right in. At ease, squire, what is it?" "The king wishes to speak with you, sir." "I'm aware." His Majesty had mentioned he'd like to see him regarding Hinkle, but he'd hardly thought the matter urgent. The confused look the squire was giving him now made him wonder if this wasn't something different. "I suppose it can't wait?" "I should think not, sir." Sir Gilkrist looked longingly into the great hall, mouth watering. "Very well, where is he?" "The Duke's study. Shall I see to your equipment, sir?" He peered at him curiously. "Well, I already have—" "Are you telling me you're my squire now?" "Yes, sir. Squire Blatchford, sir." "Blatchford, is it? What happened to—" "He's with Sir Welby. They've switched us around to keep Klomm squires with Klomm knights." "Who has?" "His Majesty, sir." "Fair enough. Take my suit of mail to the armourer for repair. The rest of my gear will need to be cleaned and polished. And mind you sew up that slash in my surcoat. Also, see you bring my horse up from across the river." "Yes, sir. Straight away, sir." Sir Gilkrist jogged back up the steps. It was quieter in the upper levels of the castle, and the commotion of the men soon died out below him as he ascended a spiral stairwell. He was not familiar with this part of the keep, but there was no one around to ask for directions. He paused halfway through a dim passage and looked about uncertainly. Up ahead, airy light from a window streamed in at a sideways angle from an adjacent corridor. Behind him, torchlight flickered on the stone wall of the intersecting passage from where he'd come. There was a dark red carpet on the floor, and shields and crossed swords hung on the wall on either side of an immense portrait of the city's founder, Lord Angeth Clementis. Sir Gilkrist felt a sinking feeling as he stared up at the outsized painting. The armoured lord seemed to loom over him like a holy judge. But there was no accusation in his eyes. Not this time. No horror, no surprise. Only patient sadness. He shuddered and was relieved to hear footsteps coming up the hall behind him. But as he turned, about to inquire about the location of the Duke's study, the unpleasantly familiar scent of tobacco reached his nostrils, mingling with the thick aroma of generously applied perfume. He clenched his jaw. His heart pounded as a shadowy figure emerged from the corner and lingered in the torchlight, posing in silhouette, one hand on their hip, the other. There was a long sigh, and a puff of smoke wafted from the shadows, then the faint clacking of teeth on something hard. Then came the fluid voice of a woman. "Ah, there you are." Sir Gilkrist held his breath as Kerstin sauntered toward him. He refused to give her ground and held his place as she stepped up just a little too close. She gazed up at him, her blue eyes glowing, one black-nailed hand resting on the bone hilt of her machete, the other cupping the bowl of her long black pipe. Kerstin. The last he'd seen of her was that incident with the purple fog and the barge. A lot had happened since then. An awful lot. And he was not sure she'd come in peace. Though truth be told, she did not appear to be in any state for confrontation. She looked tired. No amount of eyeshadow could disguise that. And one of her eyes looked puffy, like she'd just been stung by a wasp on the side of her face. Under her black hood, he was sure he saw a brown-stained bandage. A Shaylee's tears. What happened to you? Kerstin sucked on the stem of her pipe and blew a puff of smoke out one side of her mouth. Your maidservant bashed me over the head with a washing bowl. Nearly murdered me, in fact. That answer was among the very last he'd expected. Hinkle did. Are you serious? What the devil for? Because I challenged her, said Kerstin. I knew she'd been meddling again, and so I questioned her. A bit more roughly than I'd have liked to, I'll admit. But I needed to know. And well, after she told me what she found in the ruined chapel, and what the two of you did there, why, the poor thing was afraid for her life. Sir Gilkrist swallowed. He did not much like where this was going. And where is Hinkle now? She frowned at him for some time, the stem of her pipe stuck up in the air, her blue eyes staring at him coldly, as though the answer should be obvious. She's gone and magicked herself away, along with my broom. Sir Gilkrist observed for the first time that she indeed did not have in her possession the blackened besom broom with which she cast her terrible spells. But this was ill news. There was still much he did not understand, but he knew Kerstin and her broom were the primary defense against Zildok Nassar, the Grand Mage of Caragol, if not the reason for drawing his ire. He did not like to think how they'd get on without the source of her power. That, and through his own design, everyone believed Hinkle to have received a vision from the Ascenti, showing her the location of the Duke's door, which had won them entry into the castle and saved untold lives by avoiding a long drawn-out siege. Her absence would not go unnoticed. We shall have to get her back, he said. Kerstin's face brightened as though she had not been expecting his willing compliance. Indeed, she said. Fortunately, I was able to intervene in the spell and ensure she was spirited off to a known location we can be certain she will not soon leave. Unfortunately, that would be Castle Stel Calghād. Sir Gilkrist's heart sank. Then she is lost to us. Don't be absurd. I would not be standing before you if that were the case. I have a plan. You have a plan to contend with the Scaravissi, he scoffed, with Prince Lestel of old. I do. 'Twill be perilous, I admit, but so long as you aren't squeamish about a bit of magic, which, given the recent transpirations, I would find hard to believe, the two of us shall be able to overcome him. Sir Gilkrist did not think that very likely. But then, he had seen the power of her ingenuity. The broom itself was a product of that. Yes, he must join forces with her and follow along with whatever schemes her sordid imagination conjured. It would be a small sacrifice, one he would willingly make for Hinkle's sake. Whatever lies she had told him, whatever fantasies she had entertained about the two of them, he would not abandon her to the clutches of the Scaravissi. He would see her safe no matter the cost, and on his honor, he would henceforth treat her fairly, justly, and with all the gentleness she deserved. "Very well," he said. "I'll help in any way I can." "Oh, wonderful. I'm glad you're able to see things so. However," he said, "I will have to inform the king." Kerstin screwed up her face. "What? Why on earth?" "Because it is my duty." He should not expect her to understand, she who did whatever she pleased and answered to no one, save perhaps until recently Seneschal Fingal. As a knight, I am unable to simply take off without a word amid the present situation. It would practically be desertion. No, I must tell him what has happened, and our intentions to quest to Stel Calghād. Kerstin's mouth fell open, and she shook her head from side to side. "Tell him what has happened? King Vashean? Sir Gilkrist, are you mad?" Sir Gilkrist clenched his fist. "I happen to be quite in possession of my senses, thank you." Kerstin sighed. "And you were doing so well. Though I thought it rather strange you'd suddenly formed a brain inside that thick skull of yours." She clamped her teeth down on her pipe. "Go on, then, tell him. I can't imagine what you'll say." "I'll find a way to put it delicately." "Delicately? Sir Gilkrist, I dare say you'd better spin a good yarn. I don't know about you, but I've a terrible fear of burning." "But do as you must." She slunk back into the shadows. "I shall await your return. However, should you take too long, I shall assume your conversation took a turn for the worse, and will make myself scarce." He was loath to admit it, but as Sir Gilkrist neared the Duke's study, he had no idea how he would explain his situation. Very carefully. That was obvious. The less he said, the better. One detail out of place would arouse the king's suspicions. But then, leaving out too much of the story would seem like he was hiding something. He could hear him now. "Sir Gilkrist, is there something you're not telling me?" King Vashean would ask, patiently, calmly, as if he possessed all the self-assurance in the world. He'd be cornered then, and a quick beheading was the best he could hope for. Kerstin would be hunted down like her brother Fistram, and Hinkle would never be rescued from the Skirvisi's castle. Perhaps the witch was right. He'd already woven an elaborate lie by telling everyone Hinkle had received a vision from the Blessed Heroine. He had no choice but to build on that foundation. He'd spun the web himself, and now he was the one stuck in it. Yes, he would have to compound one lie upon another. He did not care for it, but that was how he must proceed. He scrambled to piece together a plausible tale. However, he was so anxious that by the time he stood outside the door, his mind was blank. The two purple-cloaked men-at-arms stared at him inquisitively. He straightened his tunic and stood up tall, his hand resting on his sword hilt. "Sir Gilkrist of Lothallay, at His Majesty's request." The man on the right nodded and reached across to open the door. King Vashean sat behind the Duke's desk, scratching his auburn beard as he stared down at several overlapping maps. Behind him, light poured in through a broken window, seeming to frame him in a heavenly glow. "Your Majesty," said Sir Gilkrist with a bow. He grimaced as he felt that tearing sensation again in his chest. "Ah, good morning, Sir Gilkrist," said His Majesty, folding his thick arms behind his head as he stretched back in his chair. "Rest well, champion of Klomm." Sir Gilkrist felt his cheeks coloring and raised his chin a little higher. "Yes, Your Majesty." His eye caught movement, and he glanced to where two page boys squatted on the floor in a corner, sorting through a pile of torn-up books and documents. They whispered to one another and stared up at him in awe. "That's right, lads," His Majesty said. "This man here is the same knight who not 12 hours ago stormed this very keep, cut off the Count's escape, and then whipped him in single combat. You would do well to aspire to the same selfless virtue as he." Sir Gilkrist fairly winced at that.
Why don't you two run along now and find something to eat?
Shall we bring back anything for you, Majesty?
No, thank you. I'll be down soon enough.
King Vashean smiled as he watched the page boys leave, then shut his eyes and pressed his hands together as if in prayer. Several long moments passed in silence. Sir Gilkrist wondered if he shouldn't speak up. He thought against it and stood at ease with one hand crossed over the other behind his back. At last the king took a deep breath and smiled again, but his eyes remained closed.
They were just cleaning up, he said. As you can imagine, Olgris and his false knights left a terrible mess in the castle, and the whole east half of the city.
The king yawned.
There is much work to be done to set everything back in order.
He opened his eyes and watched Sir Gilkrist with careful consideration. He was no longer smiling.
This whole business with Caragul and the Grand Mage regrettably is far from over. Our exact course of action has yet to be determined, and will require solemn deliberation. But you can be sure it will involve a military response. The people of Klomm have suffered greatly. They must be avenged, and we must ensure that the moving force behind this invasion is vanquished from power.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now, your bravery last night was most commendable, and your split-second thinking. I understand you defied a direct order from Lord Kendrick to retreat?
Sir Gilkrist swallowed. It is true, Your Majesty, I did. However, in my...
No need to explain, Sir Gilkrist. Lord Kendrick has admitted that, though he is your superior, you were correct to press the attack, and that your resolve in that critical moment saved countless lives. As such, you face no charge of insubordination.
Sir Gilkrist breathed a sigh of relief.
I hear you served under Dame Tanith in the Codish War.
His tone expressed a hint of disapproval. I was her squire, Your Majesty.
You were at the Battle of Morua, then?
I was, Sir Gilkrist said darkly.
My sympathies.
Sir Gilkrist said nothing and waited for the king to continue.
Dame Tanith will soon arrive. As Lady Marshal, she shall assume command of all our forces, using Klomm as her base of operations. However, her role will mainly be as a strategist. Your cousin will lead the army in the field.
Sir Gilkrist nearly choked. Magnus, so far as he knew, had never so much as drawn his blade in anger, let alone wet it with the blood of his foes. He had not even jousted much in tournaments. Even Lord Kendrick, whom Sir Gilkrist did not consider to be the most intelligent of men, would be a more suitable candidate, had he not taken an arrow through the knee. No, the responsibility would be truly immense, to be in command of so many men, and behind enemy lines. The logistical aspects alone would be daunting enough, but to add to it the necessity of tending to the morale of hungry troops far from home, sleeping outside in bad weather, along with the long breaks in communication, bickering captains, and the ever-present threat of ambush.
However, said the king, as Lord Magnus is inexperienced, he will need to be paired with a seasoned veteran to guide him and provide insight as to how to best carry out her ladyship's orders. Therefore I am appointing you Knight Commander. You will...
The king's words were like a cold slap in the face. His jaw went slack, and as His Majesty listed off his duties and the various ways he would assist and support Lord Magnus as his second in command, a high-pitched ringing filled his ears.
Furthermore, said the king, I believe it's about time you married Lady Isla. It will be some while before the bulk of our forces arrive, and given the vital role you played in Klomm's defense and liberation, I'd say a furlong is in order. Shall we say 2 weeks? There will be a meeting in the Great Hall this evening where all this will be announced. When it's done, I'd say you better mount your charger and ride straight for Igernell Castle. Who knows when you might get another chance? I fear we shall be relying on your courage much in the coming days. Your Majesty does me too much honor, stammered Sir Gilkrist. King Vashean smiled. I'm not sure that's true. Certainly Lord Kendrick and the people of Klomm would not agree. He gave a long pause and pulled his hands over his face, suddenly looking very weary. There is just one more thing, and I hate to end on a note like this. Sir Gilkrist stood a little straighter. Yes, Your Majesty? The king breathed at a sigh. I noticed the other night that your maidservant had nothing on her feet. When I asked her about this, she said she did not own a pair of shoes, and that she always went barefoot. Sir Gilkrist, this will not do. No, Your Majesty. I will see the girl has shoes. However, he was rather stunned and hardly knew what he was talking about. Please make sure of it, said the king, whose face had become sullen, as though this minor incident had caused him personal humiliation. You have been occupied with a great magnitude of affairs as of late, but as a knight, and as a man, you must be careful, even in such circumstances, not to neglect the needs of your servants, especially those of the gentler sex. I trust you will be more attentive in the future. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, Sir Gilkrist. That will be all. I'll see you in the Great Hall this evening. Sir Gilkrist shut the door behind him and traipsed down the hall in a daze. Knight Commander, and fulfillment of his betrothal to Lady Isla. It made perfect sense as he considered it. Lord Magnus would no longer be just his cousin, but his brother-in-law. And as he had squired under Dame Tanith, he was the ideal candidate for Magnus's second-in-command. He knew best how to implement her design. It would not be easy. He would groom Magnus into a competent commander, but in the meantime, most of the burden would fall upon himself. He would have to... Blood and damnation! He had forgotten to tell His Majesty about Hinkle. Sir Gilkrist looked back at the men-at-arms outside the door and cursed under his breath. He had to go back and refuse all of it, explain what had really happened. But how was he to do that? Your Majesty, it just slipped my mind a moment ago that my servant girl has vanished into thin air, and that I must quest for her at once. By the way, she happens to be in Castle Stel Calghād. No, I cannot tell you how I know this, but I cannot accept this appointment of Knight Commander, nor this kind offering to marry my betrothed. You'll just have to get on without me until I return, whenever that may be. Not bloody likely. He descended 2 sets of stairs to the floor below. The king had just done him an enormous favor. But worse, the king was now relying on him. So was Lord Magnus, Dame Tanith, the men. He couldn't just abandon his post. So much depended upon him now, so much more than a moment ago. His furlong. He could take that time to rescue Hinkle. But it would take all of 2 weeks just to get there. Blast! He couldn't do it. He could not. His hands were tied. Well? A voice sang out from behind him. Sir Gilkrist growled irritably as Kerstin slipped out from the shadows. I see you are not being dragged away in shackles, she said. I suppose that means you either did find a delicate way of putting it, or you managed to bugger up the whole thing. She must have read the answer in his face, for she gave him a sour look. You didn't tell him. The opportunity did not arise. Where does that leave us, then? She asked, folding her slender arms across her chest. I trust you still intend to help me. Sir Gilkrist ground his teeth together. I cannot. I have been appointed Knight Commander, and I've all but been ordered to marry my betrothed." Darkness seemed to ooze from the sorceress like a foul aura as she stood up to her full height, her blue eyes flashing with terrible ferocity as though the next word she uttered might blast him into another dimension. He reminded himself that she had not the source of her power, but it was hardly reassuring. The witch drew in a deep breath. "Sir Gilkrist," she said acidly, "I realize you are the most abject of fools, but even you, knowing what you know, must understand that I need that broom." "I understand that, yes, and I wish you success, but I cannot help you." "Sir Gilkrist! My first duty is to the king. I cannot simply defy his—" "Hang the king!" He thrust his finger toward her. "That is treason." Kerstin rolled her eyes. "Sir Gilkrist, do you have any idea why I stole that spellbook from the Grand Mage?" Sir Gilkrist gave her a queer look. "I had assumed it was for your own selfish ambitions." "In part, yes, but mainly because I knew his intentions. He did not aspire to become Grand Mage for the political influence, though he has made good use of it. 'Twas to gain access to the secret lore within Keragol's arcane library, which is only available to the person of that appointment. There are things in there which he might learn, which, coupled with certain rites from his spellbook, could break the seal of Morag. For 3 years I alone have withheld this tide of destruction, and then you and Hinkle showed up and started meddling. Now, I beseech you, as a knight of honor, disregard his majesty just this once, and help me set this right again. Think of the greater good." "I need not disregard his majesty to set this right. What do you think it is for that I have been made Knight Commander? Our armies are gathering. We shall march on Keragol. Princess Narankari is no fool. She shall sue for peace at the first sign of war, and turn Zildok over into our hands." Kerstin shook her head in wonder. "Is that what you think will happen?" "I should think the king means to make it happen." "And what of Hinkle, then? Do you intend to just abandon her to whatever ill befalls her?" Sir Gilkrist sighed impatiently. "I have set aside my quest for the missing princess to do the king's bidding. How then could I justify defying his majesty for the sake of a servant girl?" Kerstin held up a black-nailed finger and opened her mouth as though she were about to make a sound point, but then clenched her teeth and growled in frustration. "Then you leave me no choice," she hissed. "If you will not help me, in which I freely admit to be the hour of my greatest need, I shall be forced to seek refuge from the church. They will of course require my confession, but by coming forward freely and consigning myself to Ashali's mercy, they may just allow me to live, albeit in a convent. How you shall fare I cannot say, for doubtlessly, my lord, in the purging of my conscience, certain actions shall be named." Sir Gilkrist laughed nervously, and for a brief second he felt a surge of adrenaline as he considered thrusting his sword through her stomach. He did no such thing, but his face twisted into an expression of sheer contempt as he took a threatening step toward her. "You're bluffing," he snarled. "No, Sir Gilkrist, I assure you I am not. You're bluffing. You're playing the same trick your wretch of a mother played on me. But I'll not be fooled again. I know you wouldn't do it, and I don't mean you wouldn't sell me out to the church. Of course you would, but you wouldn't sell yourself out. I've known you a short time, but I know what you are. Inside." Kerstin backed away from him as he took a step toward her, her blue eyes harried with concern. "Sir Gilkrist, you've a thirst for deep knowledge and power, for control. I know it because I feel it in myself as well. That terrible curiosity, the need to look, as you said, The tree of knowledge is not the tree of life, but that is the tree from which you and I have eaten, and that is not something you'd soon relinquish. You'd sooner take that spellbook to Zildok himself than entrust yourself to the church. Go back in a convent. Bah! You'd sooner betray us all." He saw something in her eyes he had seen once before. A deep vulnerability. Her face flinched like she was about to cry, and her lip quivered as she spoke. "Please, Sir Gilkrist." He scowled and gave her a hard shove that pushed her back against the wall. "Stay the hell away from me!" He stormed off down the hall. "Sir Gilkrist!" she called after him, her voice shrill with desperation. But he paid her no heed. However, as he neared the stairwell, he regretted ending on such a sharp note. He needn't have pushed her like that either. The gentler sex. He ought to do better. He ought to apologize and say something encouraging about going after Hinkle and the broom on her own, as she was best suited to. But when he turned back, she was gone. Chapter 2. Hinkle bolted upright with a gasp. Her mouth was dry, and her head ached terribly. Her foggy mind shifted into focus, and she glanced blearily at her unfamiliar surroundings. Her heart pounded, and cold sweat dampened her limbs. The last she remembered was the bell tower, the black shadows squirming to life, wrapping around her, Kerstin's triumphant grin, and cackling laughter as she was pulled screaming into the dark. She must have fallen unconscious during the teleportation spell. Now she was in a bedchamber, on a huge four-poster bed. White sunlight streamed in through a tall window on her right, and fell upon the opposite wall, where a yellow beeswax candle flickered on a table near the heavy wooden door. There was an ornate fireplace across from the foot of the bed, but there was no fire in it. Hinkle shivered and rubbed her bare arms. She must be in Stel Calghād, the castle of the dread Prince Lestel, of the Scaravissi. A sick feeling swelled in her stomach, and she wrung her hands, trying to calm her frantic breathing. Everyone knew the story of Prince Lestel. After months of siege, he'd surrendered to an invading lord. But before he'd given up his castle, he'd given up his soul. He had offered himself to the Olkari, the evil spirits spoken into being by Selsibil in defiance of the god Ashali. It was said that the night before he'd opened the gates to his enemies, terrible screams could be heard from within the castle, and that in the morning, when his foes took control of the keep, they found Prince Lestel alone. Of his servants, they'd found not a trace. In his own courtyard, Lestel's enemies struck off his head, but it was said Selsibil had accepted his offer, and that at midnight, Lestel had risen again. But he was no longer merely Lestel. He had become something other. He had become the Scaravissi, an undying apparition that blades could not kill and fire could not burn. It was said that while his foes were sleeping, he'd famously sewn on his head. Then he went through their camp with a drawn sword. When they found out what he had become, many of the invaders fled in terror into the mountains. Over time, the Scaravissi rode them all down, capturing them alive and dragging them back to the castle to torment in his dungeons. But he never found the lord of his foes. It was said that now, centuries later, he was still looking for him, still hunting for him by the light of the moon. It was said he still took prisoners, and it was said that at night, if you went near it, you could still hear screams from within the castle. Hinkle hoped it wouldn't be her screams.
It then occurred to her what a strange coincidence it was she'd been teleported directly onto a bed. And this chamber was awfully clean for being a ruin. The regal bedsheets should have been moth-eaten rags at the very least. It almost seemed as though this room had been prepared for her. The hair stood up on the back of her neck as she imagined cold arms carrying her limp, unconscious body through the castle corridors. A bedchamber, at least, was better than a torture chamber. Her hand throbbed with pain. There was an angry blotch on her palm where Kerstin had applied the candle flame the previous night. She had known Kerstin would be upset with her meddling, but to trick her like that, to actually spirit her off to Stel Calghād. She shuddered at the recollection of those final moments in the bell tower, her aunt's white face twitching with fierce desperation, the fire flashing in her blue eyes, her black lips parting in a wicked grin, her manic cackling. Hinkle had taken her broom, the source of her aunt's power, an old blackened besom broom in which she somehow entrapped human souls. She substituted the life force of these imprisoned spirits in place of her own, thus exponentially magnifying the potency of white magic, which was otherwise known to be a weak and costly art. The broom lay next to her on the bed. Even without touching it, she could sense its power had been exhausted. Without new souls to replenish it, it was good for little else than sweeping the floor. Hinkle got up from the bed, still dizzy and weak from the after effect of the spell, needles prickling her hands and the soles of her feet. She shook it off and went to the window. She was high up, much higher than she had expected. There were 2 towers she could see, both partially ruined. Between them, a high curtain wall enclosed the dead grass of the ward. But it was not the wall which would detain her, for it too was a crumbling ruin, broken down in places, leaving gaps wide enough to drive a wagon through. It was the long drop off the edge of a cliff behind it, and beyond that, the endless sea of withered trees rising and falling among the smoky mountains like great waves of rotting wood, tumbling on forever under the gray sky. Hinkle knew she was somewhere in the mountains of Kodzir, and that somewhere nearby there were 2 rivers which joined together into one, which would flow south and eventually lead her out to the sea. But she didn't know how far that was, or how long it would take, and looking out at the lifeless forest below, it didn't seem likely she'd be able to forage any food. She turned to the heavy wooden door, wondering if it would be locked when, for the first time, she noticed the gray gown draped over a chair in the corner. She saw, too, that next to the yellow candle on the table next to the door, there was a vellum parchment. It was a letter. Hinkle swallowed as she approached the table with apprehension, her stomach in knots as she lifted the parchment, the light of the shivering candle flame reflecting on its glossy surface. Fair maiden, welcome to Castle Stel Calghād. I know not what brought you to my realm, or whether it was from fear or exhaustion that you collapsed unconscious on my drawbridge, but I can only assume your circumstances were of a sinister nature. However, you are safe here. No matter what your status may be in the outside world, within this realm you are my guest, and therefore under my protection. Whatever malevolent force pursued you or drove you up into these mountains will now answer to me. You will find a new dress on the chair in the corner. When you are ready, I invite you to join me for a meal. I should soon like to make your acquaintance. The way will be made apparent to you. Till then, Prince Lestel. Hinkle swallowed nervously. Certainly she was in no hurry to make his acquaintance, though admittedly she had not expected him to be so genteel. But what if it was an act? What if he was toying with her? Might he have grown bored over the centuries of simply imprisoning and torturing his victims? Perhaps he had developed some sort of sadistic game where he might gain her trust as a noble protector, only to show himself later as anything but. And yet, what choice did she have but to go along with it? If she waited in the room, he might come for her. He might be angry that she hadn't done his bidding. The dress he'd left for her was grey satin, like the gowns of noble ladies, and extremely expensive. The Baronetess of Sweetwater had only 2 such garments, and was immensely proud of them, and wore them only on formal occasions. But Hinkle had never been able to afford shoes, let alone clothes which might be worn by a countess. She felt uneasy as she disrobed and put it on. It fit tightly over her slender form. The neck was low cut, and the sleeves left her shoulders mostly bare. She looked around for something to use as a shawl. Finding nothing, she reached for the door, then paused a moment, fidgeting nervously with her fingers as she considered whether to leave the broom. It had no power now, and it might arise questions she was not prepared to answer. She supposed it would be safe here for the time being. She opened the door and stepped out into the hall. A chill traced her spine as one by one candles on the wall flickered to life, brightening the corridor to her left with swaths of shadowy luminance. The way will be made apparent to you. Hinkle rubbed her bare shoulders and followed the candles for a few steps. The hall went dark behind her as the first candle went out with a hiss. She stared back at the white tendrils of smoke wafting from the extinguished wick, then ventured on. The trail of lights led her through a dim maze of hallways. For each candle she passed, one went out behind her, and a new flame appeared in the gloom ahead. She descended a spiral stairwell and crossed a gallery overlooking the great hall. Suits of armor stood at attention along the walls, and an empty throne sat on a raised platform. And for a brief moment, she saw the Prince of Stel Calghād holding court with the ghosts of the ancient past. The gallery led into a foyer. Great curtains and tapestry hung from gloomy heights. Twin staircases curved down from a balcony to the main castle entrance. Overlooking the balcony was an enormous stained-glass window, of the lithe form of a mail-clad woman, thrusting a silver spear through the armored breastplate of a demonic warlord. The famous scene of Mount Kalot, where the heroine Morag had skewered Salsabil with a silver spear. The same silver spear which had pierced the heart of Ashali himself. However, the top half of the image of Morag was missing, as if some great object had been hurled through it, possibly from a catapult, causing a patch of white light to shine down amid the multicolored rays. Hinkle squinted from the brightness as she passed under it on her way to the far wing of the castle, where she spied the next candle glowing. The far wing was even gloomier than the first. Curtains were slashed and tattered. Crooked portraits hung in shreds. Doors were smashed in along the hallways, and bits of armor were dashed along the floor. Hinkle clasped her hands together, her shivering breath echoing loudly in the ruined corridors. Still the candles sparked to life ahead. She crept up a spiral staircase, around and around. Halfway up, a number of the steps were broken off, so only a narrow ledge spanned across the yawning black gap. Hinkle held her breath and pressed her back against the wall, and sidled upwards, trying not to think how far such a drop might be. She came out on the uppermost level of the wing. Tired rays of sunlight fell into the hallway from places where whole sections of the wall had been blasted out. Hinkle shivered in the cool breeze and hugged her bare arms as she passed by in the open air. At last, she turned a corner and found herself staring down a hall with only one door at the end. The walls were lined with pots of white roses. Torches hissed and crackled on either side of the door. Hinkle clenched her jaw. She gripped her hands tightly together. As she neared the door, it creaked slowly open by itself. Her heart thumped. "Come in, my dear," came a voice from within. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. It was a man's voice. He spoke her language perfectly, and with only the subtlest hint of foreign intonation. "Come in. You have nothing to fear." Hinkle winced and looked back over her shoulder. The way behind her was dark, darker than she expected. It seemed the very shadows were urging her forward. She gulped and stepped into the chamber. Blackened rose petals littered the floor. To the right and left were smashed-in doors leading to other rooms, one of which contained a huge bed, which appeared to have been set on fire many years before. In the center of the room, on a stone table, was a large crystal ball. Beyond it, daylight streamed through an open archway that led out onto a balcony. "This way, child. I am out here." Hinkle stepped trance-like around the stone table, her eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Blue mist swirled within it, twisting, coiling like an ethereal snake. Hinkle pried her gaze away and slunk out to the balcony. Silver dishes gleamed in the white sun, and a man, or something in the appearance of a man, rose from behind a white-clothed table. He was finely dressed, clad in grey silk with a purple cape draped over one shoulder. His black hair was long and straight, and streaked with silver, but though his face was animated with life, his skin was sallow with the pale hues of death. Hinkle stood very still. His dark eyes watched her with intense fascination. Then his paperish face wrinkled unpleasantly with a smile of red gums and yellow teeth. "Greetings," he said with a slight bow. "I am Prince Stel, master of this keep, and the lord of this." He made a sweeping gesture to the vast sea of rotting wood below. "Resplendent wasteland. Though I am often called the Scarce, amongst other things. To whom have I the honor?" "Hinkle, my lord," she said with a stiff curtsy, "of Sweetwater, servant girl of Sir Gilkrist of Lothale, knight of Akos. Or so I was, my lord." He came around the table, his hand held out to her. She started at his touch as he placed her hand in his, and shuddered as the grayish lips chilled her skin. He was cold as ice. "But no longer," said he. "Now you are a guest of Stel Calghād, and it is I who am at your service." "Thank you, my lord." "Come, sit with me," he said, pulling out a chair adjacent to his own. Hinkle reluctantly did as she was bid. "Now, you must be hungry." He reached over and removed the lid from one of the largest of the gleaming dishes. Hot, delicious smells wafted up from the steaming platter. Pork roast on a bed of spiced potatoes, carrots and apples, all drizzled in herbs and butter. The mouth-watering aromas nearly made her swoon, and she readily began to forget her fear. However, something did niggle at the back of her mind. She wasn't sure if it was actually pork roast. Mightn't it be roast beef? Hinkle had not often had the luxury of eating meat. Whatever it was looked delightful. It did occur to her that it might be poisoned, but she quickly assured herself that if that was the only horror which might befall her, she should embrace it with open arms and meet her death with a full stomach. The prince eyed her curiously as he distributed her portion. Hinkle waited patiently, hands folded on her lap. Then, with the edge of a silver fork, she divided off a small corner of the tender slab of meat, scooped it up, and lifted it to her mouth. It was the most wonderful thing she had ever tasted. A thin layer of crispiness on the outside, hot and succulent in the middle. Oh, it was good, though it was rather pungently spiced, and made her very thirsty. As if sensing this, the prince filled her goblet from a glittering flagon. She reached for it. It was an amber-colored wine. The taste of smoky grape burned at the back of her throat. Prince Lestel raised his pallid chin and again showed off his gums and teeth. "There we are, my child. Before you were afraid. Now you have nothing to fear." Hinkle was unsure what he meant by this, but kept on eating. "I am sure you have heard all about my story," he said, brushing his grayish fingers over the white scarf covering his neck. "Embellished or not, I will not bore you with the tale. But pray tell, how is it you came to be here?" She paused, chewing on a bit of pork, then reached again for the goblet. Her first instinct was to lie, but that had not gone well last time. She decided that she wouldn't be any worse off for telling the truth. It wasn't as if it had anything to do with him. "My Aunt Kerstin," she said quietly, as she skewered a potato. "She sent me here for meddling in her affairs. She is somewhat of a sorceress." To her surprise, his eyes flashed with intrigue, and he very slowly folded his hands, pressing his 2 fingers to his sallow lips. "Ah, yes, the Witch of Klomm." Hinkle nearly choked. She felt herself turning white. How did he... She had made a mistake. She shouldn't have told him anything. "There is no cause for alarm. There is another girl imprisoned here, who was sent to me by your aunt." Hinkle's heart thumped. "Give my regards, niece, to the Scaravissi, and to the princess." That was the last thing Kerstin had said. Could it be? "Did you say imprisoned, my lord?" "Indeed. She lounges in a cold cell in my dungeon. She disobeyed me. Like you, she was once my guest, and was at liberty to go to and fro, and explore wherever she wished. Except the lowest tier of my keep. I told her this, and I shall tell it to you. That area, that door, and those stairs down from the 3rd level of the castle dungeons are forbidden. You shall not go there, or you too shall be my guest no longer." "My lord," said Hinkle quietly, "may I ask what is down there?" "Secrets," said the prince. "Secrets not unlike those of your aunt, whose ire you drew with your trespassing." "Of course, but—" She nearly asked if he might allow her to speak to the other girl, to the princess, but decided it would be better to ask forgiveness than permission. At least then she'd have a chance to err on the side of ignorance before being expressly forbidden from doing so. She recovered by shifting into another question, the one which burned most desperately within her. "My lord, if I am your guest, as you say, May I not leave when I am ready? I should not like to outstay my welcome." He chuckled darkly. "Of course, child. Of course you may. You are free to leave whenever you wish." Hinkle sighed with relief. "However," he said, "I am afraid you will find things are not as they were. You have eaten the food of Stel Calghād. The magic, the curse which hangs like a shadow over this place and myself, now hangs over you as well." Hinkle dropped her fork in alarm. What does that mean exactly? The curse? How will things be different?" To her dismay, he rose suddenly from the table. "Ah, but alas, I have spent too long enjoying your company. Pray, continue to indulge yourself. You will be no worse for it." "Wait," she cried as he began to leave. "Please tell me." But he only offered her his revolting smile. "I am afraid, my dear. I must bid you good morrow." And with a whirl of his cape, he disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 3. King Vashean folded his big arms across his chest.
"My lords, we are going to war."
Sir Gilkrist glanced coolly at those around him. He and a few others were seated around a table at the head of the great hall. Supper time had ended not long before, and save for several servants clearing away dishes and wiping down tables, the place was empty. He flinched with irritation as the Duke pounded his fat fist on the table. "Hear, hear!" boomed Lord Kendrick. He sat on the king's left with one fat, hairy leg propped on a stool, blood-stained bandage around his knee, and crutches at his side. Next to him, Sir Cranmer grimaced and rubbed his forehead. Lord Magnus swallowed nervously. Magnus sat amid several of the most seasoned knights of Igornell, which only served to make him look especially young and inexperienced. He was the softest of everyone in the great hall, servant girls included, and the least likely to demonstrate any form of competence in a battle command situation. At the far end of the table were the two newly defected knights of Caragol, Dame Selenera of Taliza, sitting up in a stretcher, and the Knight of the Briar Rose, his arm in a sling. The latter had apparently been instrumental in sabotaging Olgris's advance on more than one occasion, deliberately sending out contradicting orders and betraying the position of his men. It might have aided in the perseverance of Klomm, but how or why anyone trusted them? It was borderline madness. What was His Majesty thinking? His cheeks grew hot as he recalled the stiff knock the Knight of the Briar Rose had given him with the flat of his blade, and the harrowing sensation of the sharp steel edge pressing up against his throat. He could have killed him then, but he'd chosen to let him live. Still.
"Now, despite what you might assume," continued the king, "we shall not be going to war with Caragol."
The Duke frowned and looked up at the king, and those around the table began whispering in confusion. Sir Gilkrist felt like he was watching someone pick a scab. He'd been honored at first, and highly flattered. The position of Knight Commander was such as he had dreamed of his entire life. It was the reason for which his father had, at no small expense, arranged for him to squire with Dame Tanith. It was what she'd groomed him for in the Samar Islands. It was the reason she had made him give the order at the Battle of Morrowa. But now, if it didn't seem like such a tremendous chore, it would be a mountain of work. Endless lists of tasks to complete and arrangements to make, supplies to procure, most of which he'd practically have to pull out of thin air. He wasn't sure how they had fed the army for the last several days, let alone how they'd fill their bellies for weeks of marching into Caragol. All that, and Magnus was such a bloody greenhorn. A gruff, mail-clad man at the king's shoulder raised his hand.
"Order, my lords. Order, please."
Sir Brock, King Vashean's sergeant-at-arms.
"Then, who are we to go to war with, your majesty?" asked Lord Magnus.
"Traitors and rebels in Caragol," said the king. "This shall be a war of liberation."
Sir Gilkrist felt his chest tighten. Bile rose to the back of his throat. Those were the exact words King Vashean's father had used to describe the Kodish campaign.
"We have evidence, based on the testimonies of captured Kerrigan knights," continued King Vashean,
gesturing to Dame Selinera and the Knight of the Briar Rose,
"that suggests Caragol's Grand Mage, Zildok Nassar, is behind the assault on Klomm. Now, my lords, these are serious allegations. A high-ranking and highly influential courtier mobilizing a renegade proxy force to attack us, not to even mention the baser crimes of necromancy, torture, and aiding and abetting a known convict of regicide. We find ourselves in a delicate situation, and the face we put on our actions is just as important as the actions themselves. That is why Lord Magnus here will be leading the army into Caragol, not Dame Tanith, who will be overseeing the operation as a strategist."
Now Sir Gilkrist understood. It was a wise move. If the Iron Countess, as Dame Tanith was often called, were to lead a surge of troops over the Kerrigan border, there would be a mass panic and widespread evacuations, and Princess Narankari would have no choice but to respond with swift military action. Lord Magnus, however, was not likely to have that effect.
"Now," said the king, "our objective will be to reinforce the Kerrigan military and stabilize the region. In particular, Lord Magnus is to march on Castle Waz and subdue any hostile forces in the area. Your Grace?"
"But suppose Princess Narankari doesn't see it that way," asked the Duke. "Say she sees it as an unprovoked act of aggression. She'll have Kodzir and Stavaria at war with us before the leaves turn color."
The king was nodding.
"That is why," he said, "I have dispatched a draft of a declaration of our intentions to be reviewed and placed under seal by the Royal Secretary, and then delivered to Ramsay Nightingale, our ambassador in Zerai, with orders to read it aloud to the Princess Regent in the presence of the other foreign emissaries. They will protest and make counter-demands to be sure, but by the time we receive their replies, Lord Magnus will be more than halfway to Waz, deep into Caragol, and we will be in a much better place to bargain for the extradition of Zildok Nassar."
The noblemen murmured in agreement, but Sir Gilkrist clenched his jaw tight and stared down at his fist. So much depended on nothing going wrong. And it could all go so very wrong. One wrong step, one heated word, and the situation could spill out of control like a bursting dam. They could easily find themselves massacring a village before anyone knew what they were doing, only to realize once the pink mist cleared that it had all been some stupid misunderstanding, that, had they only had a better grasp on the language, it most certainly would have been avoided. He'd seen that before, and he knew how quickly stabilizing the region could deteriorate into all-out war. The truth was his mind was elsewhere, and he did not feel he was fully committed to his task, and he knew all too well it would require his undivided attention. As Knight Commander, he could afford no distractions.
"Dame Tanith is expected here by the end of next week with her detachment," said the king, "and soon after that, the bulk of the Igornell force. Her ladyship will be briefed on her arrival, and within 2 weeks we hope to mobilize. But before then, we must congratulate our new Knight Commander, whose absence we must bear for a short time." King Vashean looked at Sir Gilkrist, grinning. "I have sent him off to get married." The knight smiled coldly as strong hands clapped him on the back and squeezed his shoulders, and every man around the table said, "Attaboy!" and "Good show, lad!" The very last thing he wanted was to ride out at the end of this meeting and marry his cousin. "On that note," said the king, "I will turn the meeting over to Sir Welby, who has been in charge of surveying the state of East Klomm. However, before I do, just a brief note I should mention. It is suspected we have a traitor in our midst. We will be taking statements from key persons. Some of you here will be questioned, but I assure you, it shall just be routine procedure. Also, all unauthorized absences will be investigated. Now, Sir Welby." After shaking hands with the others and humoring those who wished to further applaud his new appointment and imminent marriage, Sir Gilkrist stormed out of the great hall. He flew up the numerous sets of stairs and strode urgently through the corridors, shrugging irritably and tugging at the hem of his tunic. That one bloody shoulder! Could she not have gotten his measurements right? Was that truly so damn difficult? He felt a stab of guilt, and it made him snarl under his breath. Bloody Isla! Getting married at a time like this? How could he ride now to Igornell Castle and be married, and then sit through 2 weeks of feasting and lounging around in bed? What with everything before him, and with Hinkle? How could he do such a thing while she was... He scowled as he gripped the latch of his bedchamber door. He couldn't do it. And then, with a single, deep exhale, the burden drifted from his shoulders. He grinned darkly as he opened the door. Sometime later, he emerged from his room with a heavy canvas bag slung over his back, his shield on his arm, and in his hand, a single sheet of parchment folded and sealed with a brown blob of wax. It was dark when Sir Gilkrist emerged from the castle, and there were lanterns lit inside the stable. A young man stood waiting in silhouette against the orange glow spilling out onto the lawn. He disappeared into the stable when he saw him coming, then returned a moment later, leading Falagi by the bridle. Sir Gilkrist sighed in irritation when he saw his steed was draped in the black and white caparison, and that the boy carried his lance under his arm, streaming with the black and white ribbons of Lothalay. Squire Blatchford stopped and looked at Sir Gilkrist, then the horse, then back to the knight. "Something the matter, sir?" "I shan't be needing that lance, and I'll have you take off his caparison, though I am pleased to see it clean." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sorry, sir, I just thought—" Sir Gilkrist set down the heavy sack and began to help the boy take off the saddle. "It doesn't matter." "Yes, sir." The squire glanced at the sack. "Is that your mail, sir? I gave it a once-over this afternoon, but you said to take it in to be repaired. There was quite a line-up, so I didn't—" Sir Gilkrist shook his head as he stripped off the destrious caparison. "Just as well. I need it tonight." Squire Blatchford breathed in a sigh of relief. "As you will, sir." Sir Gilkrist stepped back and allowed him to refit the saddle and strap the leather bag of armor down firmly behind it. When he was done, the squire patted Falagi on the back. "All set, sir. Blessings of Morag on you and Lady Isla, my lord, on your big day." "There isn't going to be a big day." The squire stared at him in bewilderment, but before he could ask, Sir Gilkrist pressed the sealed parchment to the boy's chest and swung himself atop his mount. "You are to give that to the king at the crack of dawn tomorrow, and not before. Is that understood?" Squire Blatchford looked down at the folded paper. "Yes, but may I ask what it is, sir?" Falagi whinnied and stamped restlessly on the ward. "An explanation," said Sir Gilkrist, and he cracked the reins.
Foliage crunched under his boots as Sir Gilkrist crept through the black trees. No wind whispered in the dark woods, and what little moonlight filtered down cast strange and eerie shapes throughout the forest. It was an ugly feeling retracing his steps from 3 nights ago, and the silent stillness smote him with the vivid memory of the harrowing deeds he had committed. Sir Gilkrist glanced uneasily among the deep blue ambience, hoping he was going the right way. To his vexation, the witch had not been at home. He'd found the old parsonage locked and the windows dark. It was a gamble to think he'd find her here, and he truly did not relish finding himself alone in such a place again. However, it was the only other place he knew to look. His heart thumped as the shadowy barrier materialized in the distance, the crumbling stone wall. As he came nearer, he saw the rickety iron gate was open. Beyond it, the black shape of the ruined chapel loomed out of the bluish haze, and from the glassless windows and open, rotting doors, hauntingly similar to the sight from 3 nights prior, shone the orange light of a lantern. He breathed a sigh of relief. Kerstin was inside. He had not missed her. He had not mucked up his quest before it had even begun. Gripping the hilt of his sword for comfort, he straightened his posture, raised his chin, and prepared his stomach for the hearty portion of humble pie he was about to eat, then tied Philogi's reins to the iron gate. However, as he did this, the gate squeaked noisily, and the light in the chapel went out. Sir Gilkrist froze. In the next heart-stopping second, he realized the bluish light of the waning crescent moon fell on the unsheltered graveyard at an angle from the east, from behind him, and that from the view within the chapel, he would appear as no more than a dark and menacing shadow lurking at the cemetery gates. His heart leapt into his throat as a glint of silver twinkled from the blackness of the open chapel doors. Instincts blaring, he dropped to the ground just as a hollow click sent something flitting over his head into the trees behind him. He scrambled behind the crumbling wall. "Woman!" he shouted. "What in blazes? It is I, Sir Gilkrist!" "What?" rang a voice from inside. "Lothale?" "Yes! Would you put that blasted thing away?" The voice inside said something he couldn't hear, and Sir Gilkrist peeked from behind the wall. Kerstin emerged from the shadows and stood on the grimy steps, blue eyes sparkling coldly in the moonlight, a slender crossbow resting in the crook of her arm. Her other hand held a curved, 2-pronged device he recognized as a goat's foot lever. He cautiously stood up and ventured some of the way toward her. "Were you followed?" she demanded. "No. Everyone is under the impression I rode off for Igornell. Do you never bother to identify your target before you shoot?" "Not here," said the witch. "You're certain you're alone?" "Yes." She eyed him suspiciously for a moment, then set the crossbow and spanning mechanism against the doorframe. "Well then," she said, planting her hands on her hips, "what do you want?" I've changed my mind. I will help you." Kerstin scowled. "And what's changed? Are you not still Knight Commander? Are you not still to marry your betrothed? Is your first duty not still to the king?" Yes, that's all true, but even so I was unable to overlook this matter. I cannot in good conscience abandon Hinkle, regardless of what I might have said." The witch arched her brow and waited for him to continue. "I've left an explanation for His Majesty." Kerstin's eyes flashed with sudden ferocity. "I've said nothing about you. I only said that Hinkle has vanished, and that I must go after her, and that I am unable to fulfill my obligations, at least for the time being." "And you aren't worried it just sounds like you're running away from an enormous responsibility?" He clenched his fists. "I expect there will be repercussions, and I am prepared to face them." Kerstin inspected her nails in the moonlight. How noble of you. Very well, then, I suppose we cannot wait till dawn. I'm afraid we must leave at once. I should like us to be well on our way before the king receives my letter. Have you a horse, or a means of getting one? The latter, said the witch, and I'll have to get some things from the parsonage. What say you meet me by the east gate? 'Twould be better for you not to be seen in the city, since everyone is under the impression you're on your way to Igornell. Indeed. Do you intend to bring the, He nodded at the dark doorway behind her. What? The Grand Mage's spellbook? Sir Gilkrist, are you mad? If we are discovered with such a thing like that in our possession, we'll be leaving this world on a heap of dry wood. Not to mention the likelihood of Zildok getting his hands on it again. No, it must remain hidden here. She glanced reluctantly over her shoulder. But we must hurry back. You're worried about someone finding it while you're gone. Perhaps another hiding place is in order. Kerstin shook her head. We haven't time. And Hinkle was an exceptional case. As I have no other nieces to leave alone in my house for prolonged periods, I do not expect to become the victim of someone's meddlesome curiosity again. However, in case that I do, I have taken measures of precaution, as I should have done in the first place. Ah, so that's what you were doing. Kerstin grinned, crooked teeth gleaming in the moonlight. Oh, indeed. I have spoken words, very dark words over the altar. 'Twill be a rather unfortunate demise for the next fool to trespass here. Now, let us be off. We've a long road ahead, and little light to see it by. Chapter 4. The curse had taken immediate effect. First, the sunlight, which at the time had been dreary and grey, stabbed Hinkle's eyes with unbearable brightness. The pale rays beat down on her. She was suddenly uncomfortably hot. Her head was swimming, and she began to sweat like she had a fever. She rose to retreat into the cool shade of the castle, but nearly fell as a dizziness came over her. She staggered breathlessly from the table in alarm, her heart throbbing erratically. This unpleasantness lessened somewhat when she made it inside, but then a great exhaustion came over her, and a heaviness, like the finger of some dark deity, was forcing her down against the stone floor. In the sluggishness of her mind, her first thought was to return to her chamber, though in her strange state it seemed an insurmountable task, and this time the candles did not magically light up to show her the way. Her second thought, which her inner voice whispered fearfully to her again and again as she stumbled trembling through the dark halls, was that she had indeed been poisoned. She returned to her room and threw her arm over her face with a despairing cry when she saw the curtains open, and flew with haste to draw them shut. Then, in the stuffy dark, she curled up on the bed next to the broom and sobbed anxious tears as she awaited the horrible cramps and convulsions which would soon overtake her. But she experienced no such thing. She felt no sharp pains in her stomach. She did not twitch and spasm like a dying bug. Nor did she bleed from her ears and eyes or vomit blood, as her grandmother had described. However, neither did the feeling dissipate, even after several hours. So debilitating was this fatigue that Hinkle could do nothing but lie in bed, waiting as time passed. Eventually, her stomach growled, and she began to feel the pangs of hunger. Whether her meal had been cursed or not, she ought to have eaten more than she did, and she imagined again those glittering silver trays and the steaming, mouth-watering dishes. She found herself hoping the prince would invite her to dine with him again. She would ask him then about the effects of this curse, but only after she had eaten her fill. But as the hours dragged slowly on, a new suspicion crept into her hazy mind. Perhaps he had poisoned her, but not with lethal venom. Perhaps he had laced her food with something that would sap her strength, something that would prevent her from escaping. Perhaps that was his game. Perhaps her hunger was his form of torture. Perhaps in a day or two, he would bring her something else to eat, some small scrap of hard bread to keep her alive for another several days, until, driven mad by starvation, she was reduced to a snarling, insane beast. Hinkle, as the white light that peeked in behind the edges of the curtain faded to a dimmer blue, there was a gentle tapping at the door. Hinkle slipped out of bed, tense and suddenly wary of meeting her host again, but hoping with violent desperation that he had brought food. Faint and hunched over, she reached for the latch with a shivering hand, and as she did, a warm, savory aroma wafted from underneath the door, pervading her nostrils and causing her to salivate like a hungry dog. Hinkle whipped open the door and glared ravenously at the covered silver dish sitting on the floor of the hall. She had the vague notion of a humanoid shadow disappearing around a corner, but her stomach grumbled in objection to this consideration. This meal consisted of the same rich red meat, pungently seasoned, and fresh bread buttered with herbs, garlic, and oil. It was delicious to eat, and she soon felt like herself once more, but it made her terribly thirsty. Her host had left her nothing to drink. Though she felt normal again, after eating this heavy fare she was quite tired, but a natural tiredness, unlike the weird and inexplicable exhaustion she had experienced throughout the day, and she laid down in bed and slept dreamlessly through the night. This was how the days passed at first, for when she rose in the dim gray of dawn, the supper tray of the previous night had been taken out, and a new tray containing her breakfast awaited her. And after she had eaten, and the cracks of grayish light turned a pale white, Hinkle threw open the curtains to brighten up the room. It was then, to her anguish, that the crushing weariness descended once more upon her. In the hour or two of clarity when she first awoke, and just before retiring for the night, Hinkle considered that the Scarce must lace only her breakfast with this weakening drug, which would explain why she felt better after eating supper. It was simple enough to test this theory. She need only avoid eating when her host brought her in the morning. However, there were ever only 2 meals, and though as a poor village peasant Hinkle was accustomed to sometimes eating less frequently than that, there was something about this food which gave rise to exceptional hunger. The thought of eating nothing till sundown while the tantalizing breakfast smell permeated the bedchamber was sickening. She decided, though, that if she was correct in her assumption, and it was her breakfast that caused this misery, she would be in a well enough state by avoiding it to explore the castle. She was eager to speak to the princess. She might have answers to her questions, and the presence of another living human would be truly welcome. But Hinkle's theory was disproved when, after half an hour of venturing out into the dank hallways in the morning, her vitality seemed to leak out of her veins. She paused, gasping for breath, with her frail hand on the banister of the wide stairs into the dim foyer of the main castle entrance. Perhaps whatever the Scarce was putting in her food, now that it had been introduced to her body, she would go into withdrawal without it. There was only one thing to be done, and the prospect was disconcerting. If, for whatever reason, she was weak and lifeless during the day, she must stay awake and wander the dark halls in the dead of night. Hinkle sat on the edge of the bed and watched the fire crackling in the hearth. It had been more than an hour since she'd eaten the supper left outside the door, and she had since felt her health returning, coinciding exactly, she realized, with the setting of the sun. Her stomach squirmed. Wandering the grim, forsaken halls was unpleasant enough in the light of day. The notion of venturing them in the black of night nearly brought her to tears. And yet, she could not go on as she had. She must find the princess and learn about the curse she was under. Or, if she could, escape on her own. Her breath was already trembling as she lit a candelabra. She swallowed dryly as she reached for the latch and pushed the door open with a creak. The chill air pricked her skin as she crept into the dark hallway. She shivered. Shadows twisted and writhed in the eerie luminance as she skulked nervously through the black corridors, her shoulders tense, her blue eyes wide with fright. Walls of empty gloom rose up around her as she descended the wide steps of the foyer. The candle flames flickered in the yawning abyss and seemed to cast only a faint aura of light. The vague forms of pillars materialized in the dim luminance, and at last Hinkle stood before the main doors of the keep. She thought no more of the princess, nor the vast expanse of wasteland outside the castle. Her host had said she was free to leave. He said she could go whenever she wished. She wished to go now. Hinkle shut her eyes and put her hands against the doors. "Please, please," she whimpered. She began to push, but the doors would not budge. "No," she squeaked. She threw herself against them with all her might. "No!" Hinkle sank to the floor, crying softly. After a moment she rose, sniffling, and took up the candelabra. Of course the doors of the keep would be locked at night. They would be in any other castle. It did not mean the prince had not kept his word. Not that she trusted in his benevolence. Hinkle padded back through the heavy blackness of the foyer, up the wide steps, and continued into the far wing of the castle, the wing where she had met the master of the keep on the chamber balcony. An unpleasant thought entered her mind, that she might stumble across him standing stock still in the middle of the hall, the candlelight suddenly casting startling illumination on his pale face, his wide eyes red with madness, his lips peeled back from teeth and gums in that hideous grin. She shuddered, and cold pinpoints pricked the soles of her bare feet and the palms of her hands as she passed from one corridor to the next. There were doors here she needed to try. She held her breath, her muscles braced for the shock of him waiting for her in the dark. She opened the first door a crack and peered inside, her eyes wired with nervous anticipation, the candelabra raised tensely overhead. Hinkle sighed and pushed the door open all the way, letting the candlelight spill into the room. It was a long chamber with 2 rows of dirty beds against either wall, possibly where the servants slept, or the castle guards. She suspected it was accessible by the other door further down. The door across the hall opened on a similar room, though one of the beds was broken and the mattress and walls were smeared with dark blotches. The next door was at an angular bend in the corridor. As she suspected, it led into a round tower with spiral stairways ascending and descending. As she tiptoed down the stone steps, she discovered a small door. It was on the ground level and most likely led out onto the ward. She tried the latch, but it too was locked. Beyond it were steps going even further down. Her candelabra flickered on the crude stone surface, framing only a little of the gloomy passage in its golden glow. Surely this was the way down to the dungeon. Hinkle shuddered as she imagined the prisoners of Stel Calghād being dragged inconspicuously into the keep through the door behind her, and down that black descent. How many howls of anguish had echoed up these steps over the centuries? How many victims had suffered unspeakable torments in the darkness below? And even now, what evidence might be left of their agonies? But as she prepared herself for the horrors of the subterranean chambers, footsteps from the hall above froze the marrow in her bones. In the panic of her host discovering her so close to the dungeon, Hinkle reacted according to her first instinct, and blew out the candles with a huff. Heavy blackness enveloped her at once. The footsteps ceased. Hinkle stood perfectly still, listening for sounds of further movement. Her heart pounded loudly in her ears. The hot smell of the smoking wicks mingled with the musty scent of ancient stone. No sound came from the hall above. Was he lurking at the top of those spiraled steps, ready to startle her near to death with a cold embrace? She posed lifeless in the impenetrable dark and held her breath, waiting. Finally, after a nerve-wracking eternity, the heart-stopping clap of footsteps resounded from the corridor. To her relief, they did not sound as near as she had imagined, and seemed to be getting farther away. Perhaps he did not know she was there. Hinkle swallowed and crept ever so slowly up and around the stairs, her hand held against the wall, her bare feet falling without a sound on the cold steps. At last she felt the door ahead. She felt around for the latch, a new fear rising. What if he had locked it? What if down was the only way she could go? She assured herself this was an irrational fear. It would be an ineffective trap if she would still be able to ascend the tower stairs to the upper levels of the wing. Still, it was a great relief when the latch turned freely. She had expected, as she pulled the door open very slowly and slipped out into the hall, to see a dim glow fading away down the far end of the corridor as her host took his business elsewhere. But the hall was just as dark as the stairwell. She could discern neither the shape nor the depth of her surroundings. She swallowed dryly, regretting that she had blown out the candles. Then a cold chill traced her spine as again slow, steady footsteps reverberated out of the black gloom. They were coming straight towards her. Slap, slap, slap. She froze, muscles tense with fear. Nearer they came, nearer until she recoiled in alarm. Then they stopped, and all was quiet. She could see nothing, hear nothing. No vague outline of a human form against the black. No faint breath hissing from the dark. But there was a smell, a rank, awful smell, like stale dirt, and something rotting. He was here. He was only a foot away from her. He must realize her presence, else why would he not continue his way? Hinkle stared blindly into the blackness as the moment lingered in dreadful silence. She could stand it no longer. With a quivering lip, she dared to whimper a single word. "My lord?" Her blood ran cold as from the shadows came no reply. "Prince Stel?" Another quiet moment passed. Her hair bristled on the back of her neck. Her skin crawled between her shoulder blades. She considered making a run for it, but she did not dare turn her back on whatever was lurking within arm's reach. She slowly backed away, her breath shivering, her knees weak with terror, feeling that she might scream at the slightest sound, dreading that any second she might hear urgent boot slaps storming up the hall. She almost made it back to the foyer when that was exactly what she heard. Heavy, rapid footsteps sprinting straight toward her. The candelabra clattered to the floor as Hinkle wailed and tore headlong into the black foyer. Led through the pitch dark by the instincts of self-preservation, she raced across the top of the wide steps and into the other wing. The blood freezing in her frantic moving limbs, she dashed blindly through the corridors, flung herself into the stairwell, and scrambled up the flights of spiraled steps, and darted down the hall for the warm glow spilling out of her bedchamber, where she knew intuitively she would be safe. She slammed the door shut behind her, and sank, sobbing, to the floor.
Chapter 5. King Vashean tossed Sir Gilkrist's letter onto the clutter of maps and parchments, pinched his brow, and shut his eyes as he took a long, deep breath.
After a moment, he pulled his hand down over his face, covering his mouth, and stared across the desk at Squire Blatchford, who was becoming more confused and nervous with each passing second. He patted the letter.
"When did his lordship give you this?"
"Last night, your majesty, at the stables, just as he left for Igornell."
"That's what he told you? That he was going to Igornell?"
"Pardon? Well, no, I suppose he didn't say that, your majesty. I just thought... He only told me to stable his horse. I mean, the whole castle was abuzz with... him being made knight commander and... Lady Isla..." Horror washed over the boy's face. "He did say there wasn't going to be a big day. I wasn't sure what he..." He swallowed nervously and glanced at Sir Brock, who stood to one side with his hands behind his back. Have I done something wrong, your majesty?"
"No."
King Vashean folded his hands and rested his forehead against his thumbs.
"Sir Gilkrist, however, has taken off."
Sir Brock frowned with disbelief, and Squire Blatchford's face went flush with bewilderment as they both said together, "Taken off?"
"Indeed, but not in the way you think. He's been having trouble with..." He paused, scratching at the rash on his knuckles as he sorted for the right words. "He's been having trouble with matters of his estate, and as such has found himself in a rather desperate situation which he must oversee personally. He has resigned from his position."
Sir Brock hung his head. King Vashean sighed.
"We had a lot riding on him. He was the right choice for many reasons. He and Lord Magnus were already cousins, but marrying Lady Isla would have made them brothers-in-law. Thus it would have been only natural for him to take charge of the Igornell men. Not to mention he'd been Dame Tanith's squire in the Codish War. He was the ideal candidate."
"He was a bit young, though," said Sir Brock. "A fair number of those Igornell knights are twice his age."
"Yes, there was that, but..."
King Vashean squeezed his fist on the desk.
"I just wish he'd come and spoken to me first. Alas, it cannot be helped. Send for Sir Cranmer. We'll need an experienced lord to take his place."
Sir Brock bowed, then marched out of the room. King Vashean pressed his fingertips together, watching the young squire from across the desk. A pleasing thought came into his mind, and he could hardly resist a smile as he stood up from his seat.
"You've been snubbed, Squire Blatchford, out of an opportunity to demonstrate your valor. You were to ride to war as the Knight Commander's squire."
He put his hands on his hips.
"How'd you like to be my squire instead?"
The squire blushed. I should like nothing better then." He dropped to his knees and bowed his head. "Your Majesty, there could be no higher honor."
"Then we, King Vashean of Akos, commission you into our service."
King Vashean drew his sword and tapped the young man on either shoulder.
"Rise thee, Blatchford, squire to the king."
Squire Blatchford stood up, face beaming.
"Now," said King Vashean, "my first order is this. Concerning all this business regarding Sir Gilkrist, you are sworn to secrecy. So far as you know, he has ridden to Igornell to take Lady Isla's hand."
"I shall speak nothing of it, my king."
"Secondly, you shall find the seneschal. You know who she is?"
"Yes, your Majesty."
"Good. Tell her I have an unusual request."
King Vashean followed a pair of Lord Kendrick's lavender-clad men-at-arms down the dark steps into the bowels of Castle Klomm. Their torches rustled and flickered in the drafty corridors, causing the damp ridges of crude rock to glisten, and the king's gold circlet and jeweled signet ring to glitter with regal prognostication. They came to a studded wooden door with a barred window, which one of the guards opened with jingling keys. From there they descended 2 more sets of stairs, and came to a long dark hallway lined with prison cells, from which dozens of malevolent eyes leered through the iron bars. They were the Knights of Waz, murderers, thugs, and rapists all, redeemed from the hangman's noose by Olgris himself to replenish the nefarious order which had 3 years ago been all but obliterated by the late Queen Volderina. So far, only 2 among them were true knights, the young Dame Celerina of Taliza, and Volderina's champion, the Knight of the Briar Rose. What deeds they must have done, or what foul oaths or blasphemies they must have uttered to gain the confidence of the Count, he did not know. There was a moment of heavy silence, like the calm before the storm as the king and his guards passed between the crowded cells. Then a deafening roar exploded from the prisoners. Jeers and curses blasted his ears. Dirty hands reached and pointed from the bars. "Zusmak!" screamed the guards. "Zusmak's pishlik!" They shoved the men further back into their cells, clutching at the protruding heads and fingers. It did little to quell the uproar, but King Vashean set his jaw and strode manfully through their midst, unperturbed by their commotion. The men-at-arms ushered him through another door at the end of the hall, and quickly shut it behind him, drowning out the noise. Here was another corridor like the first, only the cells were much smaller, and instead of iron bars, there were heavy wooden doors. At the end of the hall, a freckle-faced woman in a grey surcoat and lavender sash leaned on a crutch beside a table laden with a single candle, and breakfast for 2. "Your Majesty."
"Seneschal Isolde."
He held up his hand.
"Please, don't try and bow. I don't want you to fall over."
The woman cleared her throat. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She looked uncertainly at the door beside her as he situated himself at the table. He sniffed his steaming breakfast plate.
"This smells excellent. Thank you."
He glanced up at the pair of dark eyes peering down from the little barred window in the heavy door. "What is this?" asked a heavily accented voice.
"Good morning, Olgris. This is your breakfast."
He filled a cup from a pitcher of milk.
"Fried ham and potatoes, boiled eggs, pancakes with fresh berries and cream, toast and marmalade."
The eyes disappeared back into the cell. "I'm not hungry."
"After 2 days of water and stale bread, I'm not sure I believe you. Bring him out, if you please."
Isolde drew in a breath. "Your Majesty, are you sure about this?"
"I am, yes. Now let's have him out of there."
Isolde nodded reluctantly, and the 2 men-at-arms released Olgris from his cell and set him in the chair across from the king. Stripped of the knight's surcoat, he was dressed in prisoner's rags, which in combination with his sallow, dirt-smudged skin and bone-white hair gave him the appearance of having clawed his way out of the grave, an effect which was all the more unsettling 3 years after his supposed execution. King Vashean stared at Olgris across the table as the Count wiggled his tongue under his lip.
"Seneschal, how is he supposed to eat like that? Unchain him."
"What? Your Majesty!"
"Go on, unchain him."
Olgris grinned up at her and held out his manacled hands. When the men had unchained him, he rubbed his wrists, chuckling, and reached for a piece of toast, which he devoured in 2 greedy bites. "So," he began, munching noisily, "to what do I owe the pleasure?" King Vashean delicately pressed the side of his fork through a boiled egg.
"I have questions for you."
The Count looked horrified.
"What? This? This is an interrogation?"
Olgris slurped back his cup of milk, then held up his hands.
"All right, you've got me. I'll tell you whatever you want. Just don't make me take another bite."
But the king only smiled as he carved himself a modest forkful of ham.
"Are you saying you'd rather a more traditional interrogation? Because Dame Tanith is soon to arrive. You can either talk to me over a nice breakfast, or to her while she's Clipping your toenails. Olgris shifted uncomfortably and sucked his teeth.
What do you want to know?
I'd like to know about your master, who he is and what he wants.
He is a wizard, an alchemist, as you can probably imagine.
I heard he's the Grand Mage, Zildok Nassar.
The Count skewered a wedge of potato on his fork.
And who told you that?
The Knight of the Briar Rose? Dame Selenera of Taliza?
Olgris snickered as he dissected a pancake.
Knight of the Briar Rose. You're seriously going to trust the word of that man? He might be the most extraordinary swordsman in my country, but I think nobody knows whose side he's on. I mean, he was Volorina's champion. I killed Volorina. Instead of avenging her, he joins with me. You know...
You don't think he joined with you just to sabotage your plans?
Sabotage my plans? He killed the Duke of Klomm. Him! And more of the city's knights than any of the rest of my men put together.
King Vashean lowered his eyes, wondering if such a thing was not an act of mercy. Who knew what abuses Lord Hammond might have suffered if he had been taken alive? Lord Kendrick had expressed this very fear for his brother numerous times in the past few days.
And I tell you what else, said the Count. That man put a bunch of nuns in the church and stood outside to listen to them screaming as it burned. He could have just cut their throats.
King Vashean set down his fork and crossed his thick arms across his chest as Olgris continued to laugh.
Anyway, I would not put too much stock in what the Knight of the Briar Rose says. As for the other one, what did you say her name was?
Dame Selenera of Taliza.
The Count's fork clinked on his plate as he shoveled the pancake into his mouth.
I do not even know who that is.
Really? She was blown up on the southern bridge. Are you telling me you had knights leading the charge that you've never met? Or even heard of?
Olgris finished off his cup of milk.
I'm not that good with names.
Like Zildok Nassar?
Olgris chuckled, ignoring the question.
I might recognize the girl if I saw her. Perhaps if you brought her down here, it might jog my memory.
Not likely.
Your choice. However, as I'm not familiar with this woman, I cannot attest to her trustworthiness. But if they are both saying the same thing, isn't that, how do you say? Verbatim? I would be suspicious.
You seem awfully intent on discrediting your own knights, said the king.
Well, it just seems strange that my subordinates presume to know the identity of my master when he only ever referred to himself as the alchemist.
You're telling me you don't know who your master is?
I'm telling you I don't know his name, and that you should not trust anyone who claims to.
So then you deny that the man behind the siege of Klomm was Zildok Nassar, the Grand Mage of Caragol.
At this point, a denial from Olgris would almost certainly be a lie intended to throw him off the scent, but which in reality would greatly reassure him of the Grand Mage's involvement. King Vashean squeezed his fist on the table.
No.
Olgris slumped back in his chair and sucked the cream off his fingers.
No, it is him, the Grand Mage.
King Vashean frowned.
But you just said...
And you just said I could talk to you now or of Dame Tanit when she arrives. I changed my mind. So what? I don't want to be tortured by that woman. No, please, don't cut! Don't!
The Count burst out laughing, giggling madly to himself as he stabbed at his plate. King Vashean was not amused. He shifted his jaw back and forth and glanced up at Isolde, who looked on in disgust. At last the Count's laughter trailed off into a sigh.
Yes, it was the Grand Mage.
This whole thing is because that witch, that Kerstin woman, stole his spellbook. Olgris wiped his eye, grinning. That's what he wants. The girl and the spellbook. King Vashean leaned forward over the table.
You'll sign a written confession naming Zildok Nassar as the primary instigator?
Do you have a pen? Ink and parchment, barked Isolde. Now!
King Vashean held up his hand. Wait. He leaned back in his chair. No.
Olgris freely disclosing his master's identity was the last thing he had expected. A confession by a long-dead regicide would be worthless as evidence and cast suspicion on any allegation against the Grand Mage. It was already causing him to question everything he'd heard so far. If he went after the wrong man, if he made one wrong step, the consequences could be disastrous. But there were other questions. He must pry further.
What about Hinkle? Asked the king. How does she fit into this?
Who?
The witch's niece. Did Zildok have her kidnapped to ransom her for the spellbook?
I don't know anything about that.
Really? All right then. King Vashean snatched away the Count's breakfast. We'll see if Dame Tanith can get it out of you when she gets here.
What? I'm telling the truth. I don't know anything about the girl being kidnapped.
King Vashean shoved the plate into the hands of the nearest man-at-arms and sent the seneschal a nod. Lock him up. Olgris sucked his teeth as the two young men snatched him by the arms and dragged him back into his cell.
Elemi Kaldir,
he snarled, and spit on the floor. King Vashean swept out of the isolation corridor and back through the hall of jeering prisoners. But their insults fell on deaf ears. He was deep in thought. Hinkle vanishing into thin air on the night they took back the castle, after the role she had played, could not be a coincidence. Stranger still, from Sir Gilkrist's account, it resembled too much the disappearance of his sister. He had hoped to learn something about it from the Count, but Olgris had only succeeded in casting a shadow of doubt on everything he knew already. And of course, the one woman who seemed to have all the answers kept turning up right under his nose, only to slip away again into the shadows. He had her once before. He could have questioned her, learned everything he wished to know. But because of mercy he had set her free. Now, merely catching a glimpse of her was like trying to snatch a fistful of smoke. Chapter 6. The stream trickled by, cutting through the rugged mountain trail on its downward course through the tall evergreens. The steady clop-clopping of horses echoed among the trees, replaced by noisy sloshing as they crossed through cold water in the dappled sunlight. Sir Gilkrist held up his hand as they reached the far bank. "We should stop here a moment. Let the horses rest and have a drink." Kerstin was already packing her pipe. He reached for his empty water skin and swung himself down from the saddle. "This stream," said Kerstin, pausing as she bit down on the stem of her pipe. She struck a match, and in the cool shade the red flame glimmered on her face as she lowered it to the bowl. She sucked back 3 times, smoke seeping out the corner of her mouth, then shook out the match and threw it away. "It's a tributary of the river Senir, which be the border between Akos and Caragol." Sir Gilkrist undid the stopper of the water-skin and knelt by the stream to fill it up. They would almost certainly be questioned at the border, and he was anxious to get through that part of the journey. "How far?" "An hour, maybe 2. Kerstin climbed down from the saddle. She groaned as she leaned back and stretched her arms over her head, then rocked her hips from side to side. Sir Gilkrist heard a hollow pop, and the witch cursed under her breath. She did not seem worried. "Go on, Getcha, go on," she whispered, directing the black Rouncy around by the bridle. "Go have a drink, you bloody—" The beast sauntered down to the bank and lowered its neck and began lapping and smacking at the cool current. Sir Gilkrist slurped a handful of water and splashed his face, then stood up with a sniff. Do you want me to fill your skin? Kerstin turned her head and blew out a stream of smoke. Would you mind terribly? He got her water skin from where it hung from the saddle pommel of her roundsy and knelt to fill it up. He still felt bad about how he'd treated her. She'd had no one else to turn to. That was clear enough. She wouldn't have been caught dead asking for his help otherwise. With Seneschal Fingal gone, it was likely he was the closest thing in the world she had to a friend. However, that didn't mean he trusted her. He plucked out the stopper and dunked the skin into the cold water. Are you going to tell me now about this plan of yours? My plan for what? For contending with the Scarce. With a hiss, she inhaled a long breath of smoke and held it in her lungs. Magic, obviously, she croaked, and breathed out a fragrant blue cloud. You do not have your broom. She shook her head. Don't need it. Not for this. He stood up and turned around to face her. Would you care to explain? Her lip curled sourly. She didn't, which meant she either enjoyed holding him in ignorance, or that he wouldn't like it. Possibly both. Fine, she said. I'll tell you, though you can be sure 'twill be a perilous endeavor, in which we shall both assume enormous risk. So in hindsight, you might prefer not to have known. Not likely. She clacked her teeth on the tip of her pipe. My plan is simple. At the time we arrive at Lestel's castle, I shall cast a spell on us both. He crossed his arms over his chest. What sort of spell? She took the pipe out of her mouth. Her blue eyes glimmered in the shade. I shall transfer my life force to you, and in so doing will imbue you with the strength and vitality to withstand the Scarce. For a while. You mean for me to be a decoy? The witch grinned, showing him her crooked teeth. You know, you really aren't as stupid as you look, and that always surprises me. Yes, I mean for you to be a decoy. You shall call out the master of the keep, and whilst the two of you are engaged, I will hasten into the castle, find Hinkle and my broom, and use it to entrap his soul before the life drains out of me completely. And what if you cannot find it? What if there be some locked door you cannot get through? Kerstin tapped the ember out of her pipe and twisted it beneath the toe of her high-laced boot. Sir Gilkrist, I have been through this backwards and forwards. There be only one course of action. If we do not succeed, we're history. There be no fallback, no fail-safe. We are taking a chance and risking everything on our triumph. Sir Gilkrist did not think much of that. Surely, had she not been so hell-bent on doing everything alone and in secrecy, they could have sought help from elsewhere. If they could have but explained the situation to the king, actually divulged everything about Hinkle, the broom, the Grand Mage. But then he would have to tell about the ritual, of how he had lied about Hinkle's dream. And likely, doubtlessly, Kerstin had such secrets of her own. Perhaps this was the lesser evil. He squeezed the hilt of his sword, reassuring himself of what he'd been told concerning the matter of his death, though it offered him little comfort. Fair enough. Kerstin looked surprised, impressed even. You're not in the least bit... I thought for sure you'd object, and I'd have to convince you all over. Make no mistake, he said, taking Falagi by the reins. I think it's a stupid plan, and I'm not at all pleased. And I cannot fathom how you allowed yourself to be... I mean, bloody Hinkle? The smile faded from Kerstin's face, and she glowered up at him as he swung himself into the saddle. You're right, she said quietly. The two of you really made a fool out of me. He looked away from her. Broom or no broom, he still found her gaze as unsettling as ever. Let's be getting on, he said nervously. We can worry about Lestel once we get across the border. Kerstin pressed her lips together
and trudged down towards her rouncy. "As you wish, my lord." Sir Gilkrist shifted his jaw as he looked out over the border crossing below. A large stone bridge spanned over an incredibly steep gorge, at the bottom of which, he understood, ran the Senia River. There was a way castle on either end of the bridge, where men from each kingdom were stationed. Each way castle had 2 gates, one for incoming traffic and one for outgoing. The gate coming into Akos had a long lineup. Refugees. The line stretched over the full length of the bridge, through the Kerrigan Way Castle, and up the road around the bend to where he could no longer see. There was no one at the outgoing gate. "Sunna e, Gunlash?" A brown-skinned Kerrigan man smiled up at him from under the brim of his straw hat, as he led a donkey laden with, apparently everything he owned, up the hill. A woman and 6 children followed close behind, their dusty belongings tied up on their backs. Sir Gilkrist looked down his nose at the family as they tramped by, but did not return the greeting. He looked again to the Akosian Way Castle. A lavender-clad knight and his lance fournie were questioning the incoming travelers. He did not like the look of that. The refugees might outnumber them 100 to 1, but on the bridge the way was narrow, and the Akosians had but to flip a lever to drop the portcullis and seal off the way into the kingdom. And the way out. Kerstin was staring at him curiously, blue eyes glittering in the mountain sun. "Nervous?" "Aye, that I am. What are we to say if they should ask about our business?" Kerstin scoffed. "I'd say there's little chance of that. Do you not see that line-up?" She snorted and spit as another family of refugees trudged past. "I should say those men will be glad for once to see someone heading in the other direction." Sir Gilkrist shook his head. "The traitor is still at large. Before I left, His Majesty said they were going to begin questioning everyone. All unauthorized absences are being investigated." "Did you not send His Majesty a letter?" "I did, yes. But I did not mention I would be going into Caragol. And even so, they would have no knowledge of it. What they would have is an order to keep an eye out for suspicious persons." He eyed her up and down. "I'd say at least one of us fairly fits that description." Kerstin scowled and pulled her hood a little tighter over the bandages around her head. "Then you'd better pray they have their hands too full to notice." "Fine. Let's take it slow like we're in no hurry." They trotted down the trail toward the bridge. A cool wind howled through the gorge, groaning beneath the stone arches. The evergreens swayed along the mountainside, and Sir Gilkrist squinted against the swirls of dust caught up on the breeze. His throat felt dry. He could hear their voices now, the Akosian men-at-arms questioning the travelers in Kerrigan, with barely any attempt at a respectable accent, and the quiet replies of the refugees, voices tense with desperation. As they neared the Way Castle, the knight glanced back toward them. To his alarm, he recognized his face. "Sir Leon," he hissed. "He will know who I am. I fought with him in Samar." Sir Leon did not seem to make the recognition himself. He turned back to the Kerrigans, who were beginning to give his men a hard time. One of the men-at-arms shoved a disgruntled refugee who'd tried to push through the gate. "You, get back!" "Stagger out," whispered Sir Gilkrist. "Then we'll dismount off to the right and place our horses between us and him. He may take note of my destrier, but our faces will be hidden behind the beasts." Kerstin did not turn, but nodded slightly and cantered her steed ahead a little, then slipped out of the saddle. Sir Gilkrist did the same. He led Falagi by the bridle, concealing his face behind the destrier's nose and the flank of Kerstin's rouncy. Suddenly, Kerstin led her beast too far ahead, allowing him to be partially seen. Sir Leon was looking at them again, peering at them curiously. His heart pounded. He was about to call them over to be questioned. But at the last second, he turned back to the commotion at the incoming gate. He ordered his men to back off, waving a group of refugees through. Sir Gilkrist held his breath. His skin tingled as they passed beneath the gate. Then a shout from behind them stopped his heart. "Seconde armette!" The line of refugees pressed to the right to make room on the bridge. A number of them eyed him curiously, and he tried to slouch a little to appear less noble. He and Kerstin spoke not a word. They had made it through the Akosian Way Castle. Now to make it through the Kerrigan one. Though in truth, he was not as worried about getting into Carrigal as he'd been about getting out of Akos. However, as they neared the far end of the bridge, 2 turbaned guards crowded the incoming gate. His heart sank as one of them held up a hand for them to stop. "Kerstin," he whispered. "Kerstin, what are we—" She ignored him. One of the guards was looking at him and speaking in an abrasive tone. He didn't understand a word. "Kerstin, do you—" Kerstin cut him off as she began jabbering away in Kerrigan. The other guard said something and flicked his finger at her head. A smirk formed on her black lips as she pulled back her hood and showed them the bandages, and whatever she said next caused the guards to frown and shake their heads. He swallowed dryly. His tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. Damn if he didn't wish she spoke Kerrigan. The guards were looking at him now, and Kerstin touched his arm and continued to prattle on, apparently to their satisfaction, for at last they stepped aside and waved them through. He resisted sighing with relief as he followed Kerstin through the gate. "What was that?" he asked as they climbed back onto their mounts. "What did you say?" "That my name is Meredith, and that I'm running away from my abusive husband to live with my sister in Kashuk." That would explain the bandages. "How do I fit into that?" "I told them you were my bodyguard. Terrible rumors about you, know." "That there be," he muttered. "Feel better now that we're through?" "I do, yes, though I am appalled at how quickly you can formulate a lie." Kerstin grinned devilishly. "I'd have thought you'd be well acquainted with how naturally lying comes for some people." He ignored her quip and turned in the saddle, looking back down over the hill at the long line of refugees held up at the Way Castle. "I do not understand," he said, "how Olgris could have led an army through here undetected. They would have been seen. There would have been reports in Klomm, days ahead." For a moment, Kerstin rode in silence, her eyes hidden behind the side of her hood, her black lips pressed firmly together. "You would not believe, Sir Gilkrist, how far the hand of the Grand Mage reaches. Indeed, you would not care to know." Chapter 7. 2 white-cloaked riders galloped through the Barbican up the Neck Road. They clattered over the drawbridge through the first gatehouse, across the stone bridge, and beneath the double portcullises of the second gatehouse, and on to the upper bailey of Castle Klomm, where they drew their steeds abruptly to a halt. Both were women, and as they each leapt down from the saddle, the taller and sterner of the 2 handed the reins off to the second, who led the panting mounts to the stable. The wind had picked up, and dark clouds were swiftly moving in, threatening rain. Lightning flashed suddenly as the first of the 2 women threw back her hood, quickly echoed by crack of thunder as she strode up the steps into the keep. Her rose-red hair spilled like a river of blood down her back. Her white cape flapped like a ship's sail behind her, emblazoned with the emblem of a red hammer beneath a crescent of red stars. Knights and men-at-arms stamped to nervous attention. Page-boys and servants scrambled out of her way, lowering their eyes, shuddering as though a cruel wind had swept through the castle corridors. The mood of the general public had changed in an instant, suddenly tense, as though the entire city was holding its breath. The Iron Countess had arrived in Klomm. Having received her messenger ahead of time, King Vashean had already called a meeting and sat waiting for her on the throne in the great hall. The gathering of knights and lords murmured and chuckled amongst themselves as thunder rumbled faintly overhead, and footsteps echoed ominously nearer. But as the doors of the great hall flew open, they all fell silent. Seneschal Isolde straightened on her crutch, and the 2 men-at-arms on either side of her stopped to attention. "Her ladyship, the Countess of Poel!" Dame Tanith advanced through the midst of her peers, flanked by her squire, and both women dropped to one knee at the foot of the throne. "Your Majesty," said the Countess, her voice deep, rich, and without emotion. "I made ready as soon as I received word. The forces of Poel are on their way. My life and the lives of my soldiers are at your disposal." King Vashean motioned for the women to rise.
"Indeed. Will you introduce us to your—"
"Yes," said Dame Tanith, turning to her squire. A pretty, but very serious, sharp-eyed young woman, whose brown hair was pulled into a tight bun. "This is Janessa, the daughter of—" Sir Cranmer interrupted her as he stepped forward from his peers.
"Janessa? Why, it's young Ginny. I thought I recognized you. You and your brothers used to catch tadpoles in the big pond in Lady Mildred's garden. I remember when you were—"
Some of the older men chuckled as he held his hand a little lower than his hip. The girl's ears turned pink. "My Lord Tirth, you dishonor me. I beseech you, please call me by my full name, and refrain from speaking of me in such familiar terms."
"Oh, I'm sorry," said Sir Cranmer. "Forgive me, I meant no offense."
The girl was about to reply, but a slight nod from the Countess ended the matter. "Perhaps," said Dame Tanith, "your Majesty would like to brief us on the situation?"
"Indeed. Sir Brock?"
"Yes, your Majesty." The sergeant-at-arms stepped forward and recounted all that had taken place, beginning with the initial assault from the sewers, the death of Lord Hammond, the timely aid of Sir Gilkrist and Sir Cranmer, and the apparent resurrection of Count Olgris. How the Witch of Klomm had destroyed the bridges and repelled the necromantic offensive with the barges, the arrival of himself and Lord Magnus with reinforcements, Hinkle's vision from the heroine, the counter-attack, how Sir Gilkrist had duelled with and defeated Count Olgris, how Dame Salanera and the Knight of the Briar Rose had defected to Akos, and how all evidence pointed to the Grand Mage of Carrigal. "My," said Dame Tanith, tracing a finger along her brow. "That is an awful lot of supernatural occurrences."
"It most certainly is, which I believe only reinforces the idea that this is the doing of the Grand Mage."
Dame Tanith folded her arms across her chest. "Yes, that is one theory. However, I myself find it difficult, unwise even, to trust the word of enemy knights whose testimonies have not been properly examined." He felt a surge of anger. The Countess might have been the sharpest and most deadly of his father's instruments, but he had little patience for this woman and her methods. She had not been here 5 minutes, and her first word of counsel was to— Dame Tanith opened her mouth, thought better of it, and smiled coolly. "There are other possibilities."
"You have another theory? Let us hear it."
Dame Tanith raised her chin. "Janissa, what do you think?" The squire looked to her master in surprise. "Did anything about these recent events strike you as suspicious?" Yes, madam. The initial assault, the surprise attack from the sewers. I understand there was a traitor involved, but how could a large army have approached unbeknownst to anyone? And trebuchets? On the West Mountain?" "A logistical implausibility," said the Countess. "I myself could not have engineered such a feat." King Vashean glanced to one side of the hall where Lord Kendrick hobbled forward on his crutch, leaning on Sir Welby for support.
"What are you saying?" said the Duke. "That we're a bunch of liars here in Klomm? That is what happened.
No one has said otherwise. We are merely observing that such events could not have occurred unless certain conditions were met. Which are, Janessa? The employment of formidable sorceries, madam. Such a theory might typically be ruled out, but given the number of incidents involving extremely powerful magic, we can fairly determine it to be the most reasonable solution. Now, where you currently suspect the Grand Mage of Caragol, this theory would seem to further implicate him. However, the second condition is that whoever arranged this surprise attack also had detailed knowledge of Klomm and the surrounding terrain. Indeed, said the Countess, and this could be more than one person, say, the Grand Mage and a turncoat man-at-arms. But there is only one person who meets both conditions, and I believe everyone here knows who that is. There was some murmuring among the knights and lords. In fact, can anyone tell me where she is now? No? Janissa, what else do we know? That the traitor is still at large, madam. The traitor is still at large, and the one individual who meets the conditions to accomplish such a feat is strangely missing. It would seem to me, your majesty, your lordships, that the most reasonable explanation is, Janessa, that the traitor is Kerstin, the Witch of Klomm.
Now just hold on, said Lord Kendrick. That doesn't even begin to make sense. Not at all, madam, said Sir Cranmer. Whatever that woman's faults may be, we can all attest, myself, Sir Welby, his Grace the Duke, and even your former squire, Sir Gilkrist, were he here, as eye-witnesses who fought on the front lines, that she all but single-handedly thwarted the Kerrigan advance.
Indeed, said Dame Tanith. But is it not suspicious she only intervened so competently after East Klomm was taken? Only after Lord Hammond was killed?
Lord Kendrick scowled. I don't much care for the direction you're taking this.
I don't believe you would, she said, examining her fingernails. After all, your grace, you had the most to gain from your brother's death. King Vashean lowered his face into his hand as the hall erupted into a shouting match.
How dare you, bellowed Lord Kendrick,
jabbing his finger at the Countess as Sir Welby struggled to restrain him.
You don't set a foot in this hall in 20 years, then all of a sudden you ride up in here and level an accusation like that? On my honor!
A number of the senior Igornell knights demanded to hear more about this notion of Lord Kendrick's conspiracy against his brother, arguing that if it was untrue, it would only serve to vindicate his grace, which in turn sparked outrage amongst Seneschal Isolde and the men-at-arms of Klomm, who refused to allow their liege lord to be put on trial. Sir Cranmer held out his hands and attempted to mediate between them. Lord Magnus looked about in confusion, his mouth hanging open, and Squire Janessa, alarmed by the sudden outburst of hostility, gripped the hilt of her sword, turning nervously this way and that, ready to defend her mistress with her life. All the while Sir Brock was getting red in the face from shouting for everyone to be quiet. King Vashean looked up to find Dame Tanith watching him coolly amid the commotion. She was not quite smiling, but nor did she seem at all displeased. She seemed to be waiting, curiously, to see what he would do. He scratched his beard irritably and held up his hand.
Enough!
The hall went quiet. He stared down at the Countess.
Madam, it would seem to me that you are intent on placing the blame on the Witch of Klomm and his grace, rather than Zildok Nassar.
Dame Tanith dropped to one knee. Forgive me, Majesty. I do not mean to acquit the Grand Mage. He very well could be the one behind it. I only wish to remain open to all possibilities. As should your Majesty. King Vashean shifted his gaze to Sir Cranmer, then across the hall to the Duke.
Let us consider this possibility, then, for a moment, that Lord Kendrick conspired with the witch against his brother. Now, you say Lord Kendrick stood to gain the most with his brother's death, but I do not see it. Even while his brother was Duke, Lord Kendrick owned vast properties in the duchy. He had access to a large portion of the Clementis family wealth, and he lived on a grand estate in the heart of the Klomm Valley, surrounded by orchards and vineyards, where he did nothing but hunt and eat lampreys and put on fetes and tournaments. In short, he had all the fun of being a duke, but without any of the headaches. The only thing he has gained from any of this is a suffering populace, a ravaged economy, and a mountain of paperwork.
Lord Kendrick jabbed his crutch toward the Countess.
There it is! You see? You see?
Squire Janessa seemed flustered by this apparent disproving of her mistress, but Dame Tanith herself showed no sign of humiliation as she rose to her feet. King Vashean stroked his beard.
As for the Witch of Klomm, what do you suspect that she should gain?
To this the Countess gave pause, then made her reply. I do not know, your Majesty, but I should like to begin asking questions. King Vashean frowned. He knew well what she meant by that. The rash on the back of his hand itched terribly, but he resisted the urge to scratch it.
Madam, he said, have you not abandoned your method of pragmatic deduction? I will remind you that our present suspicions, based on the testimonies of 3 Kerrigan nobles, indicate that all this was brought about when Kerstin stole a spellbook from the Grand Mage. There is the motive in that scenario. But in the scenario where she is the traitor and the engineer of this situation, if you cannot supply a motive, would the most reasonable explanation not be that the Kerrigans are telling the truth? The tiniest hint of a smile appeared on Dame Tanith's lips. Again, Majesty, forgive me, but 3 verbatim accounts given by 2 enemy knights and Count Olgris himself, offered willingly and untested by torture, should not be trusted. King Vashean raised his chin. As for the spellbook, has it been recovered? It has not.
Then I shall begin a search for it. If you were able to produce it, you might find it useful for diplomatic reasons, and it would reinforce the allegations against the Grand Mage.
Very well.
But I must insist, Your Majesty. He clenched his fist on the arm of the throne. He could hear in her voice what she was about to say. Again. That if we are to surge troops across the border on the basis that the Grand Mage is our foe, solely on the word of captured enemies, we must put them to the test. I understand Your Majesty does not care for such methods, but if there is any falsehood to their claim, we could be at war with Caragol.
No, madam, he said. Dame Selenera and the Knight of the Briar Rose have defected to our side. They have renounced Olgris and their Kerrigan allegiance, and pledged service to me.
I understand, Majesty, but the very fact that they have defected, I mean, the Knight of the Briar Rose of all persons. He gritted his teeth.
I have looked into their eyes and seen their good intentions. I believe they can be trusted.
Your Majesty, there is trust, and there is certainty. And there was that hint of a smile again. He gripped the arms of the throne.
Madam, you are now trying my patience.
Dame Tanith and her squire again fell to one knee. Forgive me, your Majesty. I wish only to ensure your victory at every turn.
Indeed, but as your king I forbid you, or anyone subordinate to you, from employing torture on any person.
Here he paused and offered his own triumphant smile.
Without first supplying sufficient reason to His Grace the Duke, and receiving his approval.
There was a slight twitch in Dame Tanith's brow as she turned her gaze upon the glowering Duke, and for the first time since she had entered the hall, her voice carried some emotion. You do not wish me to report directly to your Majesty?
I shall not be here.
King Vashean pressed his hands together in careful consideration.
I have received word from Lord Lothalay. It seems he has found himself in a rather desperate situation. For his sake, I can say no more than that, save that he must oversee the matter personally, and with all haste, and that he has had to postpone his wedding. As such, he is unable to assume his role as Knight Commander.
Again the hall erupted in commotion, as those present began to murmur in confusion and speculation. Even Dame Tanith glared in surprise, and looked to her squire in disbelief.
"What? Is it Sir Burke?" asked Lord Kendrick. "Is it the boy's father?"
The whispering swelled to greater volume. Sir Burke had been struck on the head with a mace in the Codish War, and was known to have been in poor health ever since. The consensus quickly developed that Sir Burke must be on his deathbed, and Sir Gilkrist had ridden back to Lothalay Manor. King Vashean held up his hand to silence them.
I can say no more, he said,
which apparently only confirmed the rumor.
However, as Sir Gilkrist will be unable to go with him, Lord Magnus will need someone else to accompany him and offer him wise counsel. Therefore I have appointed Sir Cranmer as Knight Commander, and after due consideration, I have decided myself to accompany the army.
This came as a shock to everyone present, and many voiced their objections. The most boisterous of these was that of Lord Kendrick, who insisted that it was a much-needed inspiration to the people of Klomm to have their king amongst them. Lord Magnus had said nothing so far, but the Count-in-Waiting looked particularly ruffled. He had lost his knight commander, and now his king would accompany him into battle. King Vashean knew what he was thinking. He was relieved, honored to have him join him, but worried that any glory he won would be usurped away from him. However, King Vashean also knew that the way things appeared now was not how they would unfold. Sir Brock held up his hand. "Silence, my lords!" King Vashean waited for the noise to die down.
"The matter is settled. I will go into Carrigal with Lord Magnus and the first wave. We march at dawn."
"Your Majesty," said Dame Tanith, "if I may say so, such an endeavor does you credit. It warms my heart to see you follow in the footsteps of your father." King Vashean resisted the urge to express his disgust at such a comparison. "As your Lady Marshal, I shall commit myself all the more to the oversight of our operations, knowing that your Majesty rides at the forefront."
"I'm sure you shall. Now, Lord Magnus, I believe you have an update on the arrival of your father's reinforcements. Chapter 8. Squire Blatchford knocked on the door. "His Majesty, the King!" A woman's voice came from inside, muffled and with a heavy accent, and a chambermaid opened the door and looked up at the two men sheepishly. "Wait outside, please." The squire nodded, and King Vashean turned to the maid. "You too, thank you." The door clicked shut behind him. A man in a green turban stood up and bowed, his left arm hanging limp in a sling. He was clean-shaven, and one whole side of his face was tattooed with thorny brambles. In the bed next to him was a youthful woman with black, shoulder-length hair, whose silk coat was draped over her shoulders, revealing her bandaged chest and abdomen. She propped herself up as best she could, and nodded, smiling, and rolled her hand out towards him in an exotic gesture of salutation. "Your Majesty," said Dame Selinera and the Knight of the Briar Rose together. "Ignur evandum hanum evandum," he said in fluent Kerrigan. "Good day, sir. Madam. How are you both?" "Oluksha et shekla," replied the young dame. "Quite well, thank you, your Majesty. The doctor is very kind to me." "Glad to hear it." He scraped up a chair on the opposite side of the bed from the Knight of the Briar Rose. The Knight of the Briar Rose looked down on the girl out of the corner of his eye and said dryly, "He is in love with you." "Is he indeed?" Dame Selinera blushed, but her face was a mask of cool bravado. "I think he is only sorry for me, because I am a woman, and because I was captured as an enemy. Either way, I have been ruined for any man." King Vashean folded his hands beneath his chin as he leaned forward. "Well, you have not been ruined for me. Even if you can never ride, even if you never walk again, I still expect you to serve me with all the reckless valor of a knight who has sworn me their allegiance." The girl smiled faintly. "How may we be of service, your Majesty?" "If I may," interjected the Knight of the Briar Rose, "I believe I know why your Majesty has come." "Do you now?" "The seed of doubt has been sown, no?" The king sighed. "It has. First Olgris, and now my own Lady Marshal, the latter of whom is only testing this theory to see if it will hold water, as is her way. Nevertheless, the seed has been sown, yes. And as we ride out on the morrow, I am assailed by second guesses." Dame Selinera looked horrified. "Your Majesty should... I am confused why you reveal such a thing to us." "It is a show of trust," said the Briar Rose, "and a sign of strength. A weak king must protect himself, but the truly powerful make themselves vulnerable." "Indeed," he said, "and I admit freely that I have bared my heart to you. I am risking everything on your word." "But, Majesty," said the young dame, "what have we done to deserve such confidence?" The king shrugged. "You haven't done anything. But where some rely on the facts, which, as my Lady Marshal suggests, do not support anyone placing much faith in either of you, I look at the people, and when I look at you, I can see, no matter what you have done, or to whom, I can see the goodness in your hearts, and upon that I place my faith." Dame Selinera looked away as she drew in a quivering breath, and the Knight of the Briar Rose shut his eyes in silent reflection. "But," he said, "I need to hear again from you both about the Grand Mage." "I have no proof," said the girl. "Only suspicions,
and the facts surrounding the matter, that the king has not been well, and that Princess Narren-Carry has been acting as regent on his behalf, and that the Grand Mage has been giving her counsel, and that there has been dark magic pervading this whole affair. But, Your Majesty, the Witch of Klomm, why do you not question her? Olgris mentioned her often, and the spell book she stole from his master. Surely, if you spoke to her, she would make everything much clearer.
King Vashean hung his head. I'm sure she would. I'm certain of it. If only she were a less elusive creature. But alas, since I have made my appearance, she is nowhere to be found.
The two Kerrigans looked at each other suspiciously. Then the Knight of the Briar Rose spoke his part. Your Majesty, as I have told you and your Sergeant-at-Arms, I have knelt in the shadows with the other more trusted and devoted followers, while Count Olgris communed with his master. On the few occasions this took place, it was a matter of great ceremony and veer. For when the master spoke, it was never in person, but in spirit. He appeared to us as a ghost from afar. No, I never saw his face, for it was always hidden by a cowl. But I heard his voice. I swear on my soul, it was the voice of Zildok Nassar, the Grand Mage. A flat, cruel voice, like the desert wind, and just as merciless. I have heard him address the court in the palace of Zerai, and even when speaking in gregarious tones, you can hear his malice. I do not doubt, Your Majesty, that as one who practices the use of their intuition, that if you stood before the Grand Mage and spoke to him, you would peer into his heart and see naught but greed and darkness. And this is a man who has the ear of the Princess Regent.
I see, said King Vashean grimly. That is what I came to hear. Now I should warn you. Dame Tanith can sometimes be overzealous in her devotion. I have forbidden her from laying a finger on either one of you. But as I will be absent, it's quite possible she may. He sighed hopelessly. Let's just say it would not be at all unlike her to completely disregard what I said, and decide for herself it would be within my own best interest to have you thoroughly interrogated.
Dame Selenera raised her chin. If that is how we might best serve Your Majesty, then I am not afraid. I, for one, would welcome the chance to prove my loyalty. If she comes, I will go willingly to my torment. Reckless valor indeed. Perhaps she sought to pay for the sin of marching under Olgris's banner. But her body was badly burned, and who knew if she would walk again? She had suffered enough as it was. The Briar Rose, however, said nothing. He made no such show of gallantry, and King Vashean could see in the man's face, beyond his mask of phlegmatic composure, that he had a more sober idea of what might await them. Perhaps he had witnessed before a man being questioned on the surgeon's table. Perhaps he had applied the instruments himself.
Madam, I am afraid you do not know what you are saying. On the contrary, I do not wish you to go willingly. If the Lady Marshal attempts to arrest you, she is acting in defiance of my direct command, and I implore you to fight for your lives. After conversing a little more with them, King Vashean took his leave, and Squire Blatchford followed after him down the castle corridor. He nodded absently as a pair of passing men-at-arms moved aside and stomped to attention. They were on the second floor of the keep, and their route took them by the large window situated over the main entrance. King Vashean paused, tapping his fingers on the stone sill as he looked down into the ward.
Mounted knights and men-at-arms of Igornell, clad in blue and green-quartered surcoats, were trotting out through the gatehouse to meet the rest of the army, horses and packs laden with provisions for the campaign. Lord Magnus was bellowing orders in shrill tenor, and Sir Cranmer, dressed in the cream and cyan colours of Turth, was crossing the ward towards him, followed by his Samaran Islander, who led their horses. Directly below, his eye caught a flash of red, the Lady Marshal and her squire standing at the top of the steps, watching the procession. He winced as he scratched the rash on the back of his hand. In the coming morning, this loud, unwieldy force would march for the border of Caragol, churning up mud and resources like a swarm of locusts. There was nothing more illogical or uncompromising than an army, an administration of men and women, categorized neatly in a chain of command, following without question the orders of their superiors. It was a motion, an entity even, beyond the persons it was comprised of. It was almost a being in itself, a being which could not be reasoned with any more than a tidal wave or a blade in mid-swing. And yet, no matter how he played it out in his mind, he could not keep the army from marching. He had to answer what had taken place in Klomm with a military response. But he knew all too well it was using a battle-axe to do the job of a scalpel. His father had reveled in war, and found his worth in victory on the battlefield. But Vashean had long vowed to be a different king than his father, a better one. Not a king remembered for the vast territories conquered, or the bloody battles won, but for the senseless slaughter which was avoided, for the poor who did not starve, and for the weak and helpless who were not trodden over while he ruled. The question was, how far would he take it? What evils would he take onto himself for the sake of those in his charge? What dark and secret deeds? What lies would he tell? How much blood would he spill? And whose? He smiled, stroking his beard as he considered what the Knight of the Briar Rose had said. Not just about the Grand Mage, but what he had said about him as a king. It was true he had made himself vulnerable to those he trusted. However, because there were those he did not trust, or whom he trusted to act a certain way, it was sometimes necessary for the left hand not to know what the right hand was doing. And this was absolutely one of those times. "Blatchford," he said, "I've got a job for you." Chapter 9. To my cherished guest. I am sorry, my pet, if I startled you in the corridor the other night. I lament presenting myself as such a cruel host. Yet, curiosity does have its consequences. Loiter too long in the shade of the tree of knowledge, and you may wish to eat of the forbidden fruit. And of course, who but a young woman in the flower of her youth is more disposed to succumb to temptation? As it must fall to old and learned men to pluck out the weeds which spring up in the minds of your sex, so it must fall to me to steer you from suffering a similar fate to that of the other girl who once enjoyed the comforts of my hospitality. You see, I was too lenient with her, too patient, too trusting. As a result, not even I can recall whence she has last seen the sun or felt the wind upon her face, and that weighs heavily upon my conscience. I will not allow the same to happen to you. You have been warned. L. P.S. I hope the food has been to your liking. Orange light spilled into the dark chamber with a quiet groan as Hinkle pushed open the tall double doors. Shadows loomed and twisted, and candle flame glistened on the surfaces of polished wood and ancient leather. Bookshelves. Rows and rows of bookshelves. The library of Stel Calghād. Some of the shelves were broken or overturned, and many of the books were scattered across the floor, their pages torn out. There had either been a vicious battle in the library, or someone had been searching for something desperately, and with a foul temper. Despite making it clear that he had only scared her to keep her from the dungeon, it had been several nights before Hinkle found the nerve to venture outside her bedchamber. She set aside her mission of attempting to speak to the princess for the time being, unable to bring herself to risk whatever new horror the Scarce might visit upon her in return for a second trespass. So unsettling was the thought of encountering him again, she avoided that wing of the castle altogether. Tonight, she had hoped to find some way out of the keep, but as she peered at the infinite number of books, a new thrill came over her. Lestel's library would be centuries old. Who knew what secrets might be uncovered in his lore? What answers? If there was a way to learn about the curse she was under, it would be found here amongst these ancient tomes. She held up the candelabra and turned about, wondering where to begin. She buried her face in her elbow and coughed as she blew the dust off the filmy spines. The titles were in the Codish tongue, and much of the text was faded, but she could still make most of it out. However, this section only contained works such as An Alchemist's Guide to Metallurgy, or The Properties of Various Crystals, which were of no use. After examining several more bookshelves, Hinkle wandered into a section on astrology and constellations. On the other side of the aisle were books on navigation. There were objects on the shelves as well, globes, a sextant, an astrolabe on a fine chain. She bumped into something in the middle of the aisle, and her heart thumped into her throat as it fell against the shelf and crashed loudly to the floor. Hinkle raised the candelabra and held her breath, wondering what priceless item she might have damaged beyond repair. Her eyes widened, and her heart sank as she saw it was an intricate and obviously expensive brass instrument. A surveyor's theodolite mounted on a wooden tripod. She had completely smashed it. However, she quickly reminded herself that the library was in disarray, and that it could have easily been knocked over in whatever commotion had taken place. It needn't have been her fault. And what was the Scarce going to do with survey instruments anyway? She turned her attention to the long rolls of brown parchment that had fallen over. They had been stacked on end on the bottom shelf with a dozen others. With them was a thick book, worn and badly damaged, with many loose yellow pages, frayed and tattered from frequent use. The cover nearly came off as Hinkle pulled it from the shelf. She opened it on her lap, and as she saw the long list of names and numbers, she knew exactly what it was. The Baronet of Sweetwater almost always had a book like this open on his desk, though it was much smaller and not nearly as old. It was a record of all the lords and villeins who lived in Stel Calghād, dates of birth, taxes owed. The scrolls must then be. Hinkle set down the candelabra and unfurled the one nearest to her knee. It was a survey plan of some large plot of land, which had likely been leased to one of Lestel's retainers, or one of his ancestors' retainers. It was useless. Who knew how many centuries old it was? And the writing and numbers on it were all but illegible. Not that she knew what any of it meant. She hoped, though, she might find a map that would give her a general overview of the realm. That would at least be something. She had no such luck. She looked through every plan on the shelf, but none of them offered anything of use. She sighed and began rolling them up again and putting them back. Then she tried standing up the theodolite, but was unable to get the legs even, and it looked rather lopsided. She decided it was fine the way it was, and went on her way, but let out a sharp yelp as she stubbed her toe and tripped headfirst into the theodolite, crashing to the floor on top of it. She was sure she felt the tripod leg snap beneath her. Something like a telescope had broken off the brass instrument and rolled lazily down the aisle. Fortunately, though, only 2 of the flames in the candelabra had been extinguished in the fall. She sat up, hissing an oath, relit the dead candles, and saw what had tripped her up. That bloody record book. It lay open on the floor several feet away, many of the tattered pages strewn around it. She'd practically kicked it to pieces when she'd fallen over. Hinkle stuffed the pages back into the book and shoved it back on the shelf. But as she did, the ancient cover, having reached at last the limit of its abuse, tore free from the spine and allowed the entire clump of yellow pages to slide out onto the floor. Well, that's just... Huh? What's this? There had apparently been additional documents tucked in the back of the record book, folded together and pressed flat over the centuries. But what had caught Hinkle's attention was that the first of these documents was attached with a wax seal and purple and silver ribbon. To her amazement, it was the very deed to the castle and surrounding lands thereof. Her heart pounded with excitement. With it came a map, an index of the plans she had just looked through, but no less useful as it gave her some bearing of the Scaravisi's realm. And something else. Hinkle gasped as she looked upon an ancient drawing she believed would be of great benefit in her escape. The floor plan of Castle Stel Calghād. She let the other document slip to the floor as she turned it right side up, her mind racing as she struggled to conceptualize the places she had been in the castle within the dimensions of the plan. Where was her bedchamber? Where was a library? Where was... To her disappointment, the elusive 3rd tier of the dungeon was not shown. Nevertheless, she should sit down and study it in detail. She had seen a desk earlier, in an open area between the shelves, heaped with books and draped in cobwebs. She went back to it and set down the candelabra as she cleared a space. The chair at the desk had a leather back with a long gash that felt uncomfortable to lean against. Hinkle sat down on it and pulled it closer to the desk with 3 noisy squeaks. Then she leaned over the plan, twirling a strand of her golden hair between her fingers. Already, a passage of interest had jumped out at her. She traced her finger along it to where the edge of the plan curled up against the remaining stack of books. And it was then that Hinkle made the most important discovery of her time as the guest of Prince Lestel. Needing the extra room to unfurl the plan, Hinkle threw the books down one by one on the floor beside the desk. They were fat tomes, heavy enough to need 2 hands to lift, and they made great clouds of dust as they thudded to the floor. The last book was the largest and oldest of all, and as Hinkle reached for it, she cocked her head in curiosity. The history of Stel Calghād. Perhaps there might be some useful knowledge within the pages of this ancient tome, something that might give her insight into the curse she was under, or some helpful fact about her malevolent host. She rolled up the floor plan and pushed the tome to the center of the desk, eager to learn what manner of persons had once stalked the halls of this castle, and what sort of deeds they had done so very long ago. However, as Hinkle opened the book of the Scaravisi's ancestry, she discovered his lineage could be traced back much further than she had realized. And though the blessed heroine slew Salsabil with the silver spear, the same which had transfixed the Shayle's own heart, the devil had strucketh upon her many wounds, and had so hurt her to the death that the life had gone out of her before she had come down from the mountain, as it is written in the sacred scripts. So, too, is it written that the followers and closest friends of Morag, seeing that the earth no longer broke and trembled, and that the sky no longer burned with fire, and that the foe of man had been smitten down, went up to meet her, and found her dead. For it was the will of Ashali that the heroine should perish in her victory, so that those who found her might witness him carry her spirit aloft, and testify to the world of the promise of life thereafter. In the days following her ascent in the realm of the Ascenti, the followers of Morag decided among themselves that care of the silver spear would be given to Lord Hanok den Gaste, who was her closest friend and her trusted adviser. But Lord Hanok had been disillusioned by the death of Morag, for though she had been married, he had loved her secretly and was blinded by his desire. Though he had witnessed her ascent, in his despair he soon forgot it, for his faith in Ashali had died with the heroine, and he began to resent the god she had served. This resentment turned to hate, this hatred to opposition, and Lord Hanok devoted himself to evil. When word of his wickedness reached the other followers, they sent 3 of their number to retrieve the silver spear and attempt to bring him back to the faith. But they did not know of Hanok's secret passion, or that his jealousy was far more venomous following the heroine's death, and among those they sent was Morag's widower. Instead of doing as they asked, Lord Hanok invited them into his castle under the pretense of goodwill, then seized them and had them skinned. When the followers heard of this, there was great distress and outrage. The 2 sons of Morag, Aden and Samad, who had been born during the war against the Okari and had now grown into daring warriors, raised an army and laid siege to Castle Den Gaste. The fighting was fierce, and when the defenses were breached, Aden fell amid the charge. Samad lost a hand to Lord Hanok himself as they fought atop the castle walls, and would also have been slain had he not so much the look of his mother. For when Lord Hanok looked upon his face as he writhed in the agony of his severed limb, it was not Samad he saw, but the heroine herself. And seeing what he had done, and how the spirit of his beloved must weep because of him, he cast aside his sword, and wrapping a rope around his neck, threw himself from the rampart. Yet this brought no peace to the land. Many could not believe that Lord Hanok, being so close a friend to the heroine, could be capable of such treachery, and attribute it to rumor. Among them was King Pell, who had supported Morag against the Okari with every resource at his disposal. Having long known Lord Hanok to be a courageous and honorable man, who at Morag's side had been no less than a champion of righteousness, King Pell suspected the seed of envy had crept in amongst Morag's followers, and that the silver spear was the true object of contention. Because of this, he demanded the spear be turned over to him for safekeeping, until a new guardian could be chosen under his moderation. This was well with the followers, who owed their allegiance to their king, but Samad, who thought himself capable of the same deeds as his mother, would not see that it was only by Ashali's power she had struck down the Okari, and that it was beyond him to drive the forces of darkness from the world. He believed it was his right and divine duty to take up the spear and carry on his mother's mission, stamping out the evil and tyranny of those such as Lord Hanok. And so the land was divided between those who supported the king and those who stood by Samad. Thus began the Relic Wars, and Selsabil, who was destroyed in body but whose spirit lingered, again sowed chaos across the land. After 40 years of bloodshed, Samad repented of his defiance and offered the silver spear to the king. But King Pell, whose kingdom had been ravaged, his resources depleted, and his sons killed in battle, wanted nothing to do with the spear or with Samad. Instead, he summoned Father Bellior and Father Carmack of Ken, who with the other remaining followers of the heroine had formed the Morrigan Church and devoted themselves to lives of peace and contemplation. It was their counsel that a person be chosen to carry the spear away to a sacred resting place, and not allow it to cause strife in the land. Sir Gilkrist the Kind, a young and pious knight whose blade had never been stained with the blood of men, was elected to this task. So Sir Gilkrist the Kind took the silver spear of Morag deep into the mountains, where he built a shrine for it, and vowed to live in chastity and watch over it as its guardian until the end of his days. But Sir Gilkrist was not long in his demise. One spring afternoon, when the snow had melted and the mountain streams were gushing, a landslide destroyed the shrine and buried him alive. His squire Hespian returned from hunting in the forest and dug his master free. But Sir Gilkrist lived only long enough to pass on the guardianship to his squire, and to hear his oath. Then Hespian built a tomb for his master, and laid in it the silver spear. But Hespian was ill-suited to the monastic life, and even while his master yet lived, he had fallen in love with a shepherd girl from the valley, whom he married and with whom he had sons. And so the silver spear was passed on, first from Selsabil who wrought it, to Asheli, whose pierced heart purified it, to Morag, who slew with it the Okari and smote Selsabil to his doom, to Hanok, who did evil, to Samad, the second son of Morag, to Gilkrist the Kind, to Hespian, who became lord among the mountain folk, to Jodris, son of Hespian, to Ustar the Defender, son of Jodris, who repelled an invasion, and in whose time Stel Calghād was built. Hinkle's eyes raced across the page, her heart pounding in her chest, as she passed over generation after generation, tracing her finger over each line. Son of, whose mother was... Hinkle paused, holding her breath as she came to the very last name in the lineage. She whispered it aloud with a trembling voice. To Lestel, son of Ravel, who feuded with the Duke of Zalion. She felt a sudden tickle on her lip, and to her alarm, red droplets dribbled onto the page. Hinkle cupped her nose. Then she went stiff. From somewhere in the castle, there came the deep and dissonant tolling of a bell. She stood there, frozen, her palm pressed under her nostril, blood trickling down her wrist, listening to that eerie donging. Hinkle whipped around as the doors burst open, and a howling wind blasted through the library. Dust and yellow pages fluttered from the shelves. Books came dislodged, slapping to the floor in dozens, then were snatched up by the whirling gale. Wood creaked and groaned and cracked as bookshelves fell against each other, torn up from the base by a violent force. Stones buckled and snapped as the very walls of the castle shuddered in the tempest. The ceiling split and crumbled, and giant slabs of rock crashed into the floor around her. Backing up against the desk, Hinkle threw her arms across her face and screamed silently into the deafening roar as an avalanche of paper, wood, and stone swept over her and crushed every bone in her body. Chapter 10. Hinkle woke up with a cough, blinking in the dusty haze. It was daylight, though a brown cloud seemed to blot out the sun. There was a figure moving through the cloud a long way off, a stumbling wraith, moaning and wailing. She could not make out what they were saying. She felt her eardrums had been ruptured by the noise of the blast. She lay atop a pile of rubble, plastered with mud. She could barely move, and it took all her strength to roll onto her back. He was getting closer now. It was a he, she could tell, for now that he was nearer, She could better make out his voice over the painful ringing in her ears. He was calling someone's name. "Over here," she croaked, but it came out as no more than a rasp. Her throat was so dry. What she wouldn't do for a sip of water. She winced and coughed again, and looked to see if he was getting closer. He wasn't. He was staggering past her, his eyes wide with panic and adrenaline. "Over here, please," she whimpered dryly, and began to sob as he passed on by. Then she saw, several feet away from her, the white hand, half buried in the grayish earth, fingers bent and broken. And as everything came into focus, Hinkle found her strength and her voice. "Sir Gregis!" cried the man. "Sir Gregis!" "Here!" she screamed, crawling with new vigor toward the hand. "He's over here!" She clawed at the loose earth, scooping it away with her bare hands. Scrambling over, the young man dropped in the dirt beside her and began digging frantically. They worked in silent desperation, and soon uncovered the face of the buried man. He was still conscious, and smiled grimly up at them from the mud. Hinkle stood back to give them room. "Oh, my master!" the young man cried. "Hespian, the heroine, speaketh not! I will dig thee free!" "Nay, my time is short. Hearken thou to me." "My master," said Hespian, and leaned his ear to Sir Gregis's face. "I commit my sacred task to thee. Thou must guard it, and watch over it all thy days. Wilt thou swear it?" "I do swear it." "And dost thou swear," and it seemed to Hinkle that Sir Gregis was looking at her, "to devote thyself to a life of holy contemplation and sacred chastity as the guardian of this blessed object?" Hespian said nothing and began to weep. Sir Gregis flashed his eyes, and Hinkle was certain he was speaking to her and not his squire as he asked again, "Dost thou swear it?" She stammered. "Forgive me, my master," cried Hespian, "but I cannot. The yoke of virginity is too much for me to bear. I have taken a wife. Forgive me." Sir Gregis shifted his eyes back and forth in confusion, and there was a long pause in which there was only the trickling of gravel and Hespian's quiet sobs. The master's face softened. "Thou art forgiven. Wilt thou commit thy sons to this task?" "I swear it. My line shall keep watch over the spear as thou." "Then in the name of Morag, upon whom the spirit of Ashali came in power, I speak this blessing upon thy line. So long as one of thy descendants watcheth over the spear, they shall not pass until there is one who will succeed them." Sir Gregis stared unblinking up at the pale sun. "Master," said Hespian. "My master, Sir Gregis!" Hinkle lowered her eyes as a mournful wail went up from the squire. When she looked again, the mud and earth had been cleared away, and a new shrine had been built, around which stood a crowd of people watching. Drums were pounding, slow and steady, and soon she saw Hespian coming at the head of a torchlit procession with a marble casket on a wagon drawn by mules. Then years flashed by before her eyes. Snow fell around the shrine, flowers bloomed, then withered, and the seasons cycled by again. Then there was a great construction around the shrine, tall wooden cranes and men on scaffolds setting blocks of stone, the building of the castle. Then it was complete, and there was a grand celebration. But again the seasons came and went. The noise of festivities became the roar of battle, and the light of raging fires cast shadows of violence against the castle walls. In the blink of an eye, the score was settled, and ravens screeched in a haze of smoke, descending on the dead men littering the cliffside. Suddenly a door slammed behind her. A young lady, perhaps a princess, stormed into the long gallery where an older man with a dark beard stood in front of a marble fireplace. She was angry, and her fierce and exotic accent filled the gallery. "Oh, my father, what is this my mother tells me that you have done?"
"Oh, my daughter," said the man, "why is it you come to me with a raised voice and hostile looks when I have done nothing but secured everlasting wealth and happiness for you and your children?"
"Happiness? Happiness? The Vizier of Kodzir is 60 years old."
"He is, and in his 40 years he has become a wise and patient man. And Estensia, do you not know? He is richer than the king himself."
"I have heard that, yes." She rubbed her bare arms. "But, my father, did you not also receive a proposal from Prince Stel? He declared his love to me."
Her father set his jaw and stared into the fire. "Estensia, my love, Prince Stel comes from a brave and noble line. But it is well known that as the rulers of the borderlands deep in the mountains, his kin have accumulated enormous debts from repelling invasion after invasion, which he has inherited. No, I cannot let you marry him."
"But—"
The man held up his hand. "No, I'll hear no more of this. It's all been arranged. You leave at the end of the month."
The girl's lip quivered, but she said no more and turned to leave. It seemed she was about to walk straight into Hinkle, but when she attempted to step aside, she found she could not move, and she had the bizarre sensation of Estensia passing through her. At once, she was somewhere else. It was night. Stel and his men crouched among the trees as a coach hung with lanterns and an entourage of horsemen bearing torches made their way along the forest road. The signal was given. Arrows flew, horses screamed, and the men of Stel Calghād fell upon the procession. But in the commotion, the coach driver was shot dead out of his seat. The horses reared in terror and bolted into the night. Stel slew a man, and pulling him from his steed, mounted it and gave chase. He drove his charger hard alongside the runaway coach, shouting over the rumbling wheels and thundering hooves, "Estensia! Lady Estensia!" The girl appeared in the window of the coach, her eyes wide and frantic in the light of the swinging lanterns, her dark curls flapping across her pallid face. The road veered sharply up ahead, around the edge of a cliff, and Stel reached out his hand. "You must jump, Estensia!" The coach door opened, and the girl moved out to the edge, but would not let go of the rattling frame. "Reach out to me, my love!" The girl shook her head, afraid. "Reach, Estensia! You must jump!" The cliff was fast approaching. Even now they might not stop soon enough. "Jump, Estensia! Now! Estensia! Estensia!" At last Stel's horse, wiser and better trained than the stupid, terrified beasts drawing the coach, skidded to a halt, nearly throwing him from the saddle. And the prince, his mouth opened wide in utter dismay, stretched out his hand after Lady Estensia, as she was borne over the edge with a despairing shriek. Then there was only the whisper of wind among the cliffs. Then she saw Stel scowling as he leaned over the ramparts of Stel Calghād. He was dressed for battle, and his men-at-arms were all around him. For below, a vast army was setting up a siege camp. "O most revered and holy prince," spoke a brightly clad retainer from nearby, "why do you hesitate to send down a herald? Do you not wish to hear the terms of our oppressors?" Before he could reply, his sergeant-at-arms grabbed the man by his silken shirt. "A herald," he hissed. "And which miserable fool do you propose we send down there to be skinned alive by the Duke of Zalion? I tell you the truth, Lord Orpheus has come only for our heads." "Then how shall we withstand him?" wailed the retainer. "He has the support of the vizier." To this the sergeant-at-arms had no reply, and all eyes looked to the prince. But Stel only tightened his grip on the parapet, his face setting into a deeper scowl. Hinkle blinked, and some time had passed, for the walls of the castle were now battered and dirty. Black smoke rose into the grey sky. In the keep, the sergeant-at-arms and the retainer conspired in the empty foyer. There was dust in their shaggy hair, and they had not shaved in some time. Their clothes were soiled, and they were much thinner now, and there was a feral look in their hungry eyes. "I have received a message from the Duke," whispered the retainer. "He will spare us if we open the gate and turn over the prince." "How can we trust him to keep his word?" asked the sergeant-at-arms. "His men tire from the siege as much as we, and Lady Estensia's blood is not on our hands, but that of our master. It is on him the Duke will avenge himself. But we must all be of one mind." "He will find no resistance. Not one man within these walls would stand in his way. If he will let us live, the castle is his." The retainer grinned darkly. "I will let him know." Stel appeared at the top of the stairs. The two men had not seen him, but Hinkle knew from his heartbroken expression he had overheard what they were saying. Quickly adorning the mask of a noble composure, he spoke down to them. "Ah, there you are," he said. "I wish to send a message to Lord Orpheus." "O most revered and holy prince," said the retainer with near sardonicism, "what is it you wish your servant to make known?" "I wish to surrender myself to him. He may have the castle and my life, if he will grant safe passage to you all." The faces of the two men lightened at the prospect of saving their skins without shaming themselves with betrayal. "It is not fair," continued the prince, "that 100 men should starve with me just so I can avoid torment. Besides, I can bear this hunger no longer. Whatever abuses the Duke may visit upon me shall pass more quickly than starvation. This night shall be my last. We shall make a feast of what remains of our rations. In the morning you will open the gates and turn me over to my foes." "O most revered and holy prince," said the retainer, smiling devilishly, "to hear is to obey." But what came next was more unsettling than anything Hinkle had yet seen. Water being drawn from the well outside the keep, then men-at-arms, squires, pages, serving women seated in the great hall to eat up the remainder of their stores. It was a girl Hinkle's age who first clutched her stomach with a grimace of discomfort. Then others too groaned and rubbed their bellies. Suddenly the sergeant bolted from his seat and spewed blood all over the table. Screams rang out, and oaths of anger. Then the hideous noise of retching filled the hall, echoed with sickening splatters. And as the castle residents convulsed and vomited and crumpled up like dying spiders, Prince Stel leaned on the arm of his throne, sneering into his empty goblet as he looked down on their demise. She then saw him stalking through the castle with a drawn sword, wet with crimson. In the foyer he found the retainer still alive, who, when he saw the prince, stumbled back with horror onto the stairs. "Oh, my prince!" he cried. "Oh, most revered!" The man clapped his hands beneath his chin as the prince chopped out his throat, gurgling and kicking his feet as the life drained slowly out of him, till at last he turned his eyes upward and went still. Casting aside his sword, Stel sank to his knees and held out his dripping hands, beginning his infernal rite. And again came the eerie donging of a bell, whose steady tolling drowned out his unholy utterances, save the following, which could be heard over the discordant bongs as the prince cried out with malevolent charisma. "By the grace of Gregis I shall serve thee. Let this vow be kept to me, that I might rise again, and with the cup of vengeance worship thee. Let me not pass away until my successor comes, but let me be my own successor, and keep that which beneath here lies, not in the name of he whom it first slew, but in the name of he who wrought it." Then, as the disharmonious tolling of the bells quickened and intensifying to greater alarm, Stel hunched over the body of his retainer, and with a crazed look in his eye, sank his teeth into his flesh. Hinkle awakened with a gasp. Dust shimmered on the pale rays peering in through the great windows. It was dawn, barely, and she was still in the library. She had fallen asleep on the desk. It had all been a dream. Or a vision. Her head was already swimming with the rising of the sun, and as she began to roll up the floor plan, her limbs trembled weakly. Her heart was still thumping from the things she'd seen. The final image in particular made her shudder. The wet smackings of Stel gorging on the flesh of his retainer. An unsettling possibility occurred to her, but one she was not prepared to explore. She quickly ushered the thought away before it could fully form within her conscious mind. Her stomach rumbled, and she stood up too quickly, throwing her hand out for balance as she was overcome by an onset of dizziness. She must return quickly to her room. She was feeling faint with hunger. Chapter 11. A cacophony of noise rose from the rooftops of Klomm. The entire army had gathered along the street to send off the army. Over the booming drums and the steady cadence of 10,000 boots, people cheered and waved, showering the columns of marching men in blessings and confetti. All along the way, dark green flags and banners hung from windows or fluttered from clotheslines overhead, embossed with the golden bear and crescent moon of Akos. At the head of the procession, Lord Magnus Igornell led a column of knights in resplendent mail. Their tunics were bright green and cobalt blue, and pennants of the same colors streamed from their lances. The young count-in-waiting was basking in the attention, waving enthusiastically and showing off his gap-toothed smile. "Fear not," he shouted. "We'll make them pay. We'll see that justice is done in Caragol." An even louder cheer erupted from the onlookers. Beside him, King Vashean gave a faint smirk, but held his tongue, preoccupied with the events which would soon unfold. As they trotted down the hill toward the east gate of the city, he turned in the saddle and looked down the column of Igornell knights. There was a gap at the end, and at the head of the following column rode Knight Commander Sir Cranmer in his cream and cyan surcoat, mustaches drooping, his expression grave. Behind him, marching in formation with the troops of Igornell, was the Samaran Wolgwa, curved sword at his side, bow slung across his back in a leather sheath. Near the gate, the road was lined with men-at-arms of Klomm, all clad in lavender tunics bearing the crest of a black dragon spewing tongues of red flame. Many of them were wounded, their arms in slings, their heads wrapped in bloody bandages. Beneath the gate, with her two squires Goddard and Havel, Seneschal Isolde leaned on the crutch underneath her arm. As the procession approached, she hobbled to one side of the street, and with a loud command, drew her sword and held it up to her nose in salute. The others did the same, and those with spears and pikes lowered them at an angle so King Vashean passed beneath them. Outside the gate on the drawbridge, Lord Kendrick propped himself up with a cane, his knee wrapped in a bandage. With him were Sir Welby, the last living knight of Klomm, and Bishop Allen in his mitre and purple robe, shepherd's crook in hand. Gathered with them on the bank of the moat were the surviving priests, monks, and nuns. It had been Olgris's mission to exterminate the clergy folk from East Klomm, to raze the churches to the ground, and desecrate any sacred site so that his master's unholy magics could be worked within the city. King Vashean held up his hand to halt the column, and he and Lord Magnus dismounted and knelt before the bishop. "A Shaley bless you and watch over you," said Bishop Allen, holding out the two-fingered sign of benediction. "May he strengthen you with his mighty hand, as he did his servant Morag. May he send his spirit upon you and grant you his holy wisdom. Go forth in power as agents of his mercy and justice, in the name of he who is the author of life, over whom death has no governance."
"Amen and amen," said King Vashean and Lord Magnus together, touching their foreheads, lips, and hearts.
As they climbed back upon their mounts, Lord Kendrick limped toward King Vashean.
"Good luck, your majesty. Myself and the people of Klomm will not soon forget the thoughtfulness you showed coming here and joining personally in the fight against our foes." "Think nothing of it. I was happy to help. I only hope that upon my return to Klomm, I will find her in happier circumstances."
"Indeed, your majesty. Magnus, fight well."
King Vashean was about to ride on, but he offered the Duke and Sir Welby a second glance.
"Your Grace, if you should happen to discover the traitor before Dame Tanith, will you do them an act of kindness and put them out of their misery before she gets her hands on them?"
Lord Kendrick nodded, scowling.
"As much as I have no wish to spare them from torment, neither do I wish to indulge that frigid, that is to say, her ladyship."
"I think what his grace means to say," said Sir Welby, "is that we shall dispense swift justice in your majesty's name."
"Yes, that," muttered the Duke.
King Vashean smiled faintly.
"Very good. Be well, your grace."
The two bowed and made way, and as the column advanced once more, the monks and nuns began to sing, and the priests and bishops gathered alongside the procession to sign blessings upon the marching men. The roaring cheers and harmonious chanting faded away behind them as they crossed the fields towards the East Mountain, and the only sounds were the slow pounding of the drums further down the line, snorting horses, the occasional cough or spit, and the steady, crunching clops of many hooves along the road. King Vashean tightened his grip on the reins. Up ahead, under the shade of an enormous oak tree, the most devoted but most unruly of his servants waited to see him off. Her face veiled in dappled shadow, Dame Tanith sat upon a brown destrier, wearing a proud but stern expression, her white-cloaked staff formed up behind her. No words were spoken, only a mutter from the Countess as she drew her sword, and Squire Janessa and the others did the same. As the knights of Powell saluted him with their gleaming blades, their steeds each thrust out their right leg and drew back their left and bowed their heads to the ground. He watched the Iron Countess from the corner of his eye as he trotted by. What did she think of this whole affair, being left behind to plan maneuvers from a desk while Lord Magnus led the army in the field, and of he himself accompanying him? In her mind, did he resent her for the ruthlessness she had displayed in his father's campaigns? Did she suspect he had pushed her aside because he was soft, a gentle king, with no use for such a terrible instrument? Or had she seen through the facade and peered into his quiet schemes? She glanced up as he rode past, and the hair prickled on the back of his neck as he felt her chill gaze upon him. There was something off about her, something which struck a disharmonious feeling in his bones. He had met her many times throughout his life, and it was only since she had returned from the Samar Islands her proximity had given this sensation. Perhaps, he told himself, it was the war that had changed her. He knew too well that his father could not have enjoyed so many daring victories on the battlefield without the Iron Countess winning many secret triumphs beforehand. Numbers, names, places, all pried from the lips of some poor wretch before they were silenced forever on the end of a rope. Perhaps she had crossed the line. Moroa had been her invention after all. But in his heart, he knew what was the cause of this premonition. She had served his father with absolute devotion. How could she serve a new master with the same kind of loyalty? King Vashean set his face to the road ahead, and when the first column had ridden past, Dame Tanith sheathed her sword and smiled coolly. "Come, Janessa," she said. "There is much to be done." The squire gave a nod, and as Dame Tanith spurred her charger into a canter, her white-cloaked knights filed one by one into formation behind her. They galloped toward the city on the grass alongside the moving column, white capes fluttering behind them. Suddenly there was a flash of movement on the other side of the column, then pounding hooves. A rider, charging full tilt to the head of the column. Dame Tanith snapped her head around with an icy glare, but her suspicions were appeased as she made out the flapping purple cape of the king's sergeant-at-arms. Likely, he had been overseeing some final preparation and was now resuming his place in the column. King Vashean did not glance back as he heard the rider approaching behind him.
"Majesty," huffed Sir Brock.
King Vashean kept his gaze fixed ahead.
"Has Squire Platchford made his departure?"
"He has, my king. He left quietly through the west gate." He smiled thinly.
"Very good, Sir Brock. You may rejoin the column."
"Thank you, Majesty." Sometimes it is better for the left hand not to know what the right hand is doing. Chapter 12. Rain pattered the cobbled streets. It was the middle of the afternoon, but was dark as dusk. Thunder rumbled overhead. Kerstin shrugged and pulled her damp cloak tighter as she tramped in the direction of the market square. There were few people out, and none of them paid her any mind. The village of Sadarna was big enough that an outsider would not draw too much attention. She'd been questioned at the gates, though. She'd been right to come alone, and on foot. A lone pilgrim was not overly suspicious, but a woman by herself on horseback would give rise to questions. An Akasian lord, on the other hand, would have been an actual event. Though the rain had discouraged much of the traffic from the streets, the market was busier than Kerstin expected. People milled about in dripping attire, soaking wet as if they'd all just crawled out of a pond, voices babbling and buzzing with exotic intonation. Water trickled off sogging booths. Pipe smoke wafted through the humid air, mingling with the smells of baked goods and spiced meats. It was, of course, minuscule compared to the bazaar square in Klomm, and her disappointment, as she slogged along with the flow of the crowd, there were no perfume or cosmetic stalls for her to browse. She stepped up to a baker's booth, and a dark-bearded man in an apron turned to greet her.
"Salamar."
"Merhaba," she replied.
"Yabanzi," he said, frowning. "You are not Kerrigan."
"Indeed not. I am Akasian."
"Then what brings you to Sadarna?"
"Just passing through. My sister married a Kerrigan man from further north, from Kashuk. Alas, she died last year in childbirth, and I'm going up to visit her grave and pray for her spirit. I'll take 8 pastries and 4 loaves of bread. Yes, those." The baker handed her the provisions and took the coin Sir Gilkrist had given her, then gave her a hard look.
"You should go home."
She cocked her head. "Why do you say that?" He looked gravely to the left and right.
"There is great danger in our country. You must have heard. Evil lurking in every place. But the cemeteries are worst of all."
She leaned in close. "What do you mean?" But the baker only scowled.
"You haven't heard the rumors?"
"I've heard plenty of rumors. They get more obnoxious further west, and I'm afraid keep away from the graveyard is rather boring in comparison." He folded his hairy arms across his chest.
"Do as you please. I have warned you. Sonraki mushteri."
After visiting several other booths,
Kerstin left Sadarna and tramped back along the mucky road and squishy fields, the basket on her arm laden with provisions. There was a nervous feeling in her stomach, and she hurried along quickly, heedless of the mud and water splashing the hem of her dress and the back of her legs. The rain had quit by the time she hiked up into the wooded hill overlooking the town, giving way for a chill wind that whipped through her sodden clothes. She shivered, hissing an oath. Wet hood, wet dress, wet bloody boots and stockings, all caked with mud, and now this bloody wind. She snorted and spat on the mossy ground and peeled a strand of black hair out of her face. Bloody Stel Calghād. An orange glow from the trees ahead contrasted sharply with the gloom of the damp woods. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? They could all but see the smoke from the village. She trudged into camp. And didn't she want to murder him right then and there? While she had been sloshing through the muck and rain, out amongst the Kerrigan public at great risk to herself, wasn't his lordship reclining, dry as toast, under a lean-to of pine branches, boots off, feet up, fire roaring, balancing those silly little spectacles on the bridge of his nose, reading that damn book of his? Bloody Morag! She considered hurling the basket at his head, but restraint won out. It might ruin the pastries. Instead, she dropped the basket at her feet and took out her pipe and pouch of tobacco, reminding herself that in the end, she would have the last laugh. She transferred a pinch of the black, earthy substance into her pipe bowl and patted it with the tip of her finger. "I've returned." The knight glanced at her from the corner of his eye, then looked again to his book and turned the page. "So I've been aware. I've been smelling your perfume for the last quarter of an hour." "Oh? Would you rather I wear none? Because I haven't had the privilege of a bath since we left Klomm." She glared at him as he opened his mouth to say something, but he quickly clapped it shut. She fit her pipe into the corner of her mouth and clamped her teeth down on the stem. He held up his book. "Have you ever read this?" "Bloody Quest of Crows." "Not since I was half your age." He lowered his spectacles and looked up. "You read Quest of Crows when you were only 11? I read it when I was 10. 'Twas mandatory curriculum for the Sisters of Guarded Virtue." "Then tell me, whom do you regard as the hero of the tale? The woman who abandoned her life to count crows? Or her husband who sold everything he had to find her? Everyone I've met seems to have a very strong opinion." Kerstin snorted and dipped a stick into the fire. "By hero, I assume you mean whom ought we to emulate?" "Indeed," said the knight. "At first I was certain it was the man. Then I thought it must be the woman. Now, I can't seem to think it means anything." Kerstin lowered the flame to the bowl of her pipe and took a long drag, then blew smoke out the side of her mouth. "Well, according to Mother Ignis, the two work together in perfect harmony. The woman is a representation of a Shaili forsaking his heavenly throne to be sacrificed on behalf of humanity. The man represents the pilgrims of the church who seek him, abandoning worldly things in anticipation of the spiritual realm. The single crow which follows the man everywhere he goes at the end of the story is the spirit of a Shaili resting upon him, guiding him on the path of virtue and truth. 'Twas, after all, written by a monk." Sir Gilkrist looked down glumly at the book in his hands. "Since," she continued, "you believe a Shaili has abandoned you, and have chosen your own, darker path, it should come as no surprise you are no longer able to make any sense of it. If I were you, I'd throw that thing away." A grin spread across her lips, as for a moment she thought he might throw the book into the fire. But to her disappointment,
He stuffed it back into his bag. "Well, Sir Gilkrist," she said, "if you are done lounging about, there be something I should like to investigate." Rain dripped from the foliage and tree limbs overshadowing the village cemetery. Kerstin swept her eyes over the weeping gravestones. Her black horse clopped and snorted as she directed the beast further in among the crooked slabs and mossy stelas. Some distance behind, Sir Gilkrist looked skittishly about from his mount, the hood of his dark cloak drawn up against the damp wind and spitting sky. "There doesn't seem to be anything of note," he whispered, trotting up alongside her. There was an uneasiness in his voice that was almost adorable. At least he wasn't holding his breath. "We've only just gotten here." "Yes, but—" His eyes darted to the pattering of water from the leaves of a nearby tree. "Perhaps we should be getting on. We've a long way still." "Sir Gilkrist, you needn't whisper. They're dead, not asleep." He silenced her with a hand on her arm. "Hold! Look there!" She looked to where he pointed. The crumbling slabs and markers continued downhill. There was an old mausoleum and a few large trees, but she saw nothing out of the ordinary. "I don't see what you—" "Those graves have been recently dug," he hissed. She pulled a speck of makeup out of her eyelash. "'Tis a cemetery. People die." "No, don't you see? Look at the tombstones. They are worn with age. But the earth be freshly turned." Kerstin froze. She stared at him, then straightened up and looked again. Her skin prickled as she realized he was right. Old graves, recently dug. It was common practice to pack numerous cadavers in one grave together, and she heard that on occasion old graves sometimes were dug up to add new bodies, but only where space was an issue. And here, there was no shortage of space. Furthermore, she recalled seeing new graves on the outer parts of the cemetery as they'd come in. Damp mounds of earth with wooden stakes for markers until more permanent headstones could be fashioned. This did not bode well. It did not bode well at all. She suddenly regretted her visit into town. Zildok had agents in Sidarna, and probably everywhere. They might have seen her. If they didn't, they would have been informed. She imagined that baker skulking fearfully into some back alley. There'd be some wraith-like figure lurking in the shadows, abhorring the light of day, who would hear his account of an Akasian woman traveling alone, and drop a few pence into his hands. Damn it! That was the last thing they needed, to be pursued across the country by a band of junior necromancers. Normally she would make quick work of such adversaries. She would laugh at their feeble attempts to apprehend her, and then skip defiantly over their smoldering remains. But without the source of her power, she had every reason for concern. Her machete was a last resort, and frankly, if it came to crossing blades, she was better off cutting her own throat. No, as it was, she was left to rely on a few well-placed shots from her crossbow. And his lordship. Sir Gilkrist stroked the wet mane of his destrier, then planted his fist on his hip. What do you suppose they were doing? Just what in the hell do you think they were doing, Sir Gilkrist? Digging up dead bodies. The Grand Mage is recruiting for his army. Kerstin tightened her grip on the reins. She hadn't meant to snap at him like that. She was just rather agitated all of a sudden. She ought to apologize. She didn't, and he glowered at her from under his hood. Aye, but if I were a necromancer, I should wish to conduct my business as discreetly as possible. Would it not be less conspicuous to exhume the newer graves? He jerked his thumb back toward the direction from which they'd come. They be not yet grassed over. No one would notice if you dug them up and filled them back in again in the middle of the night. Kerstin sighed irritably. No, they wouldn't. But then if you were a necromancer, you wouldn't want just any corpse. And the deader they are, the better they are. He frowned. Are not all corpses equally dead? She shook her head. Dead people are equally dead, in the sense that they have ceased to be in motion and their lives have ended. But a year-old corpse is a year deader than a day-old corpse. It would have suffered far more decay. Obviously, but 'tis not the issue. She pinched her brow, then took out a tiny mirror and began touching up her lipstick in the reflection, an occasional bead of water dripping onto the glass. From a necromancer's perspective, a dead body is a material, like a piece of wood to a carpenter. Now, the greater proximity in time that body is to when it was alive, the greater proximity it has to the sentiments of its former owner. One way of saying it would be, the deader they are, the more obedient they are, and the more suitable to work with. What then of the barges in Klomm? She puckered up her lips in the reflection, then put the mirror away. That was a group of skilled necromancers, and furthermore, it was a diversion. They threw a slavering mass at us to keep them pushing in one direction. The whole point of it was to scare the living daylights out of us so we wouldn't notice Count Olgris buggering us in the rear. But if they had used old corpses, if they had dug up all the cemeteries in Klomm and sent them across the river, well, we would not likely be having this conversation. Had I not exploded the bridges, had you and Hinkle not arrived and destroyed the trebuchets, halting the assault on our flank, they might have. But as it was, they had not time. So that's Sildok's plan, to assemble an army of brittle skeletons. I should think a host of the ancient dead, galvanized by unholy magics, would be anything but brittle. But 'tis not his plan. His plan, Sir Gilkrist, be to break the seal of Morag and waken the Okari. He believes that for doing this he shall become like them and live until the end of the world. I do not imagine he would waste time and resources building up an army of undead minions, if not to defend himself against King Vashean. Sir Gilkrist shifted uncomfortably. Perhaps we should warn them. Why? They've seen and heard about the barges. They know who and what they're up against. Let them make their own preparations. 'Twill do little good reiterating what they already suspect. The knight breathed slowly through his nostrils. Perhaps you're right. Kerstin stared at him. Well, that's something I never thought I'd hear from you. Come now, my lord, let us be away from here. 'Tis getting cold. Chapter 13. Hinkle stared at the throne in the great hall. Moonlight fell through the row of tall windows in slanted silver rays, and the orange glow emanating from the candlestick in her hand contrasted vividly with the bluish gloom. She had been studying the floor plan she had discovered in the library. For several nights she had looked it over, visualizing the halls and corridors, plotting her escape. She was certain that the two dotted lines on the plan leading from the west end of the great hall indicated a secret passage out of the keep. To her frustration, the plan did not show her where this might go, nor did it give her any indication of how long it went. The lines merely trailed off near the end of the page. Hinkle ascended the steps onto the dais and approached the throne. Regally carved, the high-backed seat of Stel Calghād forked into 2 points, each topped with a wooden rose. 2 larger roses bulged from the front of the throne, where the ruler's fingers might curl over the head of the armrests. She knelt and examined the sides for some switch or button, and walked around the back, squinting in the candlelight. But there was nothing to be found, nor was there any such device to be felt in the wall or floor behind it. Perhaps if she... Hinkle slumped into the throne, hoping it might give her a new perspective. The wood was cool and smooth. She fingered the roses on the front of the armrests. They were surprisingly comfortable. Her fingers fit pleasantly between the petals, as if they had been designed to accommodate the grip of the sitter. She set down the candlestick and slid her other hand into place. Then a sly grin spread across her face, as with a knowing intuition, she curled back her fingers and pulled up on the wooden petals. Her heart skipped as the roses gave way and rewarded her with a hollow click. At once, the throne shook and rumbled, and the great hall seemed to be drawing weirdly away from her. A cool draught blew against her bare feet and shins, carrying with it the dank smell of a cavern. The throne had retracted, leaving a dark square opening at her feet in the floor of the dais. She leaned over the edge of the throne, holding up the candlelight as she peered down. A rickety wooden ladder descended into a black shaft. Stale wind moaned from below, and cobwebs swayed in the musty breeze. A tomb would have been more inviting. Hinkle stole a glance about the hall and the shadows of the gallery which overlooked it, and climbed down into the yawning passage. The ladder went down a good 30 feet. At the bottom, there was only a square-shaped hole just big enough for a man to enter, crawling on all fours. Hinkle stooped down and peered reluctantly into the knee-high tunnel. She could not see far, but she could see it was braced with wood every so often. It looked more like an abandoned mine than a secret passage in a castle. She did not like the look of that, not when she didn't know how far it went. Who knew how sturdy it was after all this time? Worst of all, she wouldn't be able to turn around. But whatever her reservations, she feared the Scaravissi more. She tied up her hair, then got down on her elbows and knees, and holding the candle out in front of her, crawled into the tunnel. The going was slow and difficult. She was getting badly scraped, and it seemed the way was getting narrower. It seemed, too, that the darkness was becoming thicker, smothering her with that dense must. She broke out into a cold sweat. Her every thought was of the tunnel caving in, burying her alive. She yelped in alarm as she put her hand down onto thin air, and shuffled quickly backward. The passage had come to an end, and dropped off into a black shaft. The air felt different, cooler, and less imminent. Her voice was still ringing in her ears as her startled cry echoed from the walls around her, almost as if she had screamed from the bottom of... Hinkle held out the candle and peered over the edge. Sure enough, some 20 feet below, she saw the orange light reflecting off the glistening surface of a pool. She was at the bottom, or more like halfway to the bottom, of a well. The well, she realized, for it could only be the same well which Stel himself had poisoned so many years ago. She wondered if the poison lingered still, but reassured herself that if she fell in, she would drown long before she met the same terrible fate as the residents of Stel Calghād. Hinkle put the thought out of her mind and strained to look upward. Surely if this tunnel led to the well, there must be a way out. A smile spread across her face as the candle glow revealed a rusty iron rung set into the stone directly above her. She reached for it, and pushing off from the edge of the tunnel, grabbed hold of the next rung, and began climbing upwards, taking care not to blow out the candle. It was nearly another 30 feet to the top. The well was covered, preventing the moonlight from shining down and illuminating her way, and concealing the ladder and passage from the outside. There was a trap door in the cover, fastened with a rusted bolt that would not budge. However, the trap door, rotten and brittle from ages of weather and neglect, offered little resistance, and as she banged her hand against it, it burst open with a soggy creak. Hinkle climbed out of the well into the ward. At once, the wind swept across the dead lawn and snuffed out her candle. But it was a clear night with few clouds, and in the silver light of the moon, she could see her surroundings well enough. From the outside, the castle seemed even larger and more foreboding than from within. The two immense wings of dark stone loomed up from either side, 100 feet perhaps, to where the silhouettes of its ruined spires stood in jagged contrast with the whiteness of the moon. The ward, or courtyard, was enclosed by a high wall. A vine-entangled portico ran around the inside of it on 2 levels, where the castle residents might take shelter from the sun, or enemy barrage. In places, the wall and portico had been broken down into nothing, shattered, she now knew, by the trebuchets of the Duke of Zalion. Not far away were the crumbling steps leading up to the main entrance of the keep, and the tall blackened doors she had been unable to open from the inside. A flagstone path, since heaved up by roots and undergrowth, stretched from the main entrance to the gatehouse. The drawbridge was down, and through the bars of the portcullis, Hinkle could see the stone bridge that connected the castle to the mountain road. The route of her escape. If she could but raise that iron gate, she might at last be free from this horrid place. Hinkle stole a wary glance up at the keep, half expecting to see the white face of her host watching from the dark shadows. She saw no such thing, and hurried beneath the broad arch of the gatehouse, and placed her hands on the rusted bars, wondering how they might be opened. The gate of the palisade wall surrounding her home village of Sweetwater was just 2 big wooden doors that a single man could open, and which at night was bolted shut with a heavy log. But a castle portcullis. She pushed up on the bars. They did not budge. Surely there must be some mechanism to open it. She looked around. There was a stairwell nearby which led up inside the gatehouse. Hinkle crept up the dark steps, wishing the wind had not blown out her candle. Moonshine peeked through the narrow window slits, and she made out 2 humongous wooden spools, each attached to a mess of gears and rusty chains. The larger of the 2 she assumed was for the drawbridge, but both had 2 sets of long levers sticking out of the spools, for 2 men to crank together, or at the very least, 1 exceptionally strong man. Hinkle knew as soon as she saw it she would never be able to raise the portcullis on her own, but she couldn't help but try. She went to the smaller spool and pulled back on the wooden arm. It remained stiff. She lifted her feet off the ground and set her whole weight against it. No movement. She braced 1 foot against the wall, grunting and gritting her teeth as she pulled down with all her might. But to no avail. Desperation rising in her chest, Hinkle hurried out onto the battlements and peered over the wall. Perhaps she might climb down. But there was nothing to grip or use as a foothold. If only she could reach one of the heavy chains that ran from the drawbridge up to the gatehouse, she might be able to... But they were much too far. Her last hope was the broken down section of the wall. She knew it was at the top of a cliff. But maybe, just maybe... Hinkle scurried down the steps through the portico and across the ward and knelt at the edge of the cliff. Her hair flapped in the cold wind as she looked down in despair. The bare limbs of tiny trees, dead and leafless, gleamed in the moonlight several 100 feet below. It was not a sheer drop to the bottom. A skilled climber could make the descent, but it would be grueling, treacherous work. And while Hinkle had no great fear of high places, The thought of scaling down from such a dizzy height, with only the moon's glow to illumine each hold, made her heart sink. She dared not make such an attempt. Crestfallen, Hinkle stood up and trudged back toward the well, clutching her extinguished candle against her chest. No less a prisoner. Chapter 14. The army was camped for the night. Candles burned inside King Vashean's tent, gleaming on the surfaces of polished steel and the vellum map spread across the table. The king tapped his finger on the Kerrigan capital of Zerai, muttering to himself as he sipped water from a glistening goblet, recalculating the time it would take to reach it, heedless of Sir Brock marching about the tent, packing up his belongings. Horses whinnied outside, and someone spoke in a soothing voice. Sir Brock ducked out through the flap, and King Vashean could hear him speaking to a number of others. He ducked back in, and grunting heavily, lifted a small but very heavy chest off the ground, and moved it near the entrance, then did the same with a second. A moment later, a man-at-arms bent halfway through the tent flap, and carried them out under his arms. The king smiled as he heard him mutter about the weight, and what the horses might think.
So that's it, then?
King Vashean looked up from the map.
That's what, then?
Sir Brock swallowed and looked away.
That's the price of such a thing? That's my understanding, yes.
The sergeant-at-arms nodded grimly, but said no more, continuing to fill his pack for the journey. He did not think much of his plan, but that hardly came as unexpected. King Vashean turned his attention to the parchment letter at the corner of the table. He held it up to the candlelight, squinting as he read it over one final time. Satisfied, he folded it up and heated a stick of wax over the candle, turning it slowly until a melted blob glistened on the end of it, then smeared it over the edge of the fold, and stamped it with his signet ring. He turned it face up and dipped the feather pen into the inkwell. He winced as a couple black blotches spilled onto the map, but shook his head and scrawled the name of the recipient on the letter, sharpened tip scratching over the parchment. He waved the letter in the air to dry the ink, eyeing the sergeant-at-arms.
All set?
Sir Brock sighed. Just waiting on you, Your Majesty.
Very good.
King Vashean placed the letter on the table and stood up, allowing the sergeant-at-arms to drape his riding cloak over his shoulders. Then, fastening the clasp under his chin, he stooped over to blow out the candles. Wisps of white smoke swirled behind him as he ducked out into the night. Some 1,000 campfires flickered in the darkness all around them, showing some evidence of the steep-sloped terrain of the foothills north of the Kerrigan border. He lingered for a moment, looking up at the stars, breathing in the rich scent of pine on the mountain breeze, then strode to where Sir Brock and a dozen men-at-arms stood waiting with their horses.
His Majesty, King Vashean of Akos, to Sir Cranmer of Turth, Knight Commander of the Igornell Army, for his eyes only. No doubt the discovery of my sudden absence will be the cause of much confusion, possibly even a source of terror for some of the less disciplined men, who will no doubt assume I caught some sense of impending peril and fled off in the night, abandoning the army to march on to their doom. You must be rigorous in quelling such talk. Do not deceive yourself. Such talk shall arise. You shall see it spread like a plague through the camp, mingling like mold and yeast with the many rumors borne into our kingdom by Kerrigan refugees. You must yourself be stalwart, a beacon of hope and optimism, showing utmost confidence in your mission. Be assured that it was always my plan to depart from the army in secret. Even before we marched from Klomm, I had devised this scheme to confuse the efforts of the traitor, who, as you know, remains at large, and I am sure, at this moment, remains embedded in our midst, communicating with the enemy. Understand that I have gone to great lengths to conceal my true mission, which even now I dare not reveal. However, I must at this point inform you that your objective is a diversion. I forbid you to speak of this to anyone, including and especially Lord Magnus. He must remain in the belief that his task is genuine, so that he may continue to act accordingly, as though everything rests upon his success and rightful judgment. Dame Tanith you must inform of my departure, but she too must be kept ignorant to the fact that your mission is a ruse. You, however, must bear all of this in mind, and give Lord Magnus good counsel. I must have someone there who knows the true situation. As Knight Commander, you alone must be a bastion against confusion and despair. Do not fail. Signed by my own hand. Vashean of the Kos. P.S. Concerning the troops' morale, I urge you not to attempt to encourage them by informing them of my true intentions via a public address. It will seem like an excuse, and they will probably assume you are trying to cover up my cowardice. Instead, my advice would be a more subtle approach. Use gossip to leak this information throughout the camp. Perhaps you know of a more talkative man, and perhaps you get him to assist you with some mundane thing in the command tent, whilst you quietly tell Lord Magnus of how I have left to carry out a secret mission, and how our complex scheme is going according to plan. Then swear this man to secrecy, and the news will spread like wildfire. The men must have confidence in their commanders. They must believe they know something they don't, and that they have a plan. And above all, they must look like they know what they're doing, even if that is not the case. Instruct Lord Magnus in this. May the God of Morag bless you with courage and wisdom. They rode hard all through the night, iron-shod hooves thundering over the forest road. They broke once for a quick reprieve, then pushed on again, driving their steeds to the edge of their limits. The sun began to rise, a line of fire on the horizon, and under the blazing sky, rippling muscles beaded with sweat, their horses, panting and frothing from the rigorous pace, began to tire and slow. King Vashean too began to feel the weight of sleep descend upon him, and longed to climb down from the saddle and sleep beneath a tree in the dewy fields. But, through years of prayer and fasting, he was a man ungoverned by the flesh, and though he knew his body needed rest, he knew that by nightfall they would reach the port town of Leman, and could sleep long hours aboard the ship. Their mounts, however, would go no further. King Vashean held up his hand, and the other riders drew their ragged beasts to a halt. But, from the road ahead, there came the galloping of hooves. A horseman came trouncing around the bend with a train of chargers tethered together. Sir Brock grinned. Smiling, King Vashean clapped him on the arm. It was Squire Blatchford, coming to meet them with fresh horses. Chapter 15. The mountains of Kodzir loomed on the horizon. The sun was setting, and golden rays shone through the treetops of the Kerrigan forest as Kerstin and Sir Gilkrist cantered along the country road. "We should stop and make camp," said Sir Gilkrist, "whilst we are still able to see."
Kerstin rolled her eyes as the knight drew his steed to a halt and twisted about in the saddle, peering into the twilit woods. "Perhaps there." "My lord, there be a village ahead, and I should like us to get beyond it." "That village is still miles away." "Yes, and 'twill be dark by the time we arrive, so we shall be able to pass by it unnoticed." The knight pinched his brow. "It's a clear night, and it's nearly a full moon." "Indeed," said Kerstin, "we shall have light to make camp by." "Don't you understand?" he growled. "We will not pass by unnoticed. We will pass by noticed, and be all the more suspicious for doing so by moonlight. And before you suggest going on foot around through the forest, just think for a moment how long it will take to lead 2 exhausted horses through the dense woodland in the dark. And if something spooks them, or they get tangled and start to panic, if one of these animals takes a single misstep and gets hurt, we'll be buggered. Buggered." "I know," snapped Kerstin. "Would you get off my back? Just let me think." "Think? You thought back in Sadarna we better keep off the main road. And I told you, better we stay on the main road, as those whom we do encounter will take less notice of us. But did you want to listen to me? No, you wanted to add 3 days to our travels. Now here we are, in the back country of Caragol, in the middle of bloody nowhere, where we very much will draw attention to ourselves, if any given person sees us. And, might I add, these roads are not traveled as infrequently as you—" "Fine, all right? I was wrong." The knight blinked. "What did you say?" Oh, how she hated him. "I was wrong," she sighed. "You were right. Don't make me say it again, please." She took out her pipe and reached into her saddlebag and began rummaging for her tobacco pouch. "Oh, for the love of... You can't wait until we make camp?" "I told you, Sir Gilkrist," Kerstin muttered as she bit down on the stem of her pipe and burrowed her fingers into her tobacco pouch. "I should like to get beyond that village first. You might have been right back in Sadarna, but this is the situation we find ourselves in now, and I say our chances of passing by unnoticed are better at night than by the light of day." "A Shayle's breath," snarled Sir Gilkrist. "Fine. Have it your way. Again. But I'm not waiting around for you to smoke your damn pipe first." He cracked the reins and spurred his steed down the road. Kerstin glared after him, pipe dangling from the side of her mouth, then wrapped it up in its leather pouch and shoved it back into the saddlebag, and galloped after him. They rode along in silence for some time. After a while, the forest came to an end, and a wide field spread out to their left, slanting downwards toward a stream. Beyond it, grassy hills rolled off into the horizon, shot with fiery hues in the setting sun. To their right, an old rock wall ran along the road. The hill ran up toward the tree line on the other side of it. Far off in the distance, where the road came around a bend and sloped down toward the stream, there was a stone bridge over the water. "We'll be in a good way if we can cross the bridge before dark," shouted Kerstin, pointing. Sir Gilkrist looked, but said nothing and rode on. The light was waning quickly, and it soon became apparent they would not reach their goal. In the brownish dusk, Sir Gilkrist bade his steed to adopt a gentler pace, and the snorting destrier slowed from a gallop to a brisk trot. Kerstin did the same. They were passing by the village graveyard. Tombstones poked up from the hill on their right, up into the trees along the crest, casting long shadows down over the road. Kerstin did not usually find cemeteries unsettling. More often, they were to her a place of safety. She would be quick in admitting she felt it easier to breathe among the resting places of the deceased than, say, in the middle of town, especially if it was an old, creepy place most people would be keen on avoiding. However, as they rode by this solemn hill, she felt a sense of impending danger. In the dimming light, the stone grave markers seemed to be moving, very slowly, going still as soon as she set her eyes on them, then moving again once she looked away. Their shadows swept down over the hill like a phantasmal hand. She looked uneasily at Sir Gilkrist, who was trotting in silence some ways ahead. She was eager to get away from here. Why did that idiot have to slow down right at this spot of all places? Wasn't he supposed to be the superstitious one? Didn't he care that they were sauntering past a graveyard? She'd told him what that baker had said. It didn't matter how dark it was or how tired the bloody horses were. They should be driving the miserable beasts with all haste to get away from here at once. Kerstin was about to say this aloud and restate her desire to get beyond the bridge when a cold wave washed up her spine. As the sun sank behind the hill and the red dusk faded to a bluish gray, a dim luminance flickered among the woods along the crest. The orange glow of a lantern. "Sir Gilkrist!" she hissed. The knight turned, and as she jabbed her finger toward the top of the hill, his eyes widened with grim concern. "A Shayle's beard," he whispered. "What do you make of this? Do you think it could be—" "More likely than not," said Kerstin. "I say we make a hard gallop before they see us." Suddenly the trees went dark. "Too late. Come, let's fly fast." But Sir Gilkrist drew his arming sword. Was he crazy? "What are you doing?" "If we don't face them now," he said, looping the cord on the pommel around his wrist, "they'll come for us when we least expect it." "Hold on. Are you mad? We don't know how many there are. We don't even know if they are our enemies." "We'll find out soon enough," he said. There was a shiver in his voice. "They're already spooked, hence they put out the lantern. Chances are they'll run from a charging knight. If they do, I'll circle around and drive them out into the open. You can pick off those I don't ride down. Sir Gilkrist, wait. If they don't run, if they fight, if I'm killed—" "Sir Gilkrist, would you just bloody wait? I need to think." "If I am killed," he said. "Damn it, Sir Gilkrist!" If he died now, her quest was ruined. Hang the broom. She'd be on the next ship to the furthest end of the earth. The knight gave her a grim stare as he pursed his lips and blew out a deep breath. He shook his head and blew again, his steed grunting and stomping and swishing his tail. Kerstin tightened her grip on the reins as Gedsha whimpered and twisted nervously away from the posturing courser. "Don't you dare! We can't risk this!" But to her disbelief, the knight's destrier reared up with a warlike whinny and leapt over the rock wall. Gritting her teeth, she watched the horse and rider charge up the dark hill with gathering speed, cleaving a course among the gravestones, the last light of the setting sun glinting on Sir Gilkrist's blade as he held it pointed dead ahead, leaning low over the neck of his thundering mount. They veered hard around the tree line. Then without a sound, they vanished into the shadows. Kerstin swallowed, glancing uncertainly about the dusky road. She hissed an oath as she swung down from the saddle. She slid out the crossbow and pressed the stock against her hip, tilting the weapon upwards as she set the curved prongs of the goat's foot lever against the two metal knobs protruding from the side plates, and hooked the string. She grunted with some small effort as she cocked the crossbow to full span, then fit a bolt to the wooden groove. Gnawing on her lip, she crouched behind the rock wall, watching the dark woods, and waited. She shuddered in the heavy silence, her stomach in knots, her heart pounding in her temples. She couldn't bear it any longer. She stuffed the crossbow under her arms as she scrambled to her feet and rifled through the saddlebag for her pipe kit. She unwrapped the leather pouch, repacked her pipe, and bit down on the stem. Then, glancing up at the top of the hill, she struck a match on the side of her boot, but the head snapped off. If her hands weren't bloody shaking. She whispered a slew of oaths as she rummaged for another match. If she didn't need to smoke before, she bloody well did now. Idiot, Lothalay. Some knight commander he'd have made. Apparently, it never even entered his mind that the enemy had the high ground, as well as cover, not to mention concealed numbers. And what was that he'd said about hobbling the horses? And there he went, charging headlong into the dark woods like it was his life's ambition to break his neck. Bloody hypocrite is what he was. Not again! Bloody matches! Finally, she lit the damn thing and sucked back on the stem, little puffs of smoke wafting from the side of her mouth. Then she took a long drag and filled up her lungs with sweet relief. A moment passed in silence, and Kerstin stood very still, watching the black tree line. It was awfully quiet. She'd expected to hear something. She took another drag on her pipe and patted Getcha's neck as the beast stamped anxiously about. There, there, girl, she said. She blew out a stream of smoke, wondering if Sir Gilkrist hadn't met his end. The likeliest possibility was that he had his head taken off by a low-hanging branch. And wouldn't that be just like him? It was a bold move, though. She had to give him that. Very bold. She thought about what he'd said, about them coming after them when they'd least expect it. It was true, probably. If they'd run, it was unlikely they would have pursued. They would have watched, and marked their descriptions, and passed on the word. They'd have a whole network, a thick web over this part of Carrigal, spun from the sort of highly intelligent eccentrics Zildok tended to attract. Others, like herself, they'd have let them go on for a while, following them from a distance, until they felt the danger was gone, until they got careless. Then they'd have come upon them in strength and numbers they could not have withstood, and would have taken them alive. That was her worst fear. Her skin prickled as a sharp cry rang out from the hilltop, followed by frantic yelling. Kerstin crouched behind the rock wall, crossbow poised to take aim. There was a shout of protest, then a scream. Any moment now a number of dark figures might emerge from the tree line, fleeing for their lives. Would they really be stupid enough to run straight towards her? She squinted, trying to make out any sign of forms or movement. She saw nothing. Another wail echoed from the black woods, more faintly than the others. Were they getting further away? What was he doing? She strained her ears to listen, but heard no more. A heavy silence fell over the graveyard. Kerstin stood up and blew smoke out her nostrils. Come on, Sir Gilkrist. What was taking him so long? Another moment passed in ominous quiet. Her mind began to race. What if he had gotten himself killed? It sounded like it had been going in his favor, but it would only take one well-placed arrow or a prod of a sword or spear. Perhaps he was wounded. What if he'd slain their foes but had been sorely hurt? He could be up there now, bleeding out. It would be within her power to restore him, so long as she could get to him in time. But then, what if there were still one or two of them left? More than that, even. He'd be as good as dead. No, they'd keep him alive. They might even bring him back from the brink of death to have him speak. Such things they were capable of. They'd take him back to the Tower of Nassar. The things they'd do to him there. Sir Gilkrist was an idiot, yes, but he didn't deserve that. And they'd find out about her. Zildok would learn she was right under his nose, defenseless and within his grasp. She'd better go up there and assess the situation. She should sneak up on foot using the gravestones as cover. She could move stealthily enough. If only one or two acolytes were left, she could bring down one with her crossbow. Depending on the surprise and reactions of any remaining foes, she could probably cock and reload quickly enough to get a second shot off. And if she missed? Well, no point in prolonging the inevitable. Kerstin took a final drag on her pipe and tapped out the ash. She was about to climb over the rock wall when the shadowy form of a horse and rider trotted slowly out from the dark woods. Oh, thank heavens, she sighed, pressing her hand to her bosom. Bloody took you long enough. I was starting to worry. But he made no reply. He lingered silently at the crest of the hill, a black silhouette against the bluish trees. Sir Gilkrist? She frowned. Sir Gilkrist, are you all right? Again, there was no answer. Something was wrong. He was hurt. Badly. Or... Her hair bristled on the back of her neck, and an icy feeling washed over her as two more riders emerged from the woods. They started to move together down the hill, trotting at first, then picking up speed, careening fast toward her among the moonlit slabs. Her heart pounding, Kerstin lifted the crossbow to her shoulder and took aim, then thought against wasting a shot on a moving target in the dark, and instead scrambled up into the saddle. She cracked the reins. Hiya! And Gedcha lurched into motion. She galloped hard down the dark road. She whipped back her head and saw that two of the riders had leaped over the rock wall onto the road behind her. The third raced above it alongside her on the right, weaving in and out among the tombstones, black cloak flapping like a sail in a storm. They were nearest, and she raised her weapon. But even at such close range, the violent bouncing of her Rouncey's gallop made a sidelong shot at a moving target too difficult to make. At the last second, Kerstin turned her crossbow on the pursuers behind. Clack! She was rewarded with a cry and a startled whinny as one of the shadowy forms crumpled and rolled headlong into the road. But the rider on her right had overtaken her. They had ridden ahead of her, and as she turned back, she saw what they meant to do. But too late. Kerstin pulled hard on the reins to veer her mount aside as her assailant vaulted the rock wall, but could not avoid the impending collision. If not for the saddlebags, her leg would have been squashed as the jumping beast slammed into Gedge's side. The force rocked her hard. The neighing of horses rang shrill, and in a cloud of dark dust and swirling stars, she was airborne. There was a burst of light as she hit the ground. Chapter 16. Kerstin tumbled over the wet grass and lay still, stunned. A high-pitched ringing drowned out all other sound. Slowly, the ringing began to fade, and she heard the thud of hooves on the ground around her, and low, sharp voices hissing in the Kerrigan tongue. She staggered to her feet, her fingers tense and crooked. Her head throbbed with sickening waves. She was dizzy. Something wet trickled down her cheek. She clenched her teeth and glared up at her pursuers. She was in deep water now. They were acolytes of the Grand Mage, necromancers, like the ones who had raised the dead in Klomm. Beneath their dark hooded cloaks, she could see their faces were pallid and gray, corpse-like. For them, the border of life and death was like a mist, a vaporous hinterland where they carried on the majority of their morbid existence. In the end, they were more like the corpses they galvanized than living human folk. Yet, for the way she'd humiliated them, they would emerge from their necrotic stoicism and avenge themselves on her with dark relish. The torture chambers of Amarel would be a lavish comfort compared with the Tower of Nassar. Not even the most sadistic mortal could invent such torments as the ancient cruelties studied by the Grand Mage himself. If only she had her broom. If only she had her bloody broom. Damn her wretch of a niece. She didn't know the kind of trouble she'd caused.
Her and her bitch mother. Her lip trembled as the necromancers rode up, and it was all she could do not to break down in terror. Instead, she reached for her machete with a shivering hand. The riders parted, trotting around her on either side. She was no swordswoman, and without the broom, her white magic was weak and costly. Even so, cornered as she was prepared to expend the whole of her life force. "O great Aldrinari," she snarled as she drew her machete from her belt. "How bright is thy name, spirit of fire and lord of the—" Ha! She reeled, dropping the weapon as the rider on her left jolted their mount forward and kicked her in the face. A hot, salty taste flooded her mouth. She spat out red spit, then straightened, clutching her throbbing jaw as she glared ferociously at her assailants with teary eyes. "Yagala Onu," growled the rider on her right, who from the sound of her voice was a woman. The other rider dismounted, a man by his height and build, and Kerstin backed away, breathing loudly through her nose as he drew a short, leather-wrapped club from his cloak. Then the woman pushed back her hood, revealing a thin, sallow face, white, stringy hair, and sunken eyes, one black and gleaming, the other pale and blind, and set within the track of a long, ugly scar. The one eye widened, and the mouth wrinkled into a sinister grin. "Benim, Benim," said the wraith of a woman. "If it isn't the Witch of Klomm, we meet again." Kerstin's heart sank. She knew exactly who this woman was, and she could not have crossed paths with a more dangerous person, save the Grand Mage himself. She was Astarte, the senior-most of all his acolytes, and High Priestess of the Ilkari. In a final attempt to spare herself from the Grand Mage's unholy retributions, Kerstin whipped the dagger from her belt and raised it to cut her own throat. "His labira kilde," snapped the High Priestess. "Quickly!" But the necromancer was already upon her, and before she could so much as break the skin, he caught her by the wrist and wrestled the knife away from her. "No!" Kerstin screeched, struggling desperately in its grasp. "No!" She saw him raise the leather-wrapped club, and as he brought it down, there was a blinding burst of light, then black. When Kerstin came to, she had the vague sensation of being carried. A broad shoulder, or something, was pressing into her stomach, and she had the disorienting sense of being upside down. Muffled voices were speaking nearby. Her hands were tied behind her back. There was a sour taste in her mouth, and as she tried to swallow, a dull pain shot up the side of her face. There was a tight pressure in her jaw, and something was in the way of her tongue, choking her and causing her gorge to rise. They had gagged her, she realized. She opened her eyes and saw her black hair hanging below her, and a foot or two beyond it, the pale moonlit road and the forelegs of a horse. Not much time had passed then, only moments of unconsciousness, during which they had laden her upon one of their steeds. She felt some movement behind her as someone climbed into the saddle. She tried to struggle, but her skull ached too badly with the trauma of her compounded injuries. She shut her eyes and tried to think. There must be some way out of this. But nothing came to mind. She had spent the last 3 years evading such circumstances, and that had been difficult enough, even with the church surrounding her, dispelling the dark magic of her foes, even with the broom to grant her formidable power. Now that she was in their hands, there was little she could do. She would suffer 1,000 deaths, each one more terrible than the last, until at last the Grand Mage grew tired of punishing her, and finally allowed her to die. Her quest had been a failure, and as the horse began trotting along, jerking and jostling her with its ambling gait,
She thought over the decisions she had made. She had chosen the right path, both by sending Hinkle to Stel Calghād and by going in pursuit of her. Of that she was sure. Even Sir Gilkrist hadn't been wrong. Whatever had happened to him, he had chosen the course in which they might not have been killed, as opposed to what she now admitted would likely have been a more certain demise. He had rolled the dice, and he had lost. Now he was probably sprawled out somewhere on top of that hill with a cleft skull. He was the lucky one, it seemed, to pass suddenly. She tried not to imagine what it would be like for her. Perhaps if she hadn't been so obstinate about getting past that village, if she'd agreed to make camp earlier on the road, they might be sleeping soundly now. Or even, if that night she had stayed at the parsonage, if she hadn't gone off alone, if she hadn't left Hinkle to her own devices, if she'd paid more attention. But the truth was, she hadn't known how. She'd been alone for so long. She'd always had to be the strong one, guarding all those secrets. She didn't know how to. Damn it, Finn. She'd told him to stay out of it. She'd told them all to stay out of it. Why didn't anyone bloody listen? Suddenly she heard Astardi hiss from the saddle behind her. Puomo, is that still him? How is this possible? Weakly, Kerstin jerked up her head. They were cantering toward the stream. The moon glimmered in the slow-moving waters. But directly ahead, awaiting them on the bridge, was the dark form of another horseman. Kerstin squirmed in her bonds. R'Elfrith! R'Elfrith! Onunan Lashma, growled the high priestess. Deal with him! Quickly! Without a word, the other necromancer drew a straight, thin sword and spurred his steed to meet the challenger. The horsemen on the bridge reared up and pitched into a fearsome gallop, their cloaks billowing behind them, heavy hooves pummeling the earth. The two met in silhouette. Blades flashed in the starlight, and as they each rode on, the acolyte slumped over and toppled out of the saddle. Astardi snarled an oath. He was coming towards them now, riding hard. Kerstin's heart hammered in her chest as she watched him come on fast. She could see the white lion crest on his tunic now, splashed with dark stains. Sir Gilkrist was alive, and he was coming to her rescue. Kerstin's head jerked aside as her captor yanked hard on the reins and drew her steed around and began galloping in the other direction. He had her on the run. Astardi and her fellow acolytes were powerful magicians, but their skill was in commanding the dead. Had they surrounded themselves by their minions, they might have proved a formidable foe, but so deep in their own territory, they had not expected to need protection. Sir Gilkrist had been right about catching them by surprise. Astardi had come to gather bodies for her legions, and brought only enough muscle to dig and load the wagon, and perhaps silence some curious passer-by, if necessary. But defending themselves against an armored knight? No, she was not prepared for that. And as for her magic, well, the work of a necromancer was a slow labor that required much time in the dark and secret. In the heat of combat, the black spells of the high priestess were of little use. And Sir Gilkrist had the faster horse. He was gaining on them quickly. "Yah! Yah!" spat Astardi, and Kerstin felt her squeezing her knees against the horse's sides. But soon the knight overtook them. He was galloping close alongside them, and as Kerstin strained to look back, she saw his face in the moon, spattered with black specks, set in a blank expression, his eyes wide and distant, as if in a trance. Astardi reached for her belt and drew something with a shout. Immediately there was a warbling clang and a sharp yelp, and as the ground sped by beneath her, Kerstin felt the shock of cold metal between her wrists, and the tension released. A strong hand seized the back of her dress and lifted her into the air with startling force, and she grunted as Sir Gilkrist crudely draped her across his lap. Her hands now free, Kerstin pulled the gag out of her mouth and twisted around in time to see Sir Gilkrist's sword arm go up. Astarte yowled, and the knight gave her a stiff crack on the forehead with the pommel of his arming sword. The light went out from the woman's one eye, and she tipped over to one side and slid out of the saddle into the dark. Sir Gilkrist reached out to take the reins of her mount, but Kerstin slapped her hand against his chest. "Stop! Stop, Sir Gilkrist!" The riderless horse galloped off into the night as Sir Gilkrist drew his steed to a halt. Kerstin lowered herself to the ground, pitching over with a groan as she rubbed her stomach, then straightened up, wincing as she pressed a hand to her aching head. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Just go back and find her. Now!" He glanced back at the dark field.
"What? That woman?"
"Yes! Hurry, Sir Gilkrist!" The knight frowned, then galloped back to where Astarte had fallen. Kerstin gnashed her teeth, growling as she rubbed her throbbing skull. She was taking too many blows to the head as of late. Bloody Hinkle! She gasped in pain as she dabbed her swollen jaw. She was lucky to still have all her teeth, the way he kicked her in the mouth. Sir Gilkrist twisted about, frowning.
"She isn't here. She's gone."
"Doesn't that just figure?" Kerstin hissed. "What were you thinking? Hit her with the pommel. Why didn't you chop her head off?"
"I meant to take her alive," he said. "I thought to question her."
He reined the great destrier about and looked out over the bluish fields.
"Worry not," he said. "We shall find her. She can't have gotten far."
"Yes, she can, Sir Gilkrist. Yes, she can." Kerstin growled in pain and examined her hand. It was smeared with black and was wet and sticky from where she had pressed it to her head. "Never mind," she said quietly. She desperately wanted to sit down, but felt like she might not be able to get up again. She stumbled to the rock wall and placed one hand on it for balance. "Could you go find my horse, please?" She had all but fallen asleep when Sir Gilkrist finally led Gedja toward her. He had rounded up the other two horses belonging to the acolytes as well, and as he passed her the reins, he dismounted and harnessed them in tandem behind his destrier. "These beasts may come in use," he said, stroking the coat of the rearmost animal. "Nice, strong hackneys. Good for driving carts and wagons. We'll laden them tomorrow with our packs and gear and ride them for the day. It'll give our mounts a rest from carrying us." But Kerstin wasn't listening. Nor did she care. Gedja's saddle seemed much higher than usual, and the effort required to pull herself up seemed more than she could expend. She stood there awkwardly, with one foot in the stirrup, holding on to the saddle pommel, huffing for breath. She couldn't do it. "Here, allow me." "No, Sir Gilkrist, I assure you I can." She stiffened as she felt his hands on her hips. "Unhand me, you fool! Let go of me at once!" That was what she would normally say, and she might slap his face. But she lacked even the resolve to do that. The fact was, she was grateful for his touch. It was reassuring. He lifted her into the air as if she weighed no more than a feather. She swung her leg over the saddle, and as he let her go and turned to his own steed, she suddenly felt his absence. She weakly handled the reins. Why couldn't he just... "We'll keep on for a while," he said, as he swung himself onto his horse. "We'll get beyond that village as you wanted. Then we'll make camp and have a rest." Kerstin nodded, and they trotted on in silence, crossing the little bridge over the stream. The trickle of water echoed from beneath the stone arch as their horses clopped over the cobbles. Fireflies flickered in the field along the road. Kerstin watched them for some time, gradually becoming aware of a strange warmth buzzing in her chest. She was acquainted well enough with her own emotions to know exactly what it meant, and a small part of her resented such a feeling. But the rest of her, the larger part of her, longed to feel this way. It seemed to take away the pain, dulling the physical discomfort of her injuries, and masking over the wound in her heart. It made her nervous, too. Kerstin swallowed, having worked up the courage, at last, to say what was on her mind. She felt incredibly silly, both saying it and feeling scared to say it. What a child she was! What was so difficult about it? "Sir Gilkrist," she said. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. I just wanted to say..." She felt herself blushing. "Thank you for saving me." He raised a brow. "Are you sure you're all right? You're not yourself, and you did take a nasty bump on the head." "No, I'm fine, and I mean it, Sir Gilkrist. Thank you." "Well," he said, sitting up even straighter, "think nothing of it. I'm sure you'd have done the same for me." Kerstin went very quiet at this, and was unable to look at him. Then she cracked the reins and galloped on ahead. Chapter 17. Lord Magnus Igranel XIV, General of the Igranel Army, to Dame Tanis Poella, Lady Marshal of Akos. Madam, I am pleased to report that things are moving along rather well here in the field. We have crossed the border into Caragol and made our descent from the mountains onto flatter terrain, which Sir Cranmer assures me will add miles to our daily pace. No sign of opposition from the Caragans, though we see their scouts from time to time spying us from the hilltop. I should mention that at one instance a Karagan knight deigned to approach the head of the column all by himself, and without a flag of truce. Of course, we meant him no harm, but Sir Cranmer tells me that this was a most brazen display of fearlessness. He had come to ask our intentions, so that he might inform his liege. He did seem a bit suspicious at first, but such tensions were soon dispelled with amicable dialogue and by being generally forthcoming about our mission. Speaking of which, I do have two matters of concern. The first regards a disagreement among my officers surrounding the positioning of a certain unit within the column. Sir Cranmer has insisted that this unit, the Black Unit so-called, must be moved up to the vanguard to set the pace for the infantry. Something to do with none of them being used to marching, and a short girl, and a constant gap in the column. I have taken Sir Cranmer's advice, but several other knights have expressed their disagreement with putting the Black Unit in the vanguard, arguing that if it ever comes to a sudden engagement and quickly forming ranks, we will be stuck with non-combatants on the front line. Sir Cranmer and those who side with him have countered that a gap in the column is an invitation for an ambush, and that in such a scenario the Black Unit would become the target of a focused attack. You, however, are the master tactician, and I shall refer to your counsel. The second issue is rather a logistical conundrum. It seems the supply train is arriving somewhat less steadily than anticipated. Quite a bit less steadily, in fact. So much so that Sir Cranmer has put the men on half rations to adequately preserve our stores in case of a more significant delay. I am sure things are a bit hectic back in Klomm, and I know not even you, madam, can conjure wagons of food out of the air. But is there any possible way you might increase the departure intervals of the supply train, so we might receive them more frequently? Half rations so early in the campaign has rather dampened everyone's morale. I should confirm as well, so that I might end my report on a more positive note, that His Majesty has successfully stolen away from the army entirely unnoticed in the middle of the night, and will begin to employ a secret plan. I knew nothing of this, but I will say that despite our best efforts, word of it has inexplicably circulated the camp, and has inspired great confidence in the men. But I suppose you were already aware of His Majesty's scheme.
"This is ridiculous," roared Lord Kendrick from the other side of the door. "I object to it in every way."
Dame Tanith stroked her brow. Your Grace, it is a routine procedure. Let us in, please.
It is not routine. There's nothing routine about it. Isolde, defend me. Don't let those witches into my office.
What should we do? Whispered Janessa. Shall I fetch the knights to break it down? Dame Tanith shook her head. Your Grace, you're the one being ridiculous. I need only ask you a few questions, and then I'll be on my way.
A few questions? I know all about a few questions. You ask, I answer, and then you twist whatever I say into something ludicrous, which you'll use as grounds to interrogate me further. And we all know what that means.
If I require grounds to interrogate you, I'd say barricading yourself in your office is rather suspicious.
You see, that's exactly what I mean. You've probably already called your white cloaks to bash the door down. And then what? You'll drag me down to my own dungeon and ask your questions there? You succubus!
I'm not going to bash the door down. I only want to talk. The Countess took a deep breath. I'll kindly remind you His Majesty has forbidden I interrogate anyone without your approval. You do not think I would defy the king? Now please, open this door. You're wasting your own time as well as mine. There was some grumbling from inside, then a man and a woman grunting, and the grinding squeaks of something heavy sliding across the floor. There was more whispering, and the scrape of wood on stone, and intermittently hollow taps and the heavy thud of boots. At last Seneschal Isolde opened the door, leaning on her crutch, somewhat out of breath. Dame Tanith raised her chin and looked her up and down, then peered into the Duke's study. Lord Kendrick was sulking behind the desk, which did not seem properly centered. Across from him, more or less, were two chairs. She went to the furthest one and angled it toward the desk, and sat down, crossing one leg over the other. It had been a long time since she sat in this office. The furniture was arranged a little differently, and the chair she was sitting on had been reupholstered, but it had the same smell, and the way the light poured in through the round window behind the desk was the same as it had been then. She felt a wave of nostalgia as she imagined the ghost of her younger self sitting in the same place she was sitting now, many years ago. There were other ghosts in this office, too. Lord Kendrick made a sour face as Squire Janessa sat down next to her.
Sorry about the mess. We're just recuperating from a siege.
He motioned for Isolde to shut the door.
So what did you want to ask me about? Why, it was at the time of... I was at the pole turners. Ask anyone.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about your relationship to the Witch of Klomm. He sat back and waved his hand.
That was all Hammond's business. She was in his employ. I don't know what for, and I don't care to. There's probably some sort of paperwork around here about her indenture or whatever. Feel free to look, but I'm not helping.
Dame Tanith nodded gravely, and Squire Janessa got up to search. She turned back to the Duke. You seldom interacted with her, I take it?
Well, I wouldn't say seldom. She was always around. Kind of hard to miss, you know.
She was in the castle, you mean? What sort of business did she have here? He shrugged and held out his beefy hands.
Well, I don't know. I'm only saying I saw her here. Quiet as a church mouse at first, and modest-like. Then she started wearing all that black makeup and talking back to everyone. She's pretty fond of getting the last word in.
Dame Tanith raised a brow. Even with your brother?
Especially him. Why, I came by here one day, and she was tearing a strip off him, running that nasty mouth of hers, just yelling right at him like some angry washerwoman, saying things that would make a whore blush. Hard to believe she grew up in a convent, really.
She and her squire exchanged a look, as the latter sorted through a stack of parchment paper. So, as far as you know, she primarily came to the castle to see your brother?
Oh, I don't think she and Hammond saw each other any more than they had to. I'd say she usually came to see the seneschal, or to skulk around the library, looking for magic books. Dame Tanith shot a glance at Seneschal Isolde.
He means my predecessor, madam, Seneschal Fingal. It was well known he and the sorceress were involved. Ah, she looked back to the Duke. And Hammond permitted these relations? Lord Kendrick chuckled, fat neck jiggling.
I don't know anyone permitted much of anything.
I see. Madam, I found them, Squire Janessa said enthusiastically. I found the articles of indenture. Dame Tanith looked Seneschal Isolde up and down again as she accepted the papers from her squire. The freckle-faced seneschal stood motionless, crutch braced beneath her arm, brown eyes fixed straight ahead. She smiled coldly as she screwed a black-rimmed monocle in over her eye and glanced curiously between her and the Duke. Lord Kendrick shifted uncomfortably.
What is it?
Oh, she said, scanning over the flamboyant penmanship of the indenture parchments. Just thinking of how symmetrical you two are, both being hurt in the leg.
Yes, well, arrow to the knee. Happened during the...
Your Grace, she said dryly, without looking up. We've all heard about your bravery that night. We need not hear it again. The Duke grumbled and made a sour face, and Squire Janessa tried not to smile. Ward of the Church, she muttered, turning over the page. Makes sense with what you said about the convent. She raised a brow. Arrangements made with the diocesan office to provide residence in the Victrix Holy Parsonage. We'll have to have that searched. Lord Kendrick leveled a thick finger toward her.
That'll be church property. You'll need permission from the bishop.
Yes, speaking of which... She tapped her finger against the parchment. There's been an amendment here. It says Kerstin is to live under constant supervision of a warden by the name of Brother Bardus.
Lord Kendrick shrugged. First I've heard of it.
So it would seem. Janessa, ride down to the bishop's palace and let his excellency know we will be searching the church of the Victrix Holy.
He won't be there, said Lord Kendrick. He turned the place into an orphanage the day after his consecration. You'd have a better chance at the cathedral.
Squire Janessa left to carry out her task, and Seneschal Isolde hobbled on her crutch to shut the door behind her. Dame Tanith adjusted the monocle and held her in cool regard. How did you hurt your leg? I fell, madam. Nothing so glamorous as storming the keep. The Duke patted the desk with a smile.
Well, we can't all be.
You fell? Down the stairs? Down a ladder? What were you doing? Isolde colored a little, but did not waver in her soldier solemnity. I was chasing a cat, your ladyship. The Countess gave her a severe look. It was after the incident with the barges. I had been at the Emerald Empress with my men. The maid, Hinkle, had a seizure, after which some strange things happened. The chiming of bells and pottery flying off the shelves into the wall, and she'd had a run-in with a knight of the Briar Rose. I was looking for her, madam. I meant to question her, and I was concerned about her safety. Dame Tanith removed the monocle and put it away. Who is this Hinkle girl I keep hearing about? Lord Kendrick nodded at the documents in her hands.
She's the witch's niece.
She blinked. What?
Oh, yes. She came here with your boy Lothalay, as a serving girl. Of course, he dismissed her as soon as he found out about the witch. He wasn't very nice about it either. She'd been lying to him, see? She went and stayed at the parsonage after that. Though he still went over and saw her all the time, so make whatever you like out of that.
You mean to tell me that... And all three of them are... Dame Tanith's eyes darted from side to side as she considered the implications. Sir Gilkrist, she whispered. Sir Gilkrist of Lothal, you poor fool. I was with him when it happened, said Isolde. There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. He overheard me questioning the girls in the inn, and said he was looking for her. We began our search at the parsonage, madam. Dame Tanith stared at her, white face wreathed in flame, eyes hard as iron. There was a passage into the sewers we found left open, which led into the forest. We were tracking her when we encountered the cat. A black cat, madam. It crossed straight in front of us. His lordship said we must— Yes, I spent 3 years with him as my squire. I am familiar with how his mind works. He made you chase after it to stroke its fur backwards and undo the bad luck which had befallen you both. And that's when you broke your leg. Yes, madam. After that, he set the bone and put it in a splint. I returned to the city, and he continued alone. That's as much as I know. I see. I think I've heard enough for now. Dame Tanith watched the Duke for a moment, then got up and waved the indenture articles. I'm confiscating these. Lord Kendrick shrugged carelessly as she moved toward the door. And you, she said, looking down her nose at the freckle-faced seneschal. I want you to be present when we search the parsonage. As you wish, madam, she said, coming to attention, staring straight ahead. And Isolde, don't leave the city. Chapter 18. It was the night of the full moon. Thin clouds streaked like wraiths across the midnight sky, alight with a ghostly luminance, and from beyond the jagged mountain peaks, pale moonbeams spilled through the drawn curtains of Hinkle's bedchamber window. She had risen at sunset with a particular vitality, notably contrasted with the feeble sluggishness she felt during the daylight hours, and had been exceptionally hungry, ravenous even, and had devoured the elegant meal brought to her by her host with an insatiable appetite. Hinkle had made several more expeditions out of the keep through the well, hoping that the gate might have only been locked that one time, but her attempts had been in vain. The gate was locked as a rule, and never opened, so far as she knew. This discouraging confirmation had caused her to give up her nightly explorations of the castle. Escape by natural means was impossible, and she had turned her mind instead to searching Lestel's library for books of useful magic. But this too proved fruitless, and the frustrations it presented served only to further dampen her spirits. She had soon given in to a desire to take her mind off her circumstances, and had begun to read tales of romance, of which the library of Stel Calghād had no shortage. This night she sat by the fireplace with such a book opened on her lap. But the heightened state of mind and body which had come over her in the light of the full moon made her restless. She thought again of that plummeting descent down the cliffside, which was the sole obstacle of her freedom. If there was ever a time when she felt she might achieve such a daring feat, it was tonight. But still, it was a very long way down, and the added urgency that she must do it tonight did not make her any braver. She was considering this with some consternation when she looked up suddenly from the fireplace, her skin prickling with fright as an inhuman scream rang from outside her window. It was a sound she had heard only once in her life, when she was very young, but one which she recalled with unsettling clarity. There had been a hay fire. Some stable boy had put wet hay in the barn, and in the heat of the day, it burst into flames. The whole town had rushed to help, and to see the commotion. Mercifully, no one had been hurt, but the horses couldn't be saved. And it was the screaming of those poor beasts, as trapped in the barn they were burned alive, that was forever branded into her memory. Hinkle hurried to the window and leaned out over the vine-entangled sill, affording her a full view of the moonlit ward. The ghastly sight below made her hair stand on end. A frantic stallion wrapped in flames galloped madly for the castle gates, and on its back, impervious to the furious blazes, rode her malevolent host, dressed in full armor. The portcullis rose quickly with the rattling of a heavy chain, as though the iron grate itself sensed its master's will and hastened to obey. Hinkle's heart thumped as the way of her escape was briefly made open before her. But her hopes were dashed. As soon as the dread prince burst through the gate, the portcullis creaked swiftly shut behind him. She watched the blazing horror tear across the narrow bridge and vanish with unholy haste around a bend in the mountain road, and her skin crawled as again she heard that awful squealing. Hinkle turned away from the windowsill, a pit already forming in her stomach. Lestel's absence might not present her any greater opportunity to leave the castle, but there was one thing she might finally do, and who knew when she might find another chance? Her heart pounding, the flames of her candelabra rustling with the urgency of her gait, Hinkle strode with new determination through the gloomy corridors. She crossed through the dark foyer, where moonbeams shone through the stained-glass window in pale hues, and into the far wing of the castle. Her quivering breaths were deafening in her ears, and by the time she neared the door wherein she knew were the spiraling downward steps, her hand was trembling as she reached for the latch. If he returned? If he discovered her down there? But no. She could not sit idly while the moment passed her by. There was no decision to be made. She must act, and she must act now. Hinkle opened the door and crept down the steps. She passed the door on the ground level. She descended further into the gloom, her shadow twisting and flickering against the stairwell walls. She was below ground now, beneath the castle. The steps wound deeper and deeper down, until the orange glow of the candelabra illumined a heavy, studded door. There was a lump in her throat as she lifted her hand to the latch. The stairs continued into the dark, to an even lower level. This door must then lead to the first tier of the dungeon. When she pushed against it, the door did not budge. To her despair, she thought it must be locked. But in her desperation, she gave it a harder shove, causing it to squeak back an inch. It was only heavy and stuck with time, and after further exertions, the door swung open with a groan. Hinkle peered with wide eyes down the row of iron bars and empty stone cells, though not all, it seemed, were empty. Among the rusted chains and manacles, she thought she could make out the form of human bones. An eyeless skull gawked at her from a gibbet cage, confirming this suspicion. She shuddered, and swallowing dryly, pressed further in. Thin shadows rose on the damp walls like fingers reaching from the grave, as her candelabra lit the prison bars with a dim and eerie glow. The corridor ahead was shrouded in mist-like darkness, and as she crept deeper into this place of horror, muscles tense, hair stiff as straw, the same black mist swallowed up the light behind her. There was a wall ahead. This hallway of gloomy cells came to an end, and was intersected by two more grisly corridors, offering similar accommodations. She chose the right-hand path. On her left was the crude stone of the dungeon wall. On her right, a wall of rusty bars. Hinkle looked over her shoulder, each shivering breath roaring in her ears, and peered apprehensively into each gloomy cell. "Hello?" she whispered. Is there anybody?" There was no answer, only the quiet crackling of the candelabra. She again came to the end of the corridor, and the way branched left. This time, however, There were bars on both sides. But while the bars on the right enclosed the same sort of cell she had passed by so far, the bars on the left were not those of any cell. It was a sort of gallery, like the one overlooking the throne room. Only this overlooked the black depths of what could only be the second tier of the dungeon. It appeared to be an open room, and though it was too dark to see what lay below, what little candlelight did reach that far down was vaguely reflected on the glinting bits of metal of menacing contraptions. The torture chamber. Hinkle's stomach tightened as she realized the purpose of this particular design and architecture. The residents of those cells next to her would be granted only a partial view of the second tier. They would be unable to see the proceedings below, but they would be able to hear them. The howls of torment would echo up from that chamber night and day, haunting them relentlessly, provoking them to the darkest and most dreadful parts of their imaginations, as they awaited for their nightmares to manifest. As she crept further along, Hinkle was unable to look away from the glittering points and edges, wondering with awful curiosity what these devices were and what they might do, and when they had last been used. Then she froze. Her heart stopped and a cold chill washed up her back. But it was not the ghastly chamber below that was the cause of her sudden fright. It was the labored breathing behind her. Hinkle stood very still, holding her breath as she listened to the quiet gasps and prepared herself to look. But in the dreadful minute before she turned to face whatever was behind her, her imagination raced with all its vivid conjuration as she considered what kind of monstrosity might be lurking in the dungeons of Stel Calghād. At last, her fear of the unknown was vanquished by her inability to stand the suspense, and very, very slowly, she turned around. At first she saw nothing, only the iron bars in the dim glow and the darkness behind them. But as she crept uneasily forward, holding out the candelabra to illuminate that gloomy cell, there was a rustling and a hiss of protest, and the raspy breathing quickened. Then, as she leaned her face against the bars and peered inward, her eyes peeled wide with horror, her skin prickled as a gray foot recoiled from the light. She moved to the side along the front of the cell, and in the faint luminance saw a human form lingering in the shadows, sitting pressed against the stone, a wretched creature clothed in tatters, pale skin smeared with filth, and from behind a veil of dark hair, a wild eye glared back at her. "Lemphina?" Hinkle whispered. There was a grunt from the figure in the cell, and they rose, slowly, like a disembodied spirit from the grave, then lurched suddenly for the bars, causing Hinkle to withdraw in terror. "Who are you?" the woman rasped. "Are you another one of his tricks? Mock me not! Begone!" No, I'm not. I'm a prisoner here too." She paused for a moment, then remembered she should curtsy. "My name is Hinkle, Your Majesty." The woman stared at her through dark strands of matted hair. Then her face contorted into something between a crazed smile and a sob. "You are not a trick," she whispered. "Even Lestel, for all his wiles, would not think to send a phantom to address me incorrectly. I am Lemphina, Princess of Akos, and was once referred to as Your Royal Highness, not Your Majesty." She felt her face flush with embarrassment, a sensation intensified by her fear and the damp air of the dungeon. She curtsied again and hung her head. "I'm sorry, Your Royal Highness. Please, pardon my ignorance." "I shall do no such thing," said Lemphina, "for it is your ignorance that proved you. Do you know how long I have sat in this darkness? What things I have seen? Things that come to me, sent down here by him. Oh, you do not know how good it is to see a real human face, full of warmth and life. I could weep were my tears not long spent. I would have come to you sooner, but he prevented me. You knew I was here? Hissed the princess. Yes, you knew my name. How? My aunt, said Hinkle. She's the one who sent me here. For stealing... She wasn't sure she should mention the broomstick just yet. For interfering. She mentioned you just as I was swallowed up. Then when Stel said he had another girl imprisoned down here. Lemfina's face twitched with eager malice. This aunt of yours. Tell me her name. Kerstin, the witch of... The princess gnashed her teeth and slammed the bars, snarling like a rabid dog, causing Hinkle to back away in fright. It was her, growled Lemfina. It was all because of her. She's the one who sent me here. Hinkle had expected as much. I used to pray, whispered the girl in the cell, before giving up my faith, for Ashayli to avenge my suffering, that he would smite her with all kinds of afflictions, that he would give her leprosy, that she would die in a horrendous accident, and that the jowls of hell would gape for her. The things I have seen, the things I have done, terrible things, sick things, and all because of that awful woman. What do you mean? Did Stel force himself on you? The princess scoffed. If that was all he wanted, he would have had me. I would have given myself to him wholeheartedly, and let him use me as the filthiest whore in any dockside alley. As would you. But as it is, such appetites have long died in him. His blood runs cold, not hot. He is like the devil, a shadow of his former self. Only malevolence remains. But what has he made you do? She was certain such knowledge would do her no good, but a dark curiosity was rising in her, the same eager fascination that had led her to waste hours in the ruined chapel with the Grand Mage's spellbook. Lemfina looked away, her dark hair plastered over her face. I cannot speak of it. My shame is too great. For what you do unknowingly, I do knowing full well. And yet I am powerless to resist. I don't understand. The princess glared back at her through the bars, her drowned face again assuming that crazed and wild look. The curse, she snarled. The hunger. Hinkle recalled her first meeting with the prince and the delightful meal he had offered, and how it had made her weak and sick during the day, and alert during the night. He'd said she had now become like him. But what did that mean exactly? If you must know, said Lemfina, turning away again, you must see for yourself. Go to the kitchen. But I've been there and saw nothing out of the ordinary. You have not seen it in the light of the full moon, whispered the princess. Now go. He will soon return. God forbid he find you down here. But should we not plot our escape? Together we might... There is no hope, said Lemfina. Your aunt has damned us. You to purgatory, myself to hell. Now go, please. But for the love of all that's good in this world, come and see me again. I will. But wait, Stel said he found you trespassing in the 3rd tier of the dungeon. Before I leave, pray tell your highness. What is down there? Please, I must know. But the princess only smiled dismally. There is nothing down there. Just a tomb. Chapter 19. Hinkle tore through the dead woods, Dry branches snapped and cracked under her bare feet, ripping her dress, clawing her hair, scraping her face and arms. Her legs were burning. Her chest was about to burst, but she did not stop her flight into the forest. The cliff was now 2, perhaps even 3 miles behind her, towering over the mass grave of trees, the jagged spires of Stel Calghād silhouetting against the full moon, like black fangs sinking into white flesh. She could hardly believe she had just scaled down that perilous height. It was surreal. Even her raw fingers and aching arms seemed insufficient to prove her frantic descent. But it was not some inward strengthening of the spirit that had inspired her to brave the cliffside. She had listened to the princess. She had crept into the kitchen, and in the light of the full moon, she had seen the appalling truth. Her blindfold had been stripped abrasively away. She had stumbled out of the warm cave of her ignorance and into the cold and lurid light. And she had seen what some small part of her might have suspected, feared, but which she could not bring herself to believe. Yet it all made perfect sense. Her nocturnal liveliness, Lymphina's shame, what she had seen in her vision, all of it pointed with a grisly, red-nailed finger to one thing, which in the ghostly rays filtering down through the broad kitchen window had been laid bare. The elegant meals prepared by her host were not the exotic delicacies they seemed. No, what she had been gorging on was something no Kodish noble would ever eat, which if presented at any feast, at any palace, could only produce outrage and disgust. On the moonlit slab, Hinkle had seen a flayed human corpse. Sour spit flooded her mouth as she gagged at the all-too-recent memory. Her stomach churned. She coughed, panting into her fist. Lestel be damned. Lymphina too be damned. Her only thought was to get as far away from that wretched place as quickly as possible. There was a noise that gave her hope. Trickling water. The river. She knew from the maps she had seen in the library that it marked the edge of Lestel's realm. Perhaps, if she could only get there, she would be free. Her heart stopped as a shuddering scream rang out from the trees behind her. Heavy hooves beat the ground, and as she looked back, she saw, to her horror, the bright blaze of fire, a burning horse and rider crashing swiftly towards her through the woods. With a shriek, Hinkle flung herself into a desperate sprint. The moonlight seemed to give her strength. She raced faster and faster, her torn skirts gathered up at her sides. But she could not outrun the fiery terror. The thundering hooves grew louder. She could smell the burning hair and flesh. He was right there. He was right on top of her. He was going to ride her down and trample her under those smoldering hooves. Hinkle ducked behind a gnarled trunk, forcing her pursuer to maneuver around. She was the smaller, nimbler of the two. Weaving among the trees, she had a chance. She leapt over a root. The river was close. She could see it now, the openness over the water and living trees on the other side. Suddenly the flaming monstrosity burst out in front of her. Hinkle froze, screaming as the burning horse reared up, kicking with a bone-chilling squeal. Then she darted around and made a mad dash for the river. She was nearly there, only a little further, but Lestel was bearing down on her again. As she glanced behind, she saw his black armored hand reaching down from the billowing fire. With one last surge, she pushed herself even faster for the final leg. Then with a shout, she threw herself from the riverbank, not caring if the drop was 1 foot or 100, and plunged into the icy current. Hinkle surfaced with a gasp, and as she looked back, she saw the prince and his flaming steed rearing and stamping on the bank. He would pursue no further. Shivering, Hinkle turned and began to swim away, glancing uneasily back over her shoulder. She was not a strong swimmer, but she could manage short distances well enough. But the dress was weighing her down, and her muscles were burning with exhaustion. Her whole body was seizing stiff. She hadn't gotten far, but she could go no further, and with a huff, she reached her foot for the bottom. To her relief, soft mud squished against her aching toes. She had to tilt back her head to keep her face above the surface, and cold water sloshed and trickled around her ears. But she wasn't even halfway across the river. It would be deeper in the middle. She was shivering badly. She felt like even trying to swim again would snap her arms and legs off. She could hardly move. She felt frail. Old. The cold was breaking her bones. And though she hadn't been in the water long, her hands were wrinkling badly. But not just her hands. She had an unpleasant, shriveling sensation, as though her body was shrinking and her skin was sagging from her withered frame. "Hinkle!" boomed a voice behind her. Panting, she glanced back at the riverbank. Stel had dismounted from his horrible steed and removed his black helm. She had expected his face to be contorted with rage over her escape. If not that, then blank with indifference. But his dark eyes were wide with concern and urgency, and as he thrust out his armored hand toward her, it was though he was once more reaching out for the ill-fated Lady Estensia. "Come back, Hinkle!" "No!" she shouted, and defying him gave her a great sense of liberation. But it was short-lived, for even as the word left her throat, she was surprised to hear her own voice sounding so strained, so haggard, like the voice of an old woman. But before she could give it further thought, the prince began to unclasp his cloak. He was coming in after her. She must swim. Now! But she barely had the strength to shove off from the river bottom, and as she heard the splash behind her, she resolved that rather than becoming his prisoner once again, she would drown herself. He was wading towards her now, the water nearly up to his chest. Hinkle gave one final push with the ball of her feet to send her out to the middle of the river. She wouldn't be able to touch the bottom there, and as she drifted out into the deeper water, she pushed herself down into the boiling black. Dark water enveloped her, flooding into her nose and mouth, tinny echoes popping in her ears. Then she opened her eyes and stared into the cold and murky gloom beneath the river. She couldn't do it. She wouldn't. No! Her mind empty of all but terror, she fought for the surface with all the strength in her panicking limbs. But it was little use. Even in the state of mortal fear, she had only the vitality of an elderly woman, and it seemed the more she struggled, the further down she sank. Her lungs were about to burst. Hinkle screamed silently, silvery bubbles erupting from her open mouth, and thrust her withered hand toward the glimmering surface. Moonbeams shone into the river depths, and from those heavenly rays, a black, gauntleted hand reached down. When Hinkle opened her eyes, she was lying against a tree on the riverbank, wrapped in Stel's cloak. The prince himself was squatting over a small fire, roasting something on a stick. His charger was nearby, no more wreathed in fire, its molten flesh restored to a healthy coat, and appearing as an ordinary steed. Hinkle sat up to move, but even that small effort seemed too great a task. "Lie still, my pet," said the prince. What happened to me?" Hinkle croaked. To her despair, her voice was no different, still strained and haggard. Stel examined whatever was spitted on the end of the stick, turning it over to see if it was done. "You fled to the edge of my realm, where the power of the curse begins to wane. You are fortunate I was able to reach you in time. Had you gotten to the far bank of the river—" His lips peeled back from his teeth and gums as he smiled sinisterly. "You should eat," he said. "The food of Stel Calghād will restore you." Hinkle's stomach growled as she slid the hunk of blackened meat from the stick with a white kerchief. It was glistening with grease, and the smell of it, as he held it out to her, caused her mouth to water. She felt a sudden and overwhelming urge to snatch it from his hand and tear into it like a starving dog. Yet she could not unsee what she had beheld in the kitchen. "No," she whispered. "Are you sure, my pet? You must be famished." Her head swam as she turned away, sick and faint with hunger. "I would rather starve." To her surprise, and then horror, he withdrew his offering and stood up. "You will go mad first." Her mouth went dry as ash as he tucked the morsel away. Her head ached terribly. Then a weird strength came over her as she burned with the desire to attack him and take back the meat he had offered her. The craving was too intense to bear. "Wait," she said. The prince stared down his pale nose at her. "Please." He cocked his head to the side and waited for her to continue. "Please, you're right. I am hungry." "Why, my pet, by all means." He quickly knelt and held out again the meat in the white kerchief. But as he unwrapped it for her, the clouds parted and the light of the moon shone down through the decrepit woods, and in the pale rays she again saw the unholy truth dispelled, for it was not merely an unidentifiable bit of fire-blackened meat, but a charred human hand. She could have burst into tears, but too great was her insatiable appetite, and with unbearable shame, Hinkle found herself reaching out her aged and wrinkled hands to accept the gruesome gift. A single tear streaked down her shriveled cheek, glistening in the moonlight. "Shaylee, have mercy," she whimpered, and with a sob, she squeezed shut her eyes and sank her teeth into the roasted human flesh. Hinkle groaned as the hot juices flooded her mouth. Relief washed over her as she satisfied the cursed craving. And as she ate, eagerly, she opened her eyes and saw that her own hands had changed, that her strength was returning, and that her youth and beauty were again restored. And while she devoured her grisly meal, the Scaravissi stood over her, watching, his dark eyes widening with sadistic pleasure as he laughed malevolently in the light of the full moon. Chapter 20. Dame Tanith Puella, Lady Marshal of Akos, to Lord Magnus Igornell XIV, General of the Igornell Army. The second wave has marched out this morning. Reinforcements are 10 days behind you. Your Knight Commander is correct. While it is not ideal to position non-combatants in the vanguard, a gap in the column is a godsend for an enemy force and must be prevented at all costs. If by chance you find yourself in a surprise engagement and must form lines quickly, fan out from the right and left so that the non-combatant unit will be in the center of the formation, where they will be most protected. Then have the command given for the said unit to withdraw 12 paces, step-back march, from the front, and redress ranks. Your vulnerable unit will then be shielded at all times. Your Knight Commander will understand exactly what I mean. I suggest drilling this maneuver daily. Concerning the supply train, His Majesty is under economic strain. There will be no increase in wagon departure intervals. If your stores are dwindling too rapidly, reduce rations from 2 meals a day to 1. If this proves insufficient, or your officers inform you morale is slipping too dangerously, confiscate what you need from the neighboring towns and villages. I will remind you a traitor remains at large. Do not refer to secret operations in written correspondence again." The white-cloaked knight pounded again on the parsonage door. "Open up, in the name of His Excellency!" Dame Tanith looked down from the saddle, her pointed white hood shielding her delicate complexion from the harsh rays of the afternoon sun. Next to her, Squire Janessa clutched the relevant documents under her arm, hair wrapped in a tight bun, looking very serious and orderly. The usual entourage was gathered behind them. In her lavender tunic, Seneschal Isolde stood out from the lynch mob of white-garbed riders. She leaned on her crutch, gritting her teeth in discomfort. Her hair looked damp, and sweat shone on her freckled forehead. It had been a long, jostling ride from the castle to the other end of the city, very painful and exhausting for someone with a broken leg. Dame Tanith smiled ever so slightly at this observation. She did not offer respite to suspicious persons. She carried out her interrogations the way she waged war, by giving the enemy no advantage, no time to breathe or regroup, by cutting off their communication and supply lines, by driving them into the barren wastes, by starving them, by affecting their morale, by wielding fear and rumor as a weapon in her right hand and her left. And then, when they were cold and hungry, tired and confused, she would come for them in the dead of night and fall on them like wolves among lambs. The knight at the door looked back and shook his head. Dame Tanith gave Isolde a nod and watched pitilessly as she hobbled to the doorstep. The knight made way, and the woman took out an iron hoop of keys, provided somewhat reluctantly by the bishop, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. "Which?" she called. "Kerstin?" Dame Tanith made a motion, and the white-cloaked riders swung down from their mounts. "Turn this place inside out. You know what to look for." She and her squire dismounted and followed the others as they barged inside past the seneschal, and began their search with great commotion. Drawers screeched open, cupboard doors slammed, furniture scraped across the floor. Dame Tanith glanced about. "On your first impression, what do you notice, Janessa?" "On first, this place has been cleaned recently, madam." Not a speck of dust or filth. I admit I had not expected that woman to be so tidy." "You two, up there." A pair of white cloaks ransacking the living room stopped what they were doing and thundered up the stairs. Near the door, Isolde fidgeted with the keys. "The girl Hinkle had been staying here as well, madam." "Indeed. And she was last seen—" Squire Janessa sorted anxiously through her notes. She was, Dame Tanith drew in a long breath. "Here, the night they retook the castle," blurted the girl. "Several witnesses saw her returning from the cathedral around dusk." Which had been 3 nights after that incident with the barges, when the sorceress was last seen publicly. However, you mentioned earlier there was a sighting after that? "Aye," said Isolde. "I questioned the sentries as you asked, and 2 of them saw her coming back into the city. Also on the night they retook the castle. Mind you, she had her hood up, and they didn't get a good look at her. But they knew it was her. How she got through the gate, though." "And what time was this?" "About 4 in the morning, madam." There was a shout from upstairs. "Ho, madam!" Dame Tanith flew up the steps, Squire Janessa close behind. She glanced into the bedroom, where one of her minions was ransacking the witch's armoire. "In here, madam." At the end of the hall, the other man stood in the bathroom. There was water all over the floor, and a porcelain wash basin lay at his feet, with a long crack through the middle. The edge was crusted with a dried, reddish substance. "Janessa?" "Signs of a struggle, madam." Dame Tanith grinned as she screwed her monocle in place. I should say so. And given the times at which our suspects were sighted, we can hypothesize this altercation took place well after midnight, on the morning the castle was retaken. She pointed to where a broken candlestick had rolled to one corner of the bathroom, the brass holder not far off. There is some evidence it did not occur by light of day. She frowned and looked around, then squinted and adjusted her monocle as she leaned in close and examined the dried red specks on the doorframe. Ah, the splatter. She took off the monocle and put it away. Janessa, set that wash basin back there on the stand and stand in front of the mirror. Yes, good. She took several steps back into the hall. Now, you are the maid Hinkle. For some reason, you have gotten up in the night to splash some water on your face. Perhaps you had a nightmare, or were worried about the outcome of the battle. Squire Janessa pretended to splash some water on her face, and Dame Tanith stepped toward the bathroom entry. Now, as you look up, you see in the reflection of the mirror your aunt, the Witch of Klomm, approaching from the hallway. "Oh, hello, Kerstin," said Janessa. "No, you are startled." "Oh," gasped Janessa, whirling around and pressing her hand to her chest. "Kerstin, it's only you." Dame Tanith raised her chin. Such a reaction might be the case in ordinary circumstances, but given that we have signs of a violent struggle, there is a precedent for real alarm. You are surprised to see me, but not in the least relieved that I've returned. She backed into the hall as Squire Janessa turned around and tried again. This time, as she crept toward her, the girl looked up, staring at her for a moment in the mirror's reflection, before turning to face her, and as she loomed in the bathroom doorway, the younger woman backed up against the wash basin, causing it to totter on its stand. "Kerstin," she said nervously, widening her eyes. "You're back." A chill rushed up Dame Tanith's spine. Images flooded into her mind, and she beheld the dark scene as if in a memory. She saw not the parsonage bathroom in the sunny afternoon, but in the dead of night, the girl Hinkle hunched over the wash basin in the dim glow of her candlestick, the shadow shifting behind her in the hall, and the witch stepping into the eerie light, her crooked teeth bared, her blue eyes flashing like knives, and the look of horror on the maiden's face, the dreaded sense of reckoning. She had done something which she knew would greatly displease her aunt, something which, if she was discovered, would give her cause to fear for her life. But the girl's aunt had returned, and it was evident that she knew. In the wee hours of the morning there had been a confrontation, then a struggle, and Hinkle's shriek echoed hauntingly as she visualized the girl swinging the wash basin off the stand with all her might. She felt the dull crunch in her bones and snapped her head toward the speckles of dried blood spattered up the doorframe. A mortal blow, or it probably should have been. It seemed that woman's luck had prevailed yet again. But wherever the witch was now, she was nursing a cracked skull. As for Hinkle, she almost certainly would have panicked. She would have fled at once, and sought help from... "Madam?" asked Janessa. Dame Tanith snapped out of her postulation and glanced sharply between the squire and the knight, then marched out into the hall. "Isolde!" "Aye, madam." "You and Sir Gilkrist," she said, returning down the stairs. "You searched the parsonage and found a passage out to the sewers. Where is it?" "It was there, madam," said Isolde, pointing to the living room. "It was that fireplace. But it was open when we were here. It went down into the witch's lair. An eerie place, but I can't figure out how to open it. I was just looking a moment ago." Dame Tanith gave her a severe look. "The witch's lair? You said it went to the sewers." "It did, madam. From her workshop, but... And I suppose she had books down there? Aye, madam. Janessa! Coming, madam! As the squire came scurrying down the steps, Dame Tanis screwed her monocle in place and began to examine the fireplace mantel. Yes, madam? Without looking up, she said, Seneschal Isolde tells me that behind this fireplace there is a passage which leads not only to the sewers, but to the secret place where the sorceress worked her spells and learned of unholy things. We are looking for some sort of switch or pressure plate. Here, madam! Janessa's face lit up with excitement as she pressed a brick into the hearth. The two women stepped back as they waited for something to happen. But nothing did. The brick popped back out with a click. What the devil? Perhaps there's another one, said Janessa, and you have to press them both together. Perhaps you're right. The butt of Isolde's crutch thudded loudly on the floorboards. Forgive me, madam, she said, hobbling over, but considering who we're dealing with, isn't it more likely you'd need to say some magic words? There was a slight twitch in Dame Tanis' brow, and she removed the monocle from her eye. More than likely it was the truth, and they would never be able to open it without the witch to provide the words herself. However, though there was almost certainly enough evidence behind this door to implicate that woman in something foul, there was something about the fact that the girl Hinkle had passed through the witch's lair and gone elsewhere. She turned to face the seneschal. This passage out of the sewer, where does it lead? Where did you come out? There was an outfall in a ravine, southwest of the city. Ah, and from there, where did the girl's trail take you? In what direction? Northwest, madam. There is an old ruin there. Ah, yes, that forsaken chapel in the graveyard. I know the place. You do? Isolde looked surprised. She shot her a warning look. Aye, madam, I believe that's where he found her. I don't know what she did there, but there was a bang and some loud clambering somewhere within the building, and suddenly a white-cloaked knight, a woman with short black hair, appeared through the door that connected the parsonage to the church of the Victrix Holy. Madam, she said grimly, you'll want to see this. Dame Tanis and Squire Janessa followed her through a small, stuffy chamber, and into the abandoned church. The two exchanged a narrow-eyed glance as she led them across the empty nave to an open door and up a winding set of creaky steps. Up and up they went, around and around, emerging at last into the bell tower, where a second knight, a man with a dark beard, awaited them with a look of disgust. In the middle of the tower was a statue, a very unpleasant statue, of a monk. He seemed to be whirling about in surprise, the fanned hem of his robes indicating a very sudden, startled motion. His arm was outstretched toward the door, as if he were reaching out in protest. His face twisted into the very image of horror. What nightmare did this man decry? And what might he have done to incur such a visitor? Judgment from above? Or below? Janessa shuddered and looked away, but Dame Tanis stepped curiously forward, chuckling. Ward of the church indeed. What an upsetting statue, she said, grinning faintly. She turned to the knight who had been waiting. I hope you weren't too uncomfortable to be left alone with such a hideous thing. She snorted. Leave it to the witch of Klomm. She frowned as the knight folded his hands behind his back and lowered his eyes in solemn respect. She looked again at the statue. Sunlight peeked in through the shuttered windows, revealing intricate detail she had never seen on any graven image. The design was superb, the attention so minute. Such skilled handiwork. The hair rose on the back of her neck, and she whipped her head toward the stairway, then recoiled from the statue with a gasp. This was no statue. It was the form of a living man, blasted into stone. No, not stone. It was salt. and the terror which had visited him had come not from the heavens or the abyss, but had stood at the threshold at the top of the stairs. Her lip curled with disgust. He had realized what was happening full well, but too late. That same chill shot up her spine as the scene vividly presented itself. The moonlit bell tower, adorned for some unholy seance, with candles on the floor and a salt-drawn circle, the creaking steps and the shadow on the stairwell wall, as the brown-robed monk ventured curiously up into the bell tower. Someone else had come up the stairs behind him, someone he knew, who had come with him, who had led him to this place like a lamb to the slaughter. The monk had been confused. The candles, the salt circle, they had offended him. He would have voiced his dismay. But it was only when he heard the voice of the young woman behind him speaking quickly, nervously uttering her hasty rhymes, that he saw he had fallen headlong into a trap. That was when he whirled around and reached out his hands. Why, the words were practically engraved forever on his lips. "No, wait! Kerstin!" Not taking her eyes off the petrified monk, she pointed to the short-haired woman. "You, send for the bishop. I believe we've found Brother Bardus." "As you will, madam." Squire Janessa stepped aside as the knight bowed and retreated down the stairs. A rickety ladder led up to the belfry, where the bells were housed in the open air. Dame Tanith pointed to the ceiling. "Anything up there?" The bearded knight shook his head.
"How should we cover him up, do you think?"
"No. Leave him for the church. They can deal with this." She turned to leave. "What now, madam?" asked Janessa. "We've got the witch on a murder charge," she said. "But heaven knows what else we may find. Ready the others. We make for the ruined chapel." Chapter 21. Foam frothed from the prow as the Acosian bark cut smoothly through the green waves. King Vashean stood at the forecastle, his gaze fixed on the bright city sprawling along the coast at the foot of a tall mountain range. The shore was alive with the movements of many ships, minuscule at such a distance, and across the miles of salt water it seemed to rise and fall before him. Seagulls screeched, and somewhere behind him the first mate bellowed the captain's orders. Vashean glanced above as men scampered up into the rigging to furl the sails, as the crew prepared to bring the ship to port in the harbors of Sarai. They'd made good time once they got under way. Ashali had blessed them with favorable weather. The days had been sunny, and the nights clear. 3 days aboard ship was better than 2 weeks in the saddle. He'd been able to walk around freely and enjoy the salt sea air. It would have been a pleasant cruise if he hadn't had so much weighing heavily on his mind. Despite crossing the Bay of Moramish with all efficiency, they'd begun the voyage later than he'd wished, losing more than half a day in Lehman over some unforeseen issue with the bark. It could have been worse. He could have been delayed 2 days, or more if he had to make arrangements with a different vessel. Everything depended on his swift arrival in the Kerrigan capital, unannounced and in disguise, so that he might catch his adversary unaware. In Lehman, the temptation had been great to reveal his identity and commandeer the fastest ship. But even then, the risk was too high that word of his arrival might precede him, foiling his plans and potentially bringing disaster on his people. Sir Brock appeared at his side. "The captain says we'll be landing soon, Your Majesty." He nodded. "If we've timed everything just right, there should be someone there to meet us. You should slip away before they take note of you belonging to our party." "With all due respect, Your Majesty, I'd prefer to accompany you to the palace first. Let the guards see my face. I'll slip away once we're settled in." "But are you sure?"
"I am sure, Sir Brock.
Ready the men, please." "Yes, Your Majesty." As the sergeant-at-arms sauntered away, He folded his arms inside. The city was drifting closer with every bobbing motion. He could soon delineate the green ridges and depressions of the mountains, invisible peaks swathed in mist. He could now distinguish the innumerable white stone buildings climbing up into the foothills, their tiny doors and windows and narrow alleyways. Then he could see the inhabitants moving about, dark-haired women in colorful headscarves, men in turbans with curved scimitars at their sides, people smoking and drinking red tea from tiny glasses while sitting barefoot on silk carpets. Then suddenly, with overwhelming nostalgia, he breathed in the smell of jasmine, of honeysuckle, of fragrant soaps mixing with the scent of the sea and the sun-baked stone. And at last, the blue domes came into view, and the grey, spired towers of the palace, looking over the city from its high seat on the hilltop, surrounded by lush gardens and majestic trees. Some time later, the ship's crew had navigated through the busy Kerrigan harbor and found her a mooring along the crowded docks. The gangplank was lowered, and King Vashean and his entourage went ashore. After 3 days at sea, the stillness of solid ground threw him off balance. He stumbled, to the horror of his men, causing some laughter from the crew still at work on board. Sir Brock sent the sailors a venomous look, his hand on the hilt of his sword, but King Vashean only smiled, searching among the bustling crowd. "Your Majesty, look," said Squire Blatchford, touching his arm. Across the busy intersection, 3 carriages were parked under an overhanging roof. From the rearmost carriage, a bright pink sash hung from the window.
"Yes, that's him," he said quietly. "That will be Ramsay Nightingale, or one of his agents, come to take us to the palace."
As King Vashean and his men hurried across the street, one of the drivers looked back and knocked on the roof as he saw them approaching, and said something to someone inside. At some apparent direction, the driver climbed down from his seat and opened the carriage door. Inside was a woman of exotic beauty, dressed as lavishly as any princess in white gossamer. A silvery veil concealed the lower half of her dark-tanned face. Only her dark eyes were visible, dark eyes which beheld him in sensual regard as he looked into the carriage. There was a little black mole just below the corner of her right eye, and the aroma of jasmine wafted irresistibly from her person. King Vashean bowed.
"Igonar, good day."
"Is it better," said the woman in perfect Akasian, with only the faintest hint of an accent, "to go into a house of feasting or a house of mourning?" The king replied,
"It is better to go into a house of mourning, for death is the destiny of all men."
Above the veil, the woman's eyes smiled. "Greetings," she said, delicately drawing the pink scarf in through the carriage window. "I am Madame Guzela, a friend of Ramsay Nightingale's. Please, get in. I will take you to the palace."
"You're his friend, are you?" asked Sir Brock.
Then in a low voice he said to the king, "Nightingale has some nerve sending a woman like that to greet you, trusting a palace courtesan with the secret of your identity, of all things."
"Please be kind, Sir Brock," said King Vashean, as he climbed into the coach and sat across from the woman. "It will help with my disguise. And to be fair, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone more discreet than a palace courtesan. I'm sure she keeps secrets of all kinds."
"More like many secrets of a certain kind," muttered the sergeant-at-arms, signaling for the men to mount into the other carriages. Squire Blatchford bashfully climbed in next to the courtesan. "It is a tight squeeze," she said, draping the pink scarf over her head. "There is no need to be shy."
"Boy, you keep your wits about you," said Sir Brock. "A woman like that'll swallow you whole. Smooth as oil, but bitter as gall, so the proverb goes."
The squire blushed as the sergeant-at-arms slid in next to him, and pulled the door shut.
"That's enough, Sir Brock," said King Vashean.
He knocked on the roof, and the carriage lurched into motion. Madame Guzela glanced between himself and Sir Brock, who was scowling as he peered out at the street from behind the curtain. "You are worried about your mission, yes?" Sir Brock looked at her in disbelief.
"Worried about? Just how much do you know exactly?"
The pleasantness in the woman's soft regard remained unaltered as she continued to gaze at him.
"Obviously not that much," he said. "Of course I'm worried about the bloody mission."
He looked back out the window.
"Have you let Ambassador Nightingale know we're here?" asked King Vashean.
The courtesan's eyes smiled. "I've sent word of your arrival, yes. There was a rider waiting on the other side of the street, and when I drew in my scarf, that was the signal for him to go on ahead."
"Excellent. I trust all the preparations are in place then."
"Indeed," said the woman. "But for your appearance to have the desired effect, no one must know of you until the appointed time."
"Naturally."
"Yes, but since discretion is of such importance, I should warn you," she glanced at the sergeant-at-arms, "that I have been instructed to bring you in through the palace harem." Squire Blatchford turned pink.
"The harem?" scoffed Sir Brock.
He nodded at the king.
"Woman, do you know who that is? Actually? He is a man of purity and truth. He fasts daily and prays for hours every night. He's practically a monk. And you mean to bring him—"
Now, Sergeant."
"Bloody harem," muttered Sir Brock. "Nightingale's got some nerve. I'll be having words with him, that's for sure."
"I'll be having words with you if you don't mind your tongue in front of the mistress. Now be quiet, Sir Brock, please. Besides, Madame Guzela will be of great help to getting you in and out of the palace unseen. There is no use offending her."
The carriages rattled through the busy streets. Once or twice they jerked to a sudden halt, and there was some muffled shouting in Kerrigan before they started up again. After what seemed like a long time, King Vashean could feel they were going uphill. He peeked from behind the curtain, and his stomach fluttered as he looked out over the white buildings, all the way down to the blue-green waters of the Bay of Moramish. They had arrived at the palace. Tall greenery hid the view as again the carriages came to a halt. Madame Guzela drew back the curtain, and 2 guards in green turbans and scaled armor peered inside. Green scarfs concealed the lower half of their faces. They watched the courtesan with their dark eyes as she explained that King Vashean and his entourage were guests of Ambassador Nightingale, and were expected. One of the guards left, reappearing a moment later with a 3rd sentry, who had 2 gold bars on his turban. He quickly glanced at Vashean and the others, then shook his head.
"Kimse beklimmeres. We're expecting no one."
"Captain, you are embarrassing me," whispered Madame Guzela. "Your men have been informed."
"I have heard nothing of this. Step out of the carriage, now."
Vashean's blood ran cold, and he and Sir Brock exchanged a tense look, but the courtesan made no move to get out. "That won't be necessary," she said, coloring slightly behind her veil. Her voice carried the faintest hint of annoyance. "I will come by after and verify the details." "Very well," said the captain. To their amazement, he stepped back and waved them through. Madame Guzela shut the curtain as the coach began to move again.
"Trouble?" asked the king.
She lowered her eyes. "Not for you." Sir Brock shook his head, and Squire Blatchford stared at them in bewilderment. "What just happened, exactly?"
"Never you mind, boy," said King Vashean. "Never you mind."
The carriage brought them through a pillared courtyard and into an enormous empty square where was the main entrance to the palace. 2 green turbaned guards in scale armor stood on each step leading up to the gilt doors, but they would not be going in through there. The carriages rattled on past, exiting through an arch into another courtyard with a trickling fountain. Passing through a second arch, they entered the fragrant shade of the royal gardens. Birds chirped and sang all around them, and peeking out from the curtains, they saw flowers of every color, harmoniously arranged, huge trees through which the sun peered through in dappled rays, pruned hedges, rounded ponds with stepping stones, and a bridge over a babbling stream. As they went through the center of the garden, there was a bronze statue of a woman in armor, her hands resting on the hilt of a drawn sword, surrounded by a thorny hedge of red and white roses. It was no Morag, for no sculptor would depict the heroine with so plump and curvaceous a form. It was the likeness of the late Queen Volarina, who only a few short years ago had died at the hands of Count Olgris. As they passed the statue, King Vashean touched his forehead, lips, and heart, in honor of the fallen monarch. There were people in the gardens, vibrantly clad courtiers in turbans and headscarves, walking the paths and sitting on the soft grass. But as they continued on the white pave, they came to a less frequented area, and rounding a bush-covered hill, they passed through a stone arch wrapped in vines and leafy climbers, and arrived at a secluded back entrance of the palace, hidden from view from the rest of the garden. The carriages stopped and they got out, and Madame Guzela made a special knock on the door, which had no handle or lock, and whispered some kind of password to someone inside. Then the door opened, and they were met by a very large, bald man with a naked falchion in his hand. He nodded silently as the courtesan entered, but eyed the visitors sternly, as if to warn them he would splinter their bones at the first sign of mischief. Inside was a high vaulted chamber, with a long pool surrounded by pillars and an arcaded balcony. Sheer curtains of pink and lavender hung from above, and there were many ferns and exotic plants. Dozens of women, lavishly dressed, faces veiled, curiously watched King Vashean and his men from where they lounged by the pool, or loitered on the balconies as Madame Guzela led them by. "Boy, you keep your eyes to yourself," hissed Sir Brock, as Squire Blatchford gazed in wonder upon their surroundings. "What are they all doing here?" he asked.
"What do you think? Stay focused."
Madame Guzela glanced at the squire over her shoulder, her eyes smiling above her veil. "We are here to entertain the palace guests." The squire blushed.
"It's not like you think," said the king. "Visitors must win the favor of these women, usually through gifts and flattery. Courtesans choose their companions and do nothing against their will."
He met Madame Guzela's gaze.
"In theory, anyway."
The courtesan led them out of the harem and into another wing of the palace, where the walls were not gilt, but clean alabaster. She brought them up several sets of stairs with wide, green-carpeted steps, and into a hall on the 4th level, which on one side overlooked a quiet courtyard through open arches. On the other side, the courtesan opened a door to a regal guest suite. They were lavish accommodations. A large main area full of colorful tapestries and cushions, and tables laden with grapes, figs, and crystal glassware, connected to a bedchamber almost as large, with an enormous bed across from a window overlooking the royal gardens. There were 2 smaller rooms off the sides for the servants. As the men stowed away what little luggage they had brought, King Vashean stood at the window and folded his big arms across his chest as he frowned out over the lush vegetation below. The palace was designed for luxury, not security. There were many openings, many places to hide, many places to slip over the wall. There was a knock on the door. It was opened, and he heard the voice of a young boy, then the soft voice of the courtesan. The door was shut quietly again. He turned as she appeared behind him.
"Word from Ambassador Nightingale?" he asked.
"Yes," she said. "He regrets he is tied up in a meeting. He says he will come as soon as he is able."
"But he has made the arrangements I've asked."
"I believe that is the purpose of this meeting," she said. "Forgive me if I am speaking out of line, but having assisted the ambassador in this affair, I know what it is you would have him do. And this is a very difficult thing, like building a house on the shifting sands. It has made him very anxious." King Vashean looked back out over the gardens.
"I'm sure it has."
"Very well, then. if you have no more need of me."
"I do, actually."
Sir Brock entered the bedchamber from one of the side rooms. He had exchanged his impeccable livery for a dark leather garb and a black cloak with a pointed hood. He looked considerably more like a back-alley thug than the royal sergeant-at-arms.
"I am giving my sergeant the afternoon to explore the city. If you would accompany him and see that he does not lose his way, I would be very much obliged."
Chapter 22. The carriage rattled along toward the dock, and as Sir Brock looked out the window, he instinctively tightened the grip on the strongbox under his arm. They were heading into the seedier end of town, and the lavish white stone buildings of the palace district were long behind them. Peasants and merchants filled the street, and many beggars eyed him from the corners where they sat in rags, tin cups in their hands, faces scabbed and withered. Somewhere a woman shouted, and a child cried. "Should just be up here," said Madame Gouzela, eyeing their surroundings nervously from where she sat across from him in the cab. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "Best you get out here. We'll circle around. It won't be safe to stop in one place very long."
"I understand," said Sir Brock.
He pounded his fist twice against the carriage roof. The coach clattered to a halt, and he got out quickly and nodded to the driver. Then he ducked into the alley, his hand gripped tightly around the hilt of his sword. He drew in a sharp breath. The place was asking for an ambush. Tall, run-down buildings pressed too close together. Their dark, broken windows leered down from above, any of which might hide a man with a crossbow, or even a rock to drop on his head. He hurried further in, looking constantly over his shoulder. He froze as a bald man twice his size stepped out of a doorway. He wore only a dark leather vest, which showed well his broad, bare chest and thick, bulging arms. 3 others filed out around him, thuggish men, robbers and killers from the sight of them. "What are you doing here?" the brown man asked in Kerrigan. "I'm here for Dav," said Sir Brock. "I've got a job for him." Again he squeezed the strongbox tighter under his cloak, as if to conceal it, placing himself between it and the 2 men. "Who sent you?" "Zalibavad." Admittedly, he did not have much faith in this name the king had given him, and more than half expected the brown man to have a snigger over it, right before he gave the order to do him in. To his surprise, however, he seemed taken aback. He gave the others a nod, and he looked up to one of the windows in the alley, and nodded again. Sure enough, a man in the shadows lowered his crossbow from his shoulder. He put his hand on Brock's chest. "Are you armed?" Sir Brock nodded, and took his sword out of his belt and handed it to him. "What's that you've got in there?" "The sort of thing I'd rather not show to 4 intimidating men in a dark, secluded alley." The brown man hesitated, then nodded. "Inside," he said, leading the way. Sir Brock looked at the 3 others uneasily and followed him in. He did not like turning his back to them. He could feel them watching him closely, hands on their knives. He was careful not to make any sudden movements. The building was a dilapidated, run-down place that stunk of rotting wood and stale sweat. There was another smell he couldn't place, a sweet, dry fragrance that lingered on the air. He grimaced as a pale woman with stringy hair came out of one of the side rooms and smiled wearily at him and showed him the bruised skin of her shoulders. Through the half-opened door behind her, he saw women with sweaty bosoms and greasy-haired men lounging on sodden couches and dirty cushions, pipes smoking in the bowls beside them. He quickly looked away. It was a bloody opium house. The brown man led Sir Brock to the end of the hall and up a set of creaking stairs. The waning sun crept in through crooked shutters and cast strips of orange light on the wall of the landing above. "Move along," said the brown man, shoving 2 young boys out of the way from where they were loitering beside the banister. In the middle of the hall, another big brute sat on a stool outside a door with a naked scimitar across his lap. Unlike the others, most of whom had the dark features of ethnic Kerrigans, this man was blond and square-jawed. He crunched loudly on a pickle. He stood up as he saw them coming up the stairs, and at a nod from the brown man, went into the room and had words with those inside. He came out again a moment later, the big veins on his neck working as he chewed. "Dov will see you," he said. He snapped another bite off the pickle. Inside, half a dozen dark-clad men sat around a long table, attended by women in their underclothes. At the head of the table, a pale, slender man with a hint of a mustache waved his hand in a circle, and the women filed out of the room. He gave a limp smile, squinting as he eyed the sergeant-at-arms. "Yak Zalmaz," she said, then lifted a lemon wedge off his plate of greasy fish and slurped noisily. Sir Brock nodded and returned the salutation. The man at the head of the table grinned. "A Kasian," he said, "a man of nobility, a knight in the king's service." Sir Brock wondered how he could tell that simply from his brief reply, but as if the man could hear his thoughts, he added, his fingers plucking at the remnants of his plate, "Your posture gives much away." Sir Brock shifted uncomfortably under the cold gaze of the others at the table. The men at the door were thugs, muscle, footmen, but these few who stared at him now were a collection of some very bad individuals. It was true His Majesty had spies everywhere, but even so, he wondered how he'd known where to find such men, and just who was the Liebeved. What he did know was that his living through the next few moments was dependent on his exact choice of phrase. "So, you're Dov?" "Yes," said the man at the end of the table. "I'm Dov." He held out his hands, shiny and moist with fish grease. "Welcome to the Kerrigan underworld. How am I to be of service?" Sir Brock moved the strongbox forward from under his arm and held it up. Dov waved him closer. "Slowly," he said. "We're not fond of sudden movements here." Sir Brock waddled forward with the awkward burden and set it down heavily on the table. He unfastened the clasp and lifted the lid. Dov's smile widened to a covetous grin, and the others began to chuckle as an orange luminance shimmered on their faces. "My," he said, "that is a lot of gold. I understand your client to be of a rather high profile?" Sir Brock carefully lifted a slip of parchment paper from his chest pocket and placed it slowly on the table. One of the nearest men reached for it and handed it to Dov. Something, perhaps fear, washed over his face as he unfolded the slip of paper. His eyes flickered up to the sergeant-at-arms and held him in hostile regard. Sir Brock held his breath. This was the critical moment. Either their conversation would continue until they negotiated an agreement, or a sudden gesture from this man called Dov would have that blonde brute take off his head. He sighed with relief as Dov looked again at the glowing chest on the table. "Your money's obviously where your mouth is," he said. "Though you understand, this is only half," said Sir Brock. "The rest is to be paid in completion of the work." Dov sat back in his chair and looked at the men around the table, then back to the sergeant-at-arms. "This will cause quite a fuss, you realize. The risk involved is more than compensated in the amount which will be paid to you. You should also have sufficient funds to bribe whoever you need in the palace." Dov squinted and puckered his lips and rubbed his fingers together. "I should assume this is time-sensitive?" "Very." "Give us a moment, then." Dov leaned forward with the other men, and they all huddled together, making quick gestures with their hands, whispering harshly, some tapping their fingers silently on the table, as if to indicate some position here or some strategic location there. At last, They were quiet, and all looked to him, and a limp smile spread again over Dobb's face. We're in. Chapter 23. It was nearly twilight when the white-cloaked knights advanced on foot across the ancient graveyard to begin their search of the ruined chapel. Dame Tanith waited at the cemetery gate, coolly eyeing the derelict structure and time-worn slabs which surrounded it, as she turned over a book in her hands. It was the only book which had been found in the witch's residence, some philosophical work, the facade of the autonomy of man. She had expected at least to find some notes scribbled in the margins, or a dog-eared page where she might look for a clue or password. But the book contained no such insight, just a bunch of existential nonsense. She flipped through the pages one last time, then shook her head and handed it back to Squire Janessa, who stood nearby holding their horses by the reins. Next to her, Seneschal Isolde was no longer putting on a brave face. She leaned with one hand against the crumbling stone wall, her crutch braced under her arm, her eyes squeezed shut as she blew slowly through pursed lips. She was drenched with sweat and very pale, nearly gray with discoloration. If the ride across the city had aggravated her injury, the sauntering trek over the uneven terrain of the forest had been excruciating. She would likely lose consciousness on the return journey. Dame Tanith watched her unsympathetically and folded her white-gloved hands across her chest. I trust, Seneschal, at this point there is nothing you've been withholding. Isolde shook her head. Madam, I've told you everything I know, she huffed. The Countess held her in her cool regard. It was the truth. She knew no more. She had exhausted this source of information. It would be redundant to examine her further. When we return to the city, she said, I shall have no more need of you. You may return to your duties. Isolde panted with relief, wincing as she stood up straight. Thank you, madam. Dame Tanith looked up as one of her knights appeared at the entrance of the ruined chapel, the woman with short black hair. Found something already? Aye, madam, books. Books which appear to be of incriminating nature. Dame Tanith grinned darkly and screwed her monocle in place as she started across the graveyard. Her heart was racing. One of them must be it. It had to be. Where else would that woman have hidden it, if not all the way out here? Her carefully honed intuition made her stop suddenly. That girl, Hinkle, had found it here. The witch had known and had hidden it in the same place? Her mind exploded with the ringing of alarm bells. Kerstin had lived her entire life under scrutiny. She was used to being watched, followed, tracked down. She had known they would come here. Fool that woman once, but fool her twice. She began to move her lips in warning, but before she could voice a sound, the impact knocked her off her feet. Lord Kendrick looked up as a peal of thunder rattled the windows in his study. What in the heroin? He and Sir Welby frowned and cast down their paperwork as they stood up and looked out in the direction of the distant rumbling. What in blazes, Sir Welby? Look at that! Miles away, in the pinkish light of the setting sun, a pillar of black smoke billowed up from the valley treetops. Twigs crunched nearby as Kerstin returned from the forest with an armful of firewood. Sir Gilkrist stole a glance at her shadowy form, then looked back to his pile of kindling and struck a chunk of flint against his fire steel. "Milord? Sir Gilkrist snapped his head up in alarm, half rising as he reached for his sword. The firewood clattered from Kerstin's arms. She staggered drunkenly to the side, one arm reaching out for balance. Then with a gasp, her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she collapsed, lifeless. Hinkle woke up with a start. She was in her bedchamber in Stel Calghād. But the last she remembered was the chase and the river. She looked around in confusion. Between the curtains she saw that the sun was setting. She was awake now for the night, but the sheets were damp, and she was covered in sweat. Cold sweat, and she had an awful feeling, like something dreadful was about to happen, or had already happened. Kerstin's broom, which had been propped up against the wall beside the bed, suddenly toppled over. Dame Tanith coughed. Her throat was dry, full of dust. Black smoke billowed overhead, blotting out the pink sun. She could feel the sweltering heat on her face. The ringing in her ears drowned out all else, but as she lay still, over the high-pitched drone, other noises came into focus. Horses neighing, women shouting, and something else. A sound she knew well. The roaring of an inferno. She tried to move, and cried out as an overwhelming ache surged through her bones. She gritted her teeth against the pain, and sat up. Where before had been the ruined chapel, there was now only a flaming wreck of blasted stone. The Countess snarled as she climbed to her feet. "Madam!" Squire Janessa dashed to her side, her face smeared with dust and soot. Her lip was bloody, and her neat hair was tangled and wild. "Are you all right, madam?" Dame Tanith ignored her, and the squire's eyes widened with disbelief as she began staggering toward the fiery ruin. "What are you? You can't go in there! Madam, stop!" She shoved her aside and limped to the blazing doorframe. The top half of the chapel had been blown off completely, and what remained was little more than a blackened foundation and fragments of wall wrapped in flame. There was a groan, and she threw up her arm as a nearby section of wall collapsed, kicking up a hot cloud of sparks. She pulled her white cloak over her head and around her face, and with another shout of protest from her squire, she ducked into the burning church. The heat was unbearable. Black smoke stung her eyes. The stone itself was on fire. Humanoid forms lay strewn about the shattered sanctuary, glowing like embers. The blast had hurled them, she deduced, from the altar, though the altar itself was now gone, blown apart in the explosion. In its place, unharmed amid crackling flames, was a black book, a massive leather-bound tome. Firelight glimmered in the iron clasps, and danced in the amethyst stones embedded in the cover, and numerals embossed in iron. 6. Dame Tanith snatched it from the floor, unsurprised to find it was not hot, even when the stone was on fire all around. She would have grabbed it, even if it had scalded her hands to the bone. Such was her devotion. She staggered back outside, where she sank, coughing, to her knees. "Are you all right, madam? You could have been—" "I got it," she huffed. The Grand Mage. His spellbook. Where everyone else had failed, she alone had succeeded in getting it back. "All that? Just for a book?" said Isolde. "For collecting evidence?" She gestured in disbelief to the burning chapel. "What of your men? Is anyone alive in there?" Dame Tanith rose slowly to her feet, cradling the tome like a demonic infant. "No." Squire Janessa lowered her eyes, but Isolde continued to stare at her, appalled. She coolly met her gaze. "Do not think, Seneschal, that I am unaffected by their deaths. Their blood cries out to me, as does the blood of the citizens of Klomm. And I will answer." She held up the spellbook. "I have evidence. Yes, evidence enough to ensure that woman dies screaming. Is that understood? Isolde came to attention, as much as her crutch would allow. Yes, madam. Janessa? Yes, madam. Good. Now we must return to the city. I'd say we've all earned a rest. However, she looked to the seneschal. I shall need you to speak to his grace on my behalf. She grinned darkly. I shall need to let Olgris out of his cell. Chapter 24. There was a knock on the door, and King Vashean clapped shut the sacred scripts of the prayers and adventures of the ancient heroine Morag. Squire Blatchford entered the bedchamber. Ramsay Nightingale to see you, your majesty.
Send him in.
The squire stepped back, and a small, white-haired man in a yellow silk jerkin and long-tailed red coat with a high collar slunk in through the doorway. Normally, the Akossian ambassador radiated congeniality, and he was well known to be court favorite wherever he went. The Princess Regent was particularly fond of him, and he enjoyed frequent invitations to her private gatherings, where he might put forth a word of influence. But tonight, as King Vashean came around the bed to greet him, the ambassador's smile was slight. His usually amiable face was strained and pale, and behind his round-rimmed spectacles, his blue eyes betrayed his discomfort. He was nervous.
Ambassador Nightingale? Your Majesty.
He swooped into a most graceful bow for a man his age, and then began questioning him about the fairness of his travels, and whether he rested well, and whether the apartments were to his liking.
Fine, yes. Tell me about the Princess Regent. Yes. Well, it will be an intimate affair. A game of cards.
King Vashean raised an eyebrow.
Is she still fond of that?
Yes, your Majesty. My king, forgive me, but I must tell you on the way there. I am late, and I fear if we delay too long, you will be robbed of your moment.
Yes, of course.
King Vashean led the way through the palace corridors, a red torch flickering in his hand. He adjusted the turban on his head with his free hand, and pulled a veil across his nose and mouth, then looked back over his shoulder at Ramsay Nightingale, who discreetly whispered directions. He would be admitted to the gathering under the pretext of his servant. The ambassador would join the card game and apply his silver-tongued expertise, building up to the moment in which he would reveal himself. He grinned mischievously behind the veil.
Tell me who's going to be there, he said.
In addition to the Princess Regent and her usual attendants, Sir Pilvenor, Princess Pavienka, Esprenzo Vamir, the Codish Emissary, and the Grand Mage.
Here Ramsay Nightingale's face again appeared thin.
Yes, your Majesty. I took great care to ensure he would be. I offered bribes and traded many rumors to make it so. I only hope I haven't reached too far. Left here, your Majesty.
They rounded the corner and came to the end of the hallway, where two green-turbaned guards stood outside a gold-trimmed double door.
His Excellency Ramsay Nightingale,
said King Vashean in the Kerrigan tongue. He feared they might pick up on his accent, but if they did, they thought nothing of it. Butterflies fluttered in his stomach as the guards opened the doors. In the dim chamber, Princess Narankeri sat at the head of a polished table, the surface of which glimmered with the warm reflection of the candelabras atop it. She was plumper than when he had last seen her. Her shoulders seemed wider, and her arms thicker, and the heavy makeup adorning her dark features did not fully guise her weariness. Still, as she shuffled the deck of cards, smiling wryly at the other players around her as she dealt out their hands, she was, if milder in spirit, the very image of her mother. "Ramsay," she said, glancing at the ambassador out of the corner of her eye. You're late."
"I am sorry, Your Highness," he said, bowing extravagantly with a flourish of his hand, "but certain business detained me."
"From me?" Narren cocked her head in disbelief. "Why, Ambassador Nightingale, for that you shall sit out this round and join us in the next hand with a disadvantage."
The ambassador grinned smugly. "If Your Highness believes it will prevent me from crushing you like last time."
The princess gaped. "Ramsay, you are unbelievable." "You there," she said, thrusting her hand out toward King Vashean. "Wine for the ambassador, to dull his wit. No one can beat him otherwise." Ramsay Nightingale glanced uneasily at the king, who bowed stiffly and looked about him. The ambassador nodded discreetly toward a side table laden with glasses and decanters on his left. King Vashean went to it and poured a glass, observing the other players at the table. To the left of the Princess Regent, in a white gown, sat a young noblewoman of no more than 20. She was an attractive girl, but behind the tiny round-rimmed spectacles balanced on her nose, he saw a hardness in her eyes, as though she was bracing herself against the pain of some lingering wound that tormented her from within. He knew that look. Too many women carried it. He wondered who she might be. Perhaps one of Narren ladies-in-waiting. Next to her sat Princess Pavienka in a knightly tunic, a woman of a different sort of hardness. The youngest member of the royal family, Pavienka had admired from birth the strength and fury of soldiering women like her mother. To her father's dismay, she had sworn a solemn oath at the age of 12 never to marry, and to devote her life to becoming a knight worthy of Morag herself. It had not been in vain. She was a prodigy of the sword, and with horse and lance she was all but untouchable. She had won countless tournaments, unhorsing men twice her age and twice her size. King Vashean himself had more than once felt her lance break upon his breastplate, and the muddy ground shooting up to meet him as he met her in the lists. As one of the few knights who could best her, Dame Tanith had requested to take her on as her squire. Few maidens, upon receiving the marriage proposal from the man of their dreams, could have been as ecstatic as Pavienka. But within a month of her training, Vashean's father had taken a cause to war with Kodzir, and as Caragol was not involved in this conflict, the princess was called home. In her stead, Dame Tanith had taken on young Gilkrist of Lothalay, and Pavienka's mother arranged for her to squire under her champion, the Knight of the Briar Rose. And so she had been on the battlefield when her mother led an army against Count Olgris. It was rumored that when the queen had met him, it was clear that Olgris would win, and Pavienka, desperate for her mother's safety, had charged to her aid. But Queen Volarina, ever just and fair, upon hearing her daughter's battle cry, had turned and warned her not to interfere, and at that moment the Count dealt the blow that killed her. At her side, furthest from the Princess Regent, was a broad-framed, battle-hardened man whose left eye was shut permanently, sealed beneath a long, grisly scar, Sir Pilvenor, the second strongest knight in Caragol, and the marshal of the Kerrigan army. He had become rather infamous for being in love with the queen. It was said his feelings for her had begun in their youth, long before she had married and ascended the throne. That was innocent enough, but his claims that she had once loved him in return had given rise to rumors of an affair, a blemish on the queen's honor which could not be tolerated, least of all by the Knight of the Briar Rose. His long scar and missing eye were the result of a duel fought one rainy evening in the very palace gardens King Vashean's old bedchamber overlooked. And when the queen at last succumbed to her wounds, none had wept more dearly. If it could be proven that the Grand Mage was indeed responsible for what had happened in Klomm, and that he had with dark and secret arts brought Olgris Waziga back from death, he would have no greater enemy than Sir Pilvenor. Across from the others sat an old friend. King Vashean recognized him from behind by the large opal on his signet ring, which was made visible to him as the man played a card from his hand, and the grey curls which fell over the ostentatious collar of his black and yellow jacket. Esprenzo Vamir was the Kodish emissary. Years ago he had represented Kodish interests in Amarel, a very difficult position during the reign of King Torg. He and King Vashean had worked closely together to prevent the war, but to no avail. Vashean's father had not had an ear for diplomacy, and 1 month before Akos began their so-called liberation of the Samar Islands, he'd had Esprenzo expelled from court. He had not returned ever since. He sat alone on that side of the table, separated from the Princess Regent by an empty chair, which had evidently been reserved for her favorite ambassador. He had done well in Caragol. That he was one of Narrancari's trusted intimates was evidence of that. Still, that one chair and what it represented. Another Akosan victory. Another Kodish defeat. If any one of them was to impede his mission, it would be him. However, though he knew he would be unlikely to convince any of those present that night, if he spoke his case well, he would be setting a rather deadly snare for Zildok Nassar, which, once he set the rest of his plan in motion, would snatch the very floor from under him. Except he was not here. King Vashean's heart thumped. There were only 5 at the table. He scanned the shadows at the edge of the candlelight. Several guards stood here and there against the wall, and at one end of the room, some of Narrancari's ladies-in-waiting lounged on couches and cushions with their embroidery. But there was no one who could be the Grand Mage. Was he late? Surely Nightingale hadn't. But the ambassador was himself looking anxiously around the room. Vashean lowered his ear as Ramsay Nightingale came and stood next to him. "He isn't here," whispered the ambassador in anxious Akosian. "I don't know what—" "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I failed." "No," said King Vashean, glancing again around the room. "We must improvise." Likely the Grand Mage had caught wind that Ramsay was going to great lengths to arrange a meeting at the same time as him. Perhaps he'd grown suspicious and cancelled his plans at the very last minute to throw him off. But if he suspected a trap, he would have sent an agent to find out what had taken place. Someone here, likely one of the guards, whom he had seen were susceptible to bribery, would ensure that every word in this room got back to the Grand Mage. Around the table, the players finished their hand, and Pavienka took down their scores, and as Narrancari motioned for the ambassador to sit, he leaned in toward him again. "What then shall I say? The same, or—" King Vashean paused, watching the shadows along the wall. "Ramsay," said the Princess Regent, "stop fussing with your servant and come play." "Your Majesty?" "Ramsay!" "Yes, coming, Your Highness. I've just remembered some important matters. Have you taken out the cards? I'll make 6. At this, Narrancari touched the arm of the girl next to her, who was shuffling the deck, and instructed her to remove the 2 and 3 of diamonds, and the 3 and 4 of clubs. Here King Vashean saw his chance, and in fluent Kerrigan, he said, "What say we set the deck for 7? It caused quite a stir. The guards snapped their heads toward him, glaring. The women frowned and looked at one another. Sir Pilvenor stood up from the table. "How dare you address the Princess Regent so brazenly? Nightingale, control your servant before I throw him from the ramparts." Vashean could not resist grinning. Princess Narrancari was peering at him suspiciously, as if she recognized something about him, and as he moved to take off his turban, causing everyone to reach for their scimitars. She held up her hand. "Wait," she said.
"Your Royal Highness," said Ramsay Nightingale, who, despite looking rather pale, seized the opportunity to interject. "I pray you will forgive this ruse, but may I present—"
King Vashean swept off the turban and pulled the scarf down from his face.
"His Majesty, King Vashean of Icos."
Chapter 25. The surprise gave way to a long silence, during which Esprenzo twisted around his seat and smiled with amusement as he glanced between his rival ambassador and the Icosian king. Finally, Pavienka scoffed in disbelief, and she and Sir Pilvenor slid their half-drawn sabres back into their scabbards, the second of whom motioned to the guards that all was well. Narrated did not seem to know what to think. She continued to peer at him curiously, half smiling, half frowning as she reached for her cup of wine. "King Vashean? Well, that is quite—"
He bowed. "And a good evening to you as well, Royal Highness. Might I?"
he said, sliding up to the chair nearest her and sitting down next to the Kodish emissary. "My old friend," said Esprenzo, "how good to see you."
"And you as well. For 7?"
Yes," said Narrated, watching with disapproval as Ramsay Nightingale sat down across from Sir Pilvenor. Then to the girl next to her, she said, "Just put back the 4 of clubs." King Vashean smiled and scooched his seat in.
"I know everyone else," he said, glancing around the table. "But I don't believe I've had the honor."
"This precious thing," said Narrated, "is Lady Osina, one of my ladies-in-waiting." King Vashean nodded gently, resisting another mischievous smile, and said a prayer of thanks in his heart. He had not recognized her by face, but he knew her name. The stage was set perfectly to cause a scene. Lady Osina was the Countess of Waz.
"Your Olgris's sister," he said.
It had the desired effect. Lady Osina paused amid dealing out the cards, and behind her spectacles, her eyes hardened into chips of stone. "We don't mention that name in the palace," whispered Narrated.
"No," said Vashean as he picked up his hand. "I'm sure you don't."
He led with the 2 of clubs, and the other players followed suit, the trick going to Princess Pavienka.
"Tell me," he said, looking between the 2 royal sisters, "how is your father? How is good King Asnadul?"
The question was innocent enough, and on its own was no cause for suspicion. Then he added the barb.
"Is he getting any better?"
Pavienka eyed her sister as she shuffled the cards. Princess Narrated was smiling, but it no longer seemed sincere. "He is healthy as he ever was," she said. "His mind, not so much." She left it at that, changing the subject almost too quickly. "So nice to see the leaves changing. Fall will soon be upon us." King Vashean smiled thinly and reached for his cards. He knew well the state of her father's mind. His spies kept him in good report, Ramsay Nightingale among them. King Asnadul seemed to grow worse each day. He knew he often mistook Narrated for her mother, or worse, did not recognize her at all. He also knew that though he still lived in the palace, Narrated had not seen him since the spring. He chose 3 cards and slid them to the Princess Regent. "And what of your sister?" asked Esprenzo, passing him 3 of his own. He, at least, appeared genuine. "Has there been any news?" "No," said King Vashean, adding the emissary's cards to his hand. 2 of clubs again. He laid the card in the center of the table.
"Ramsay," he said, "is that wine any good?" "A most excellent vintage, Your Majesty. I think I'll have some."
They played through the hand as a servant poured him a glass, and the trick went to Ramsay Nightingale.
"More for everyone," said King Vashean, as Princess Pavienka took down the score and Sir Pilvenor gathered up the cards. "I'd like to propose a toast."
The servant looked hesitantly at the Princess Regent, who gave a nod, then began filling up the other glasses on the table, while Sir Pilvenor shuffled the deck and dealt a new handout to the players. When he was done, King Vashean peeked at his cards, then raised his wineglass.
"To peace," he said. "To peace between Caragol, Ekos, and Kodzir."
"To peace," said everyone.
"And," he added pointedly, "to traitors and rebels being brought to justice, in my kingdom and yours."
Only Ramsay Nightingale returned the sentiment and drained his glass with the king. Of the Carrigans, Sir Pilvenor alone had begun to repeat it, but his voice trailed off when Princess Naren Carey set her glass down on the table. In the silence that followed, Esprenzo Vermeer watched the others inquisitively, perhaps wondering if he had stumbled in his Kerrigan speech, or if he himself had lost the meaning in translation. After a moment he said, "Well, I, for one, will drink to that. To traitors and rebels being brought to justice, not just in our kingdoms, but all over the world." King Vashean smiled as he watched the Cotis emissary empty his glass, then turned to the Princess Regent, who was not smiling in the least.
"Something wrong, Your Highness?"
Her cards went untouched at the edge of the table. "What are you doing here?" she asked. King Vashean smoothed his cards into a neat stack and tapped them on the table. "I've come," he said, eyeing the guards standing in the shadows along the wall,
"all this way in person, to demand the immediate arrest of Zildok Nissar, your Grand Mage."
Princess Naren Carey scoffed. Pavienka glanced in confusion between Esprenzo, Lady Asina, and himself, while Sir Pilvenor was staring at him in disbelief, his palm turned up like he had just witnessed some unprovoked and nasty comment. Ramsay Nightingale seemed to shrink into his jacket. "On what grounds would I do such a thing?"
"Certain prisoners, former knights of yours, were all too eager to name him as the overlord conspirator in the siege of Klomm."
"What knights?" asked Sir Pilvenor.
"The Knight of the Briar Rose, for one," he said.
The Kerrigan knight turned pale with concern, and looked to the Princess Regent, whose face betrayed no such emotion.
"Also Dame Selenera of Taliza."
Here King Vashean turned his eye upon Lady Osina.
"And Count Olgris of Waz."
Lady Osina blushed, and her eyes flashed with pain. The others peered at the king and glanced among themselves, finally looking to Ramsay Nightingale, as though some change in his expression might shed some light on this ludicrous claim. But as he met their looks, his face was solemn as his own. King Vashean added darkly, "I have your brother in custody." Lady Osina's chest heaved, and Naren Carey took her hand. "Is that so? Your Majesty, it may be easy for you to imagine some secret ploy in which that person escaped his execution, having only heard word of it from afar. But most of us sitting here watched the hangman quite literally tear him limb from limb."
"Indeed, and yet he lives still. I had breakfast with him in his cell not a fortnight ago."
"But," gasped Lady Osina, on the verge of hysterics, her face a mask of distress, "how is this? How can such a thing be possible?"
"I suggest you ask the Grand Mage."
"King Vashean," said Princess Pavienka, "even if what you say is true, that by some dark power the Count still lives, what I cannot believe is that the Knight of the Briar Rose would have fallen in league with him." Sir Pilvenor shook his head in agreement. Impossible.
Neither did King Pell believe that Hanach Dungaste had turned to the path of evil after the heroine fell. Yet so it was.
He was about to explain that it seemed he and Dame Selenera had only fallen in with Olgris to foil his plans, when the Codish emissary placed his hand on the table. Your Highness, he said, if I may, let us entertain for a moment that what His Majesty says is true, that Count Olgris lives, and that the Knight of the Briar Rose and this other dame fought alongside him to besiege the city of Klomm, and that upon capturing them and questioning them, they all pointed to the Grand Mage. This is what I find strange. All three of them implicating the same man. King Vashean shut his eyes and breathed out very slowly, scratching at the rash on his hand beneath the table. The probability is, Esprenzo continued, if this was the truth, at least one of them would have named another person for the sake of protecting the identity of their master. In the court of law, verbatim accounts are not to be trusted, as it indicates the witnesses conspired together beforehand. I should warn your Highness to tread carefully in this matter.
Olgris used the same argument himself, said King Vashean, right before he named the Grand Mage. I expected him to lie, but I believe he told the truth to further confuse the situation.
All the same, your Majesty, said Esprenzo, I smell a rat.
You have some nerve, hissed Ramsay Nightingale, to say such a thing to a king.
I am in service to Her Highness, said Esprenzo. I am only saying what I... King Vashean raised his hand and silenced them both.
There was mention of a stolen spellbook, the kind which Nassar wouldn't like you to know about. The attack was all an attempt to get it back. The thief, who is none other than the Witch of Klomm, is, as you know, a slippery adversary. Likely he was unable to overtake her by subtler means, all the more so without his spellbook.
You know what I think, said Narankeri, is that you have an answer for... Yes, what is it? Two of her ladies-in-waiting had come over from where the others were sitting with their embroidery. Sorry, Your Highness, said one. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Might I go lie down? Again? Oh, you poor thing. Of course you may. I hope you're feeling better. King Vashean scratched his beard as he watched the two girls glide out of the room. As I was saying,
you should dismiss those two, he said.
What? My girls? Why?
Because you can't trust them. At best, they're selling information. At worst, they're conspiring against you.
Oh, for the love of... First my Grand Mage, and now my own ladies-in-waiting?
Send someone to follow them. I'll bet my crown that before you retire for the night, they'll report every word of this meeting to Zildok Nassar.
Her face flinched with anger. Well, I think you've made it pretty clear what your intentions are. You mean to rob me of at least one of my most trusted advisors, and sow doubt and suspicion wherever you can, obviously to facilitate your own interests, and you're going to keep spinning these absurd stories. I mean, Olgris alive? Saying a thing like that to his poor sister. She squeezed Lady Osina's hand. I never thought you could be so insensitive. King Vashean closed his fist.
I simply thought she might wish to know the truth. As for the absurdity of my account, I am trusting that none of you would suppose I would make something like this up and expect you to believe it.
Princess Pavienka raised her chin, glancing at the Codish emissary, who pressed one finger pensively to his lips. Nevertheless, King Vashean, said Narankeri, we will not be handing anyone over, nor will we give credence to these unsubstantiated claims, nor will we tolerate your unprovoked acts of aggression. We have sent word to your trade partners, and they are all in agreement. Together we shall strangle your economy with tariffs, unless you draw Lord Magnus from our lands. Should you resort to violence, you will have no trade at all. You've made a mistake, your majesty. I only pray it isn't too costly.
And I pray, he said, that your eyes will soon be opened, and you see that I have not come to threaten and intimidate you, but to deliver you from peril. I am your friend, Narrated.
She smiled thinly. Ramsay, your king is very tired after his travels. Would you and Sir Pilvenor escort him back to his chambers? Ramsay Nightingale looked awkwardly between the king and Princess Narrated.
King Vashean nodded. Yes, your highness, of course.
The three men rose from the table.
Lady Ursina, said the king, I hope I haven't upset you.
She nodded silently.
Princess Pavrienka, Esprenzo, so good to see you again.
A Shaley bless your majesty with wisdom in this affair, said the courteous emissary, squeezing his hand in both his own.
May he bless us all in every affair.
Then King Vashean stepped back and swept into a bow, reaching out his hand.
Your Royal Highness.
Somewhat morosely, Princess Narrated placed her hand in his, and he delicately kissed her fingers. Then he straightened, wheeled about, and marched out into the hall after Sir Pilvenor and the Akasian ambassador. As they walked through the palace corridors, Sir Pilvenor looked over his shoulder. Is it true Olgris lives? King Vashean smiled. He had allowed the knight to take the lead and walked behind him with Ramsay at his side.
There is nothing else I can say. If you do not believe...
How can anyone believe such a thing? Perhaps if I saw what you claim to have seen.
You cannot see it any more than I can see with my own eyes that the Grand Mage is the dark force behind it all. Yet in my heart, when I heard the testimonies of the captured knights, I believed it to be true.
The knight stopped and turned. Enough to accuse him before the Princess Regent? Enough to dispatch an army into our kingdom?
Sir Pilvenor, perhaps you cannot believe what I said, but do you trust me?
Sir Pilvenor paused for a long moment as he studied the king's face.
Yes, your majesty. Then keep watch over the royal family, especially the Princess Regent. Let no harm come to them.
I assure your majesty I would die 1,000 deaths before I let that happen. King Vashean smiled, and as Sir Pilvenor took his leave, Ramsay Nightingale said over the next few days he would be working hard to smooth things over with the Princess Regent, but that he would make time to see him the following afternoon. Then he too retired for the night. In the apartments, Sir Brock had just returned. He was still clothed in his dark attire. He pulled back his hood as the king entered, and the two stared grimly at one another.
You've made the arrangements, said the king.
I have. They can do it tomorrow night.
So be it.
Your Majesty, said Sir Brock as King Vashean moved to enter his bedchamber. His face was troubled. Are you certain you wish to do this?
I think I've made that clear.
My king, blurted the sergeant-at-arms, I beg you to reconsider. This is foolhardy. King Vashean clenched his fists. It seemed foolish to him as well, now, sometimes. At certain moments he had his doubts, that perhaps this was not the right thing, that perhaps it was a very wrong thing. But certainty was a luxury he could not afford. He reminded himself that the cost of the alternative was many lives lost. This way, at least, there would be only one. He glared at the sergeant-at-arms out of the corner of his eye.
We will proceed with the assassination.
Chapter 26. Sir Gilkrist sat next to Kerstin in the firelight, anxiously watching her face for sign of revival, taking note of the subtle rising and falling of her chest. When she had passed out, there had been a harrowing moment where no air filled her lungs, and in which he felt no pulse. Fortunately, her heart had begun to beat again, if ever so faintly, and she began to breathe. However, it made him wonder what he would do if she did not wake up. To that, he had no answer. His heart skipped, and he sat up straight as her blue eyes fluttered half open. She rolled her head from side to side as she took note of her surroundings. "Sir Gilkrist," she huffed. "Oh." "Be still," he said. "No, it's fine. I'm just... water." He nodded and held up a skin for her to drink. With some difficulty, she propped herself up and drank half a mouthful, then slumped down again as if from great exhaustion. He felt her forehead with the back of his hand, but she weakly swatted him away. "Bugger off. I'm fine." "Well, you don't bloody look fine. What happened?" "I told you I cast a spell over the altar," she said breathlessly, "in the chapel, that it would be an unfortunate demise for whoever trespasses there." "You did, yes." "Someone has triggered that spell, and without the broom, the debt is mine to pay." "Ah," he said, "so when the spell was set off, it sapped your life force." "Indeed." "But from so far away? How does such a thing work?" "It is immaterial, Sir Gilkrist. You must not think in terms of distance, as though there was some range of effect." "I see. But you will recover then?" "Yes. 'Tis the same as expending yourself in some heavy task. You spend energy and are fatigued. Then you regain it. The cost of white magic is similar. Only, if you run, your body will not allow you to run yourself to death. You will collapse first. But with a spell, where you are not exerting yourself physically, but rather your energy is being drained from you to restore the equilibrium in the elemental forces, it matters not whether you pass out, or whether your heart stops, and your brain shuts off forever, so long as what is taken is given in return." "I'd say you came closer to the latter." She smiled faintly. "I suppose," he said, "that when you said you would send out your spirit on me, when I am to contend with a scarce." Her eyes grew cold at the mention of this, and her face turned grave. "'Twill be the same," she said, "save that rather than being taxed of my life force all at once, it shall eke out of me over time. I only pray it shall be enough time." The fire crackled at his side, and Sir Gilkrist stared quietly into the flames. And as a silence hung between them, a feeling welled up within his chest. Certain words, which as they surfaced in his consciousness, alarmed him. That he might say such things surprised him as much as they would surely surprise her. But upon brief reflection, he saw that it did not come as unexpected. After all, had he not put her before his duty to the king? Had he not charged headlong into danger to rescue her from the clutches of their foes? And when she fainted suddenly, did he not feel a pressing concern for her safety and well-being? What was so difficult about admitting to himself what his actions clearly said? That he cared. And he did care. Though he'd taken every opportunity to convince her he loathed the very sight of her, though he'd treated her as an object of disgust and horror from the moment they'd met. It was not right, like many things he'd said and done. His heart beat faster until he resigned himself to say what was on his heart, and in the moment right before he spoke, waves of peace washed over him. "I'm sorry," he said. She looked at him as if he'd suddenly disrobed. For what? He sighed. For prying into your affairs. For doing my part in mucking everything up. Well, a lot of good that does us now. And to be honest, Sir Gilkrist, what you did was practically neither here nor there. Hinkle was the one who caused this mess. Perhaps, he said, but I cannot accept that I have no fault in this matter. Hinkle may have caused it, but had I not been such a harsh master, I might not have driven her to it. And what? You're taking responsibility for her curiosity? No. I'm saying I ought to have... He shut his eyes as he recalled the king's reproach. I ought to have paid her more heed, to have minded her concerns. He shook his head. To have put some shoes on her feet the moment I took her into my service. I ought to have been better, as a knight and as a man. I ought to have been... Kerstin scowled. What is this? What are you doing? You're sorry for Hinkle's meddling, and you're apologizing, to me, for letting her go around barefoot? Just be quiet. You're making a fool of yourself, as usual. She crossed her arms and looked away into the darkness. And by the way, your greatest crime against her is not neglecting to get her a pair of shoes. 'Tis beating her up and strangling her until she helped you raise the dead, in case you'd forgotten. Sir Gilkrist hung his head. It did make him sound awfully despicable when she put it like that. He certainly felt despicable. Of course. I'm sorry for that as well, he said quietly. I suppose I owe it to her to rescue her from the Scarabisi. It won't cover over it. But it's something. I do not much care for this conversation, snapped Kerstin. You did what you did. Right or wrong, you did what you thought you should have at the time. Perhaps in hindsight you think differently, but in the moment you chose. Now 'tis done. Let us move on. Do you not believe in remorse? If by remorse you mean feeling sorry for yourself and looking for sympathy from others because of something you wish you had not done, then no. In fact, I find it offensive. I see it as naught but an attempt to absolve oneself of responsibility for their actions. On the contrary, it is the acceptance of the responsibility of one's actions, and the desire to rectify them. For instance, she opened her mouth to interrupt him, but he continued over her. For instance, when I first met you, I was afraid of you. I disapproved of you. And I was not kind. It matters not. I did not care then, and I don't care now. But I do, and despite whatever I may have said, I am glad for your company. She jerked her head and stared at him, apparently mortified, and for the briefest of seconds, her eyes flickered with a rare vulnerability as she searched his face. Then her expression soured. Well, that makes one of us, she grumbled, as she looked away from him. The nerve of this woman. Even now is he... But no. He reminded himself that the more she was drawn to him, the nastier she'd behave towards him. And he'd been no different. Though now he'd apologized. It was stupid, really, going so far out of his way to prove he did not care in the slightest, and only because he really did. If they could only accept that the other person mattered to them, they might actually be friends. As far as he was concerned, they were friends. What are you smiling about? She demanded. Sir Gilkrist looked up from the fire. Nothing. Are you hungry? Kerstin shook her head and tugged the blanket up to her chin. No, I'm not. I must rest and regain my strength. I shall need it for when we arrive. He was about to insist she eat something, but before he could speak, She rolled over onto her side and turned her back to him. "Very well," he sighed, and he got up to see to supper for himself. After he had eaten, he took out his thin leather-bound book and placed his spectacles on the bridge of his nose and turned to his place. Every once in a while he looked up from his tale of virtue, hoping that from across the fire she might return his glance. She did not, and soon he heard her quiet snoring among the soft hush of the wind in the trees. Some time later, a noise awakened him in the night. A faint noise, which in the deliriousness of half-sleep he mistook for the nightmarish gasps of a person whose throat had been cut. He braced himself in alarm, gripping tight the dagger beneath his head, upon which he always slept, listening attentively for the stealthy footsteps of creeping assailants. That necromancer woman he'd let get away. She and her minions had followed them into the mountains of Kodzir. He could not see Kerstin. The fire had burned down, and only a dim glow emanated from the red coals between them. Her form lay hidden in the shadows, and as he stared wide-eyed into the darkness, he imagined black-robed figures crouching over her. They would come for him next. He would wait until they were close, and then... He relaxed the grip on the dagger. He was now fully awake, and understood what he was hearing from the gloom on the other side of the fire. Sobbing. Awkwardly, he turned over onto his side. What should he do? Ask her what was the matter? No, he did not want to embarrass her, as he was sure to do. He already felt like he was trespassing by merely waking up at this particular moment. Perhaps he might console her. Part of him suspected she'd respond better to him wrapping his arms around her in the dark than by anything he might say. It excited him to think how that might play out. But then, he would be taking advantage of her. Perhaps the most considerate thing to do was nothing. Sir Gilkrist awoke to the chirping of the birds. Rays of sunlight shone down into the mountain forest, painting the leaves and trunks in golden hues. Kerstin was already awake, sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, humming to herself, eggs and ham sizzling in the pan. He sat up and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Oh, good, you're up," she said. "Your breakfast is ready, my lord." He frowned. On a usual day, he'd practically have to kick her in the ribs to wake her out of bed. And she always arose in the blackest mood, sighing and swearing about how early it was as she packed her pipe. And God forbid if he spoke to her. "What are you so chipper about?" he asked. She smiled as she dished out his breakfast. "Oh, nothing." He eyed her suspiciously as he accepted the steaming plate. He was not sure what to make of this sudden pleasantness, but he decided he'd take what he was given. They ate in silence, forks clinking, toasted bread crunching, and when they were done, Sir Gilkrist stomped out the fire and gave his plate back to Kerstin for her to wash while he saddled the hackneys. Then he shouldered the waterskins and led the horses down to drink from the brook. He glanced up at the sun through the trees. It was early. They'd get a good start today. Not that he truly wished to arrive at their destination any sooner. Once they were ready to set out, and Falagi and Gedsha were each tethered behind one of the hackneys on the road, they mounted their steeds and resumed their course through the mountains for the final stretch of their journey. Throughout the day, the road grew steeper and more rugged, leading them through patches of rocky woods, along the tops of high ravines, past craggy waterfalls. Finally, as the shadows lengthened in the low-hanging sun, they were trotting in single file along the narrow outcropping of a sheer cliff face. Far beneath them was a sea of dead trees, a vast boneyard of withered trunks and decaying branches. Below them in the distance, a river glinted in the pale sunlight, and though he could not be sure of it, Sir Gilkrist suspected that on the opposite bank was living greenery. "There must have been a fire," he said, his voice thin and breathy from the discomfort of being up so high and on so narrow a ledge. His head swam as he stared down that dizzy drop, and he looked quickly ahead. Kerstin rode in front, and did not turn as he spoke. "Perhaps lightning struck there in a dry season," he added. He was talking about nothing, for the sake of taking his mind off the precipice. "It looks as if it stops at the river. It must have been too far for the flames to leap." "No, Sir Gilkrist," said Kerstin, still without looking toward him. "No, there was no fire here." And as they came round the cliffside, his throat tightened, and his heart throbbed in his chest. Their journey had ended too soon. A castle loomed in the distance, seeming to grow out of the cliff itself, like a dark overlord to the decaying lands below. They had come to the realm of Stel Calghād. Chapter 27. My pet, you have tried my patience for the last time. I am like a mother telling her child not to touch a cooking pot, and yet the child reaches out, looking up to what consequences such a deed might bring. I know you have ventured into my dungeons, despite every forewarning. I know, too, you have spoken with the other girl. Heaven only knows what manner of ghoulish things she may have told you. She is a mad and wretched creature, driven to insanity by her long imprisonment. See how quickly her words took hold in your mind, warping your perception of your surroundings into something so twisted and evil that you would flee with reckless abandon from my gracious hospitality. I will not pretend I took no offense. However, you are not entirely at fault. No doubt your imagination runs wild in such a place. Who knows what you may envision in the shadows, or in the flickering light of your candlestick? I cannot begin to guess what strange things you must now think of me. No doubt I alarmed you with the manner of my pursuit, but I insist it was only due to the greatest urgency. I believe you already have some idea of the reason for my concern, but I shall offer further explanation. As one who has eaten the food of Stel Calghād, you have become as I have. Yea, you shall live forever in the blossom of thy youth, but only within this realm. You are tethered to this place. Should you venture beyond the borders of Stel Calghād, you shall exceed the limits of my sorcery, and shall wither and die. And now, my pet, you understand why I chased after you so ardently, for had you reached the opposite bank of the river, the moment you rose out of the water would have been your death. And as your host and guardian, I must make every effort to prevent your demise. It is for that reason I have taken away your firewood, that the sharp chill of the imminent fall season will remind you to be obedient in the future. I might add, it gives me no pleasure to rob you of this comfort, but I am compelled to, if only to prevent you from indulging your curiosity, and ultimately from meeting the same end as your new ill-fated companion. I fear, if you insist on disobeying me, I will be required to inflict a more brutal punishment. Stay away from the dungeon. L. Hinkle angrily crumpled up the letter and threw it on the floor, shivering as she stripped the sheets from the bed and draped them around her shoulders, then sank, sulking, into the chair before the cold hearth. She eyed the silver platter left by her host. Her stomach rumbled, but she could not bring herself to eat. Not now, though she knew it would not be long before she gave in to her hunger. How much worse had she made things for herself? Had she not heeded Lamfina's word and looked into the kitchen? Had she not disobeyed her host and crept down to the dungeon? Had she remained in ignorance, her situation might have been bearable. But she had needed to look, to know. And now she did know. And oh, how she wished that she did not. Her lip quivered and she began to sob. She was never going to get out of here. She would be trapped in this horrible place forever. Even after she should have died of old age, she would remain here, until she had forgotten what it was like before, or that there had even been a before. Her shoulders shook as she wept into her hand, wet, noisy gasping. What she wouldn't give to see a friendly face, to feel a warm hug from her grandmother, from Kerstin, from anyone. But Kerstin was the one who'd sent her here in the first place. And her grandmother had, for some reason, sent her away with Sir Gilkrist. She wished now she knew why. She sniffed and stopped her crying, and as she stared into the dark, gloomy fireplace, her heart felt as cold as the air in that warmthless room. The truth was, she did know. Though she could not bear to admit it, she'd known as soon as her grandmother leaned across the table and whispered to the night with her sleazy grin, "I'll let you have her for 6 pence, my lord." She'd felt his coming in her bones, or seen it in a dream, or read it in the entrails of some fish she gutted, and had prepared to seize the opportunity with both hands. Why? The answer was obvious. It was the same reason everyone had. To get rid of her. And why shouldn't she? She was always in the way. She was a bother, a bloody nuisance. No one had wanted her. Yes, her mother had loved her while she was alive, but she'd never meant to have her. She was a mistake, an indiscretion, a bastard. Still, if they'd known what they were sending her into, would they still have done it? If Kerstin really understood the fate to which she had assigned her. Because it was awfully cruel. As much of a pain as she might have been. Her aunt didn't really hate her, did she? No, she didn't hate her. She barely gave her so much as a thought, save when she was in the way. And that was her purpose in sending her here. She'd said so herself. To put her out of the way. Hinkle glanced at the candle flickering on the table where she'd found the letter, and opened and closed her fist, her palm stiff with scar tissue. Pain shocked up her arm in memory of her aunt holding the flame under her hand. She held up her other hand. There was a scar there, too. From Sir Gilkrist, across the bottom of her wrist. A neat gash scabbed over, dark brown in the candlelight. She was so sick of being a victim, of being a stray dog for everyone to kick as they passed by. She stood up from the chair and scooped the candlestick off the table. "Stel be damned. There must be firewood elsewhere in the castle. Hinkle did not find any logs at the other hearths she knew of, as she hoped she might. But upon visiting the third location, and finding no wood stacked beside the fireplace, she seized the back of a rocking chair. It was, of course, centuries old and brittle, but was of superb craftsmanship, graced with intricate hand carvings of a Codish woodworker. She hoped it had some sentimental value to her host as she lifted it over her head and broke it to pieces against the floor. Take her firewood, would he? In truth, she doubted Prince Lestel would care at all if she smashed and burned every bit of furniture in the castle. But it gave her some sense of purpose, and it felt good to exert herself. She was panting for breath by the time she dumped the fragments of an obliterated side table onto the heap of shattered rocking chair remains, and her hands ached from the harsh reverberations and the hard edges. She pressed against the stone window ledge and sniffed the crisp night air. In the blue-black sky, the stars sparkled by their countless thousands, veiled here and there by wisps of purple cloud. Dead limbs and the crude rock of the mountainside glinted ghostly silver in the starlight. Off in the distance, a bright orange speck twinkled along the cliffside road, likely the campfire of some band of travelers who'd stopped for the night. Hinkle looked up at the stars and sighed, wishing she could float up from the castle window into the heavens. And for a second, she felt like she could. It was easy to look beyond yourself when there was something huge and beautiful to remind you how small and insignificant you were. A starry night, a vast ocean, a sea of trees sweeping off into the horizon, the view from a majestic mountain top. The priest in the old stone chapel in Sweetwater had always pointed out such things as icons created by a Shaili to remind everyone of their creator. Images, like the statues and tapestries of Morag and the Ascenti, to catch people up into the realm beyond, to turn their minds to things above. For Hinkle, that feeling had always faded rather quickly. It was one thing if she kept her gaze fixed upon the stars, but the moment she looked down, her troubles began eating away at her, as reality set in once more. King Vashean, for the brief moment he'd spoken to her, seemed to think a Shaili cared about her, loved her even. He even believed her visions, troubling as they were from him.
A Shaili is calling you, child, he said.
Calling her to what? To an eternity imprisoned in Stel Calghād? To become like the Scaravissi? To eat his food? Was the latter not highly offensive to him? A good reason to damn her? She thought it was. Yet, even after she had dined with Lestel, and his curse had begun to work itself upon her, the visions had still come to her. But what purpose did they serve? She could make no sense of it. Perhaps, though, it meant she would not be imprisoned forever in this castle. It was a frail hope, but she would cling to it. She decided, too, that what King Vashean had said, that a Shaili cared about her and loved her despite who she was and what she'd done, though difficult to accept, was a comforting thought. She would tell herself that it was true, even if she didn't think it was. There was no harm in pretending. She looked up again at the stars, feeling somewhat foolish as she whispered her fears into the night. She realized, as she moved her lips in silence, that much of the dread which plagued her constantly came from things she'd said and done. It gave her a great sense of relief. like she'd been clenching her hands tightly for so long, and at last released them. And though she received no sign, no flash of lightning or peal of thunder, she felt, perhaps for the first time, even if only in her imagination, that someone or something had heard. Hinkle sighed and squinted again at the speck of orange firelight blinking in the distance. She shook her head, unable to comprehend the stupidity of travelers who would venture so near to Stel Calghād, then gathered up an armful of broken furniture and carried it back to her room. Chapter 28. Firelight flickered on Sir Gilkrist's face and mail as he stood with his arms crossed, staring at the shadowy mass rising in the dark horizon, pitch black against the night blue sky. His stomach tightened, and he shivered, but not from the cold. He tried not to show it. He tried to appear calm, like he had every confidence, or like life and death were all the same to him. He was succeeding, he imagined, on the outside. But on the inside, he felt like he had on every night before a battle. Like he wanted to cry himself to sleep. Like at any second he might lose his nerve and disgrace himself with a fit of weeping. Normal battles were harrowing enough, but in the wee hours of the morning, he would face an actual living nightmare. He might as well be crossing blades with Salsabil himself. He shrugged against the chill mountain wind. Morag had fought Salsabil. She'd killed him. It had been the death of her, but she'd struck him down. Of course, she'd had the silver spear, and Deshali's spirit, which had come upon her in power. He had neither of those things. He had only... He glanced down from the corner of his eye to where Kerstin was sitting wrapped in a blanket. She was reading over a series of parchment papers, her pipe in hand, muttering the words aloud. She waved her other hand in circular motions, like she was swilling a glass of wine, a small black pencil woven through her fingers. She paused and bit down on the stem of her pipe. Blue puffs of smoke wafted from the corner of her mouth, then streamed out her nostrils. She crossed out a word and scratched something else in its place, then sorted through her papers for a leaflet showing some kind of intricate maze of runes and symbols. He'd seen that sort of thing before, when they'd first met, and in the chapel. He knew, too, that the broom had those kinds of markings on it, but what they meant, he could not fathom. Kerstin licked her thumb and rubbed a symbol out, and drew in another. A cold feeling was swelling in his guts. He could not make up his mind whether he wished to quicken or slow the coming dawn. Kerstin reasoned that their foe would be strongest when the moon was at its zenith, but would gradually wane in power as the sunrise approached. Her plan was for him to face him when he would be weakest, just before morning, in the last watch of the night. But damn if the weight wasn't unbearable. Sir Gilkrist awoke to a loud sizzling. It was still dark, and Kerstin was sitting cross-legged with a pan over the fire. She eyed him as she broke another brown shell over the bubbling grease. "Breakfast time, my lord." His heart went into his throat. None for me, thanks." She frowned. "You realize this may well be your final meal?" "I know, it's better not to eat before a fight." In truth, he was so nervous he didn't think he could keep it down. "If you say so, my lord." "You're sure?" "Yes. I'd better ready my mount." More for me, then. When Sir Gilkrist had tacked up his steed, he drank the last of his water skin and went off to relieve himself. When he returned, Kerstin had finished her eggs and was putting on an enormous amount of eyeshadow with her tiny mirror. It made her skin whiter and blue eyes all the more striking. Does that help with your magic? Not directly, no. She looked right, then left in the mirror. But it does help me get in the mood. You certainly look the part. Why, thank you. He wasn't sure it had been a compliment. He wasn't sure it wasn't either. Then she put away the eye makeup and started with the black lipstick. A warm feeling came over him as he watched her. A buzzing glow right up the center of his chest. It was a nervous feeling, though how he managed to feel any more nervous was a mystery. When she finished, she eyed him coolly and smooched her lips at him, causing him to look away, grinning like an idiot. He quickly composed himself and readopted his serious expression. What now? 'Tis time. They left their camp as it was, fire burning, Gedsha and the 2 hackneys tethered nearby, along with any gear they would not need. If they were successful, they would soon return. If not, it would hardly matter. They approached the castle on foot. Kerstin led the way with a lantern. She clutched the strap of her satchel, gnawing her painted lip as she surveyed the imposing lair of the Prince of Stel Calghād. Somewhere in that haunted ruin was her broom. Finding it would be a daunting task when time was so precious. Sir Gilkrist followed, leading his destrier by the bridle, breathing slowly through pursed lips. The castle was only accessible by a stone bridge cut from the mountain. It dropped off at the far end, leaving a 30-foot gap which the drawbridge would close when it was lowered. It was raised now, and Sir Gilkrist could see no way of getting in, or out, save a harrowing climb. At the near end of the bridge was a sort of barbican, or small gatehouse, and at the foot of this structure, on the right side, hung a large bell. It was made of bronze, and had turned bluish-green with age. Soon, very soon, he would strike that bell and summon the master of the keep. Kerstin stopped and set the lantern at her feet. Its dim glow fell across her face at strange angles, only further intensifying her macabre appearance. She took out a stick of chalk, and Sir Gilkrist swallowed dryly as she drew a broad circle around herself, tracing over it 3 more times. He recalled with a sinking feeling how Hinkle had danced 3 times around the circle, how 3 times she had chimed the bells of consecration, how 3 times he had hit her to dominate her to his will. Despicable. Kerstin squatted down, and using the parchment as reference, began drawing in the runes and symbols he had seen her preparing the other night. It'd been exciting at first, her magic. He'd lusted after power, and he'd used Hinkle to get it. He confessed it still had its allure. But now that he'd drunk of that cup, he knew the aftertaste. Regret, self-loathing, fear of judgment. But now he was here, and it was all his doing. If he hadn't gone prying into Kerstin's affairs, if he hadn't treated Hinkle so damnably wrong, if he hadn't done a lot of things, he might be somewhere else, conducting himself honorably, being a good knight, being a good man. But again, he was here. He had drunk of that cup, and this is how he'd told himself he'd make it right. Perhaps then a Shaili might forgive him. She was setting out the candles now at different points around the circle. Several white, one black. Then she stood up and looked around, double-checking her parchment papers. Then she slid out a thin dagger, and starting at the ground, cut an invisible doorway in the circle. "All right," she said. She pointed at the ground in front of her. "Come stand here and face me." He sighed uneasily and stepped into the circle. "Am I to say any of the words?" She glanced up at him from under her brow as she resorted her parchments. "No. I will say them. You will just—" She quickly lowered her gaze from his. "You will await my instruction." He nodded and stood with his arms at his sides, while she muttered quietly to herself. Was this spell really so complex? She had not needed to rehearse like this any other time he'd seen her work her craft. And Hinkle certainly hadn't. He did not like having the castle behind him. It was a nagging discomfort, like an itch he needed to scratch. He wanted the danger before him, where he could see it. He looked over his shoulder. "No, Sir Gilkrist, you must fix your eyes on me. Now, remove your right gauntlet and hold up your right hand." He did as he was bid, and Kerstin placed the palm of her left hand against his. She stared into his gaze, her eyes icy blue, then began to chant. "Spirits of the earth, I call upon thee. Thou forces of nature, I do summon. Bright Aldrinari, hearken unto me, and thee, Luftus, Amma, Erga, Vatun." Kerstin clapped her hands once, twice, and 3 more times, and Sir Gilkrist swallowed dryly as the candles around the circle flickered to life. Then Kerstin wedged her fingers between his, clasping his hand as she continued. "Bear thee witness to this transfer of life. Mine essence unto him I freely give, that my gift shall aid him throughout his strife, until I am spent and no longer live." A wind picked up, rustling the candles. Sir Gilkrist squinted as dust whirled around them. Pale green light shone from where their hands were pressed together, and the touch of her palm against his own seemed to be growing warmer. Kerstin moved into the 3rd stanza of the spell, chanting now with guttural vibrations. "I send out my spirit unto this man, that he and I might be bound together." The greenish glow spread back along her arm to the center of her chest, diverting until the whole of her slender form shone with the same eerie luminance. Her skin was now painfully hot, like metal in the sun. But he could not let go, nor did he wish to. "Until my power can no more withstand, my life force shall be his strength and succor." The wind intensified, blasting like a hurricane around them. Yet it did not snuff out the candles. The flames flickered at first, tilting in the violent gale, then each flame leapt from one candle to the next, faster and faster, until they all became a single blur, and they were enclosed in a bright ring of fire. A pleasing warmth radiated from Kerstin, like heat from a fireplace. Whether it was an effect of the spell, a feverish longing came over him, and he ached to have her closer. The heat swelled in his head, making him dizzy. His vision reeled like the deck of a veering ship, and without fully understanding what he was doing, he reached for her hip and pulled her against himself. She tilted back her head as though she had expected such an action. Green lightning crackled in her raven-black hair and snapped in the swirling wind as she spoke the final lines of the spell. "Hear me, thou who watch from the abyss. Behold, this spell, we seal it with a kiss." He frowned as she reached her free hand up to the back of his head and gently drew his face toward hers. At once he was dizzy with the intoxicating scent of her, tobacco and perfume, overwhelmingly sweet. She had said nothing of this, and yet she held his gaze, eyes sparkling like palaces of ice, beautiful and cold. "You must kiss me," she whispered, blushing slightly. He leaned forward. She half shut her eyes. Her dark lips parted. Electricity hummed and zapped in the wild air around them as their mouths lingered an inch apart. Then he pressed his lips to hers, soft and cool, and it was like giving in to an old craving which had long been resisted. She closed her mouth on his, pulling him toward her. Then she thrust her tongue between his lips. His heart throbbed with a surge of energy, and he felt a rush of turbulent power. He could taste the smoke and ash from her tobacco and the egg she had recently eaten. More than that, he could taste her being, her inmost self, on the edge of his tongue. He knew that in some metaphysical way they had been impressed upon one another, that their very souls had been fused. A cold chill gripped him as from the corner of his eye he saw shadows swelling and looming in the tempestuous blur. He recalled her penultimate line, "Those who watch from the abyss." She had called upon the spirits of the earth, yes, but who else had she called to bear witness to their right? He forced the question from his mind and shut his eyes as he focused on the taste of her. At the height of their kiss, he drew in her breath, and it was as though he inhaled her very ghost into himself. She gasped as though with a sudden loss of breath, arching back in his arms, as though swooning to faint. Relaxing her grip on his hand, and resting the other on his shoulder, she lowered her lips from his, leaning against him for support. The wind began to die down. The candles flickered and went out. The night was still. Kerstin hung limp in his arms, panting, sweat beading on her pale brow. She smiled weakly as she lifted her head, carefully stepping back from him, as if dizzy. "Now, my lord, you are imbued with my vitality." And indeed he was. He'd felt that initial burst of power as she channeled her life force unto himself. But now that the spell was over, the changes were only subtle. Any fogginess he'd had in his head was now gone. His mind was clear and sharp, as if it were mid-morning, and he'd just taken an ice bath. And where usually his body might have felt fatigued from his recent waking in the early hours before dawn, he felt ready to sprint some great distance, leaping over hedge and fence, and swinging through the branches like a wild man of the jungle. Kerstin nodded toward the bell, and Sir Gilkrist turned from her and led Falagi to the small gatehouse. He took a deep breath as he stared across the bridge at the shadowy form of the raised drawbridge and the ominous castle looming in the dark sky behind it. Then Sir Gilkrist seized the mallet and struck the bell. Chapter 29. King Vashean shut the doors behind him as he retired to his bedchamber. The room was dark, but even in the bluish gloom he could see that black shadows veiled the far end of the bed and fell over the faint outlines of furniture. There was a soft click as he turned the lock behind him. He went to the curtains and drew them open, and opened the glass doors to the balcony overlooking the palace gardens. From there he could see the lights of the city, blinking yellow and orange all the way down to the docks, where the half-moon shimmered in the black waters of the Bay of Moramish. The sea breeze rustled the foliage below. The night air was cool on his face, and brought with it the amorous scents of the many fall flowers. King Vashean shut his eyes and breathed in deep. "Awfully nice of His Majesty to give us all leave for the night," said Squire Blatchford, peeking up from behind Madame Goosela's shoulder as the coach rattled over the cobblestone street. Sir Brock glowered up at the boy from where he was squished against the window. The two of them and 4 men-at-arms had all crammed into one carriage. 12 bloody people all in one coach. A courtesan from the palace harem sat on each of their laps, all giggling and smiling with their eyes above their colorful veils. He could hardly breathe with all the perfume. "Indeed," said one of the men. "I was going crazy being cooped up in the palace. I don't know how you girls do it." "Oh, we find ways to amuse ourselves," said Madame Goosela. "I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do." Sir Brock's lip curled in disgust, and the man on his lap glanced down at him over her shoulder as the others laughed, her green eyes gleaming with concern above her veil. "Are you not enjoying yourself?" she asked quietly. "Of course not," he hissed. "How could I possibly be?" He saw in her face she'd made a brave attempt not to take personal offense, but hadn't quite succeeded. "Perhaps you had hoped for another companion? I could switch if it would make you happy." He grimaced. No, it's not that. You're lovely. It's just... Never mind." "So then, where are you ladies taking us?" asked another of the men-at-arms. "There is a theatre house downtown," said the girl on his lap, whose Akasian was far less perfect than Madame Goosela's. "The most popular in all of Zerai." "Oh, that'll be a treat. I love theater." "Depends on what they're playing. Better not be some smutty comedy." "Why not? Can't say I'd mind." But won't it all be in Kerrigan?" asked Squire Blatchford. "Boy, of course it's going to be in bloody Kerrigan," snapped Sir Brock. He bit his thumb and looked out the window as the others stared at him. "Hey, Sergeant, what's gotten into you anyway?" asked one of the men. "What's gotten into me? What's gotten into me? You have no idea what is occurring beneath your very noses." "No, we don't. All we know is His Majesty's been setting up meetings in the palace, and that you've been in a bad mood ever since we landed. We thought maybe you'd come around tonight, and I thought that maybe giving us a bit of leave was His Majesty trying to cheer you up. Obviously that's been a disaster so far. And none of you once thought it a bit unusual that the king would send his entire personal guard into the city with a bunch of palace courtesans while he stays behind to fast and pray by himself? Doesn't that sound the least bit strange to you? But the fact was, it was not strange. It was just like him. He himself was the only one who knew what was really taking place. And his mission now was to keep quiet and pretend nothing was out of the ordinary. It was perhaps the most difficult task the king had ever assigned him. The men were uneasy now. Their smiles had faded, and their faces were now grim and creased with worry. "Sergeant, what's going on?" one of them asked. Sir Brock squeezed his fist very tight against his lips. If he told them, he would be breaking faith with his king and acting in insubordination. But this plan of his, he was going too far. He could not just stand by and allow him to get away with such a thing. "Nothing. Everything's fine." "Well, it doesn't bloody seem like everything's fine. What's going on?" "Nothing, all right? Nothing." The men looked amongst themselves. No one was buying it. They all looked like they were gearing up for a suicide charge rather than heading off to the theater. If he hadn't gone and wrecked the mood. Madame Goosela watched his face from where she sat on Squire Blatchford's lap. As one who knew with whom he had met the day before, She partly understood the situation, and as she posed her question, she spoke slowly and deliberately, as though his answer would be of great significance. For indeed, it would shape the course of kingdoms. Sir Brock, would you like to return to the palace? Red light flickered on the edges of King Vashean's face as he struck a match and lowered it to the candle on the table stand. The dim glow glimmered on the wall, dancing in the cool breeze floating in through the open balcony doors behind him. He knelt, touching his forehead, lips, and heart, then clasped his rugged hands together and sighed uneasily as he bowed his head.
Blessed Ashaley, he began, God of our heroine Morag, have mercy on me, a sinner. Forgive me my faults, my wickednesses. Fill me with your spirit. Grant me your clarity and your peace.
He shut his eyes, pausing as he breathed in deep, his folded hands raised to his beard.
I do not know that I am doing the right thing. I have been unsure since the beginning. This plot I have devised and now set in motion. To me it seemed the least destructive path, for you know how I wish to avoid war and the suffering of the common people. But it weighs heavily on my soul. It seems to me now a very foolish and reckless thing. I turn over my fears and doubts into your hands. I cast them upon you, you who are the caretaker and creator of all things. I know that I can do no good thing apart from you. What I do this night, I do for the sake of good, for justice and peace. But it will only be good if you are in it. I pray that even if what I am doing is not the right thing, that you will use it for good. You who makes all things right, all things well, who brings light out of darkness. And so I ask for your blessing. Yes, I pray that you would bless this assassination, this murder, as a sacrifice upon your holy altar, that through it justice might be avenged. I pray your hand would be an instrument of death, from which there would be no escape. The carriage lurched to a halt outside the discreet entrance to the palace harem. The coach door burst open, and Sir Brock leapt out, impatiently offering his hand to the women. Madame Guzla, you must go at once and warn Sir Pilvenor. Take Blatchford with you. Raise the palace to high alert. Go! Squire Blatchford threw up a salute. The courtesan kicked off her shoes and pulled up her skirt, and the squire snatched her by the wrist, and the two of them dashed off together. As the others were getting out, the second carriage clattered up behind them. The door squeaked open, and Sir Brock stormed over as one of the men-at-arms poked out his head. What's the matter, sir? I thought, men-at-arms, dismount! The man's eyes widened in surprise, and his body stiffened as he moved to obey. The carriage shook and rocked as inside women giggled and protested, and men hissed quiet oaths. Before the last of them spilled into solemn formation, Sir Brock was already shouting, All of you, to me, with haste! The men-at-arms looked to one another, their faces pale with worry, then bolted after him into the harem. King Vashean shifted uncomfortably. He furrowed his brow and pressed his hands together against his lips. I pray that you would be with the men who carry out this sinister deed. They do not know your love and light. May they see your truth and your goodness. Be with my sister, wherever she is. May she soon be found. And be with Sir Brock and Squire Blatchford and the men-at-arms. I pray you prepare their hearts for the coming days. There will be danger for them, and great shame. Give them bravery and unshakable resolve. Most of all, I pray they would rely on you. And I pray for my enemy, the Grand Mage, Sildok Nassar. I pray that he and his followers would turn to the path of righteousness. Even after the hour of his death, may he cry out to you from the grave, and accept the mercy you offer unto all who would drink from the horn of your salvation. But most of all, I pray for the Princess Regent. Be near her this hour. He paused for a moment in silence, and a single tear glistened in the candlelight as it streamed down his cheek. I wish it had not come to this, he whispered, his voice faltering. I wish I could have found another way. Sir Brock charged anxiously through the golden corridors, the others close behind him. His heart was racing. His stomach was a knot of dread. How had he allowed this to come this far? It seemed ridiculous to him now that the king had ever convinced him to go along with such a thing. He had opposed it, yes. He had vehemently objected. But he might have refused outright, even at the risk of insubordination. Why hadn't he? Why had he gone along with it? Helped him even, going so far as to hire the assassins and inform them of their target? Loyalty. And yet it was out of loyalty that he was now acting in defiance. It was out of loyalty that he could not stand by and let His Majesty carry out this lunacy. He tore around a corner, his feet pummeling the polished floor, ignoring the shouts from the palace guards as he and his men blew past them. He looked over his shoulder and saw they were in pursuit. Just as well. The more commotion, the better. His heart soared with the knowledge that he was doing the right thing. A lump formed in his throat, and he choked back tears. His Majesty would thank him afterwards. If he wasn't too late. King Vashean opened his eyes as the gentle breeze rustled in the curtains behind him. Shadows slithered like spilled ink over the dark wall. He set his face like a flint. Lastly, he whispered, I pray for myself. I accept your sacrifice and the new life first offered to the heroine Morag. He rose slowly, his fists clenched. I consign my soul into your hands. He pinched the candle, extinguishing it with a hiss, pausing as white smoke wafted from the wick. Then he whirled around. 3 black-cloaked figures stood in the balcony doorway, like a trio of evil spirits come to visit the nightmares of a possessed man. Faces dark behind hood and mask, they lingered in the silver rays, the curtains swaying softly behind them. Steel glinted in the starlight. They spread out to either side, closing off his escape. King Vashean watched them, but did not move. He shut his eyes once more as he touched his forehead, lips, and heart. Then, as the padded footsteps crept closer, he snapped his eyes open. Sir Brock kicked through the locked door. It burst open with the sound of splintering wood, and the red light of their torches spilled into the dark bedchamber. In the scarlet glow, a cloaked figure gawked up at them from the foot of the bed. His face quickly hardened with hate and betrayal as he recognized the sergeant-at-arms. You, he seethed, sitting up on the balls of his feet like a cat ready to pounce. He wore blackface, and his voice was muffled behind his hood and mask. Sergeant? Cried King Vashean in disbelief. But Sir Brock ignored his king and swung down his sword with a shout. The assassin rolled deftly aside, and the blade bit into the bedpost. He leapt up again, dagger flashing, and as the men-at-arms came roaring into the bedchamber, his partners darted to his aid. Sir Brock and his men were expert soldiers and outnumbered the intruders, but the assassins were more lithe and agile and better used to fighting in the dark.
Their knives flickered and slashed. Steel clanged and warbled. A man squealed and went down, clutching his ear, black bubbles oozing through his fingers. Sir Brock gave one of the intruders a kick that sent them flying out onto the balcony. He turned on the next assassin with a broad stroke, but as his sword sang, his foe melted into the shadows. Before he could recover from the powerful swing, the assassin was there, right up against him. He snorted as wiry fingers clutched his windpipe. The timing of his adversary was impeccable. He had angled him off, perfectly, closed in at just the right second. He could not strike back. Not there. Not that close. The black-faced assassin glared at him with red-rimmed eyes, his brow knitted, nose scrunched up behind his mask. "Hire me and set me up," he snarled. "Bastard!" Sir Brock gasped as the cold blade punched into his ribs. Once, then again. Someone screamed his name, and there was a flash of silver in the corner of his eye. The assassin released him at once and twirled away. There was a loud snap, a blinding burst of light, and a thick cloud of smoke. Men coughed and sputtered, and when they could see again, the intruders were gone. Sir Brock groaned and sank to the floor, clutching at his gushing side. "Sergeant!" The men gathered around him, and Sir Brock looked up into the worried face of his king. "Forgive me, Majesty," he gurgled. "I could not allow this." Tears brimmed in King Vashean's eyes.
"You disobeyed me."
"I do not apologize." He shuddered and grasped the king by the arm, a deep cold spreading throughout his body. "You wouldn't listen. I told you this was a vile plan. It's not like you to be so underhanded." The men-at-arms looked up at the king in horror. "Now you all see the reason we came to Zerai," said Sir Brock. "But I think now I've made a way for you to walk upright."
"But at what cost?"
asked King Vashean, his voice shaking. Sir Brock grinned, blood glistening black in his teeth. "No, it is my great privilege to give my life in your service." He lay still, no longer breathing. Weeping silently, King Vashean stroked his face and pressed his forehead against his, and began whispering the last rites. The men-at-arms knelt grimly around them, and when he was finished, they all touched their foreheads, lips, and hearts. With a deep breath, King Vashean sat up as another group of men entered the apartment, with great commotion and a flood of light. Sir Pilvenor stood in the bedchamber doorway, curved sword in hand, and his round shield on his arm. Behind him were Squire Blatchford and a host of green-turbaned guards. He lowered his saber when he saw the fallen sergeant-at-arms. "Assassins," he said darkly. "Sent by the Grand Mage?" King Vashean ignored the question as he covered Sir Brock's eyes with his hand. The sergeant had indeed made a new way for him. He would not allow such an opportunity to pass him by.
"Sir Pilvenor," he said, "would you be so kind as to send for the bishop?"
Chapter 30. Lord Magnus Igranel XIV, General of the Igranel Army, to Dame Tanith Puella, Lady Marshal of Akos. We have reached the town of Kushuk. Finding them well stored for the winter after a bountiful harvest, we acquired from the town magistrate extra provisions in return for having some of the men assist in the repair of their defenses and the construction of a new mill. This shall result in some delay, as the work will take some time to complete, but my engineers tell me we should be able to resume our march within the week. The reprieve, however, seems to be refreshing the men. That, and granting them full rations while we are camped outside the town, has greatly lifted morale. And I am pleased to say that they are getting along most amicably with the townsfolk. In fact, I have had the developing suspicion that the local populace is grateful for our presence and will be reluctant to see us leave. Furthermore, through my wit and good humor, I have befriended the magistrate and have secured lodgings for myself and a number of my officers in his manor, and have left Sir Cranmer to oversee the camp from the command tent. I have been dining each night with the magistrate and his family, and our conversations have been enlightening. No one will speak of the Grand Mage. The subject is carefully avoided, and produces only silence and awkward smiles, as though I've told a crass joke to an unappropriate audience. Even the rumors, which I have addressed as boldly as I deign to in polite company, are quickly deflected. My conclusion, madam, be that I have left behind the land of startling gossip, and have now crossed into the land of waking terror. The magistrate, though consistently vague in his address, has warned me frequently to be careful when I depart, and to always be on guard, especially at night. There has been no sign of the enemy yet, but I expect we shall see action soon, and I fear it shall be no less ghastly than the horrors visited upon the canal. Thank the heroine we have the black unit with us. I beseech your prayers for us, madam, and those of the people of Klomm. By the time this letter reaches you, we shall have resumed our march, and shall soon see the towers of Castle Waz on the horizon. Dame Tanith opened the heavy tome and screwed the black-rimmed monocle over her eye as she bent forward to examine the pages. The oily vellum gleamed in the red torchlight. It had a smell. The aged leather on the cover, yes, but there was something else as well. It was faint and old, but vaguely familiar, a dry, metallic scent. She curiously stroked her chin. She had heard that Olkari wizards wrote their spellbooks in the blood of their human sacrifices, but she'd never imagined it to be anything more than exaggeration. A whimper made her look up. Lord Kendrick's burly hangman, shirtless and in a leather mask, was clapping a Kerrigan prisoner to a wooden cross with iron manacles. The prisoner was blindfolded and naked, and was whining softly in his native tongue. "Hush now, me pretty," soothed the hangman. "Hush now." He stretched his big arms over his head as he lumbered over to the glowing brazier and yawned loudly, checking to see if the fire poker was sufficiently warmed up. It was well after midnight, and Dame Tanith waved her hand over her mouth as she caught his yawn. She looked back to the spellbook. She could make nothing of it. It appeared to be written in Kerrigan, but in some manner of nonsensical jargon, or shorthand, that would baffle anyone but a pupil of the craft. However, someone had carefully translated the entirety of the work onto parchment inserts. She almost admired the woman's scholarly devotion, though one would expect that one who applied themselves with such ardor would take the time to write more clearly. How the Sisters of Guarded Virtue hadn't instilled her with that particular discipline was rather mystifying. She lifted one of the leaflets, squinting and adjusting her monocle, and nearly gasped as she made out the title. Curse 74. A spell to befeeble the human mind. Now here was a multifaceted bit of evidence. If this fell into the wrong hands, it could very well implicate the Grand Mage in more than just the siege of Klomm. Better she hang on to it. She glanced at the hangman, who was humming a ditty as he arranged some instruments on a metal tray. His back was to her, and she tucked the leaflet into her tunic. Then she took off her monocle and closed the spellbook. There was a noise on the other side of the heavy door. It squeaked open, and in hobbled Seneschal Isolde on her crutch. Dame Tanith noted the exhausted appearance of Lord Kendrick's senior-most servant, the way she leaned her entire weight on the crutch, the purple bags under her eyes, the strain on her freckled face, She was weary, and what have might been a refreshing sleep had been interrupted with orders to fetch the Count down to the dungeon. Her left hand gripped the hilt of her sword, perhaps out of habit, but it was clear that no matter what happened, she had no intention of drawing it. "Good morning, Seneschal." "Madam," she replied, without a trace of enthusiasm. Her squire followed her, a stammering scarecrow of a young man by the name of Havel. By his awkward movements, he was neither strong nor quick. If he had any skill with a blade, it would not be remarkable. Though how such a lad might conduct himself in a desperate situation was the real question. She knew better than to be surprised. Then came 2 heavy-set men-at-arms. These were hard men, experienced soldiers, who would react with lethal hostility to the first sign of threat. Beneath their lavender tunics, they wore full chainmail. Only their faces were visible, pale ovals showing through their mail coifs. They dragged Olgris between them, shackled hands and feet. The Count wore only sackcloth trousers, and his bone-white chest and arms were taut with wiry muscle. Even in his bonds, she assessed him to be quick and deadly. She'd heard of his skill with the saber, and looking at him now, the firm, graceful placement of his bare footsteps, the subtle flexing and twitching of his abdomen, never drawing in or letting out a full breath, even in the particular way he shrugged his shoulders against his captors. And then there were his eyes. Glaring defiantly through his white, greasy hair, they flickered from her to the hangman, then back to her, sizing them both up, not from the top down as the common folk do, but from the bottom to top, beginning with the feet, basing his initial impression on stance and balance. Yes, she could see now that all of it was true. Here was the brash youth, the regicide who, despite being greatly outnumbered, had charged out of his castle to meet Queen Volarina in open battle, and had cut her down with his own hand. It gave her a sense of pride to think her former squire had beaten him in a duel, and it was of no surprise that it had almost been the death of him. This young man posed an extreme threat. It would not be inconceivable for him to get the better of her, were he to somehow, suddenly get free. She smiled darkly and nodded to a chair on the far side of the room, with a direct view of the blindfolded man on the cross. "Set him there, if you please." "Her ladyship," began Isolde, as the 2 men shoved Olgris down in the chair and reset his shackles. "Dame Tanith, the Iron Countess." "I know who this woman is," snarled Olgris. "She needs no introduction." He jerked his head at the fellow on the cross. "And this man knows nothing." Dame Tanith poked at the instruments on the tray. "We'll see about that, won't we?" Isolde yawned into her fist. Awfully early. Madam, do you always examine people at this hour in the morning?" She seemed relaxed by her fatigue, the way one's tongue might be loosened with a little wine. "I do. Torture is an arduous undertaking, and it always helps for the prisoner to have less than what they need. Less sleep, less things like clothing and dignity by which they might orient themselves. And it helps if they have had what they do need to soften them to my purpose. Namely time. Time to wait and imagine. The longest night is the eve of battle. It is the same with torture, though the wait pales in comparison by how slowly the minutes tick by whilst writhing on the Inquisitor's cross. Olgris snarled as the Kerrigan on the cross whimpered and began to weep. "Keep it together, Hariv! You're a bigger man than that!" The blindfolded man shook his head and let out a long, pathetic whine. Dame Tanith lifted a fire poker from the nearby brazier. The tip was red and glowing, and the air around it rippled with heat. "Open his mouth." "No! No!" wailed the Kerrigan. "Ha! Ha!" The hangman propped his mouth open with a pair of blacksmith's tongs. Isolde winced and shifted uncomfortably. She was looking rather green all of a sudden. "Oh, come on," growled Olgris. "Hariv doesn't know anything. This is pointless." Dame Tanith was inclined to agree. She had an elaborate ruse planned out where she made Olgris watch her torture another prisoner in anticipation of his own interrogation, as was her custom. But now that all seemed extraneous. She could sense the dynamic within the torture chamber was already primed to her purpose. The moment had presented itself. Better get right to it. Dame Tanith eyed the hangman up and down as she dumped the hot iron back into the brazier. Then she turned to the Count. "Your man, Hariv, knows nothing, you say? All right. I won't hurt him if you tell me who the traitor is." Olgris scowled and looked away, white strands of greasy hair falling over his face. "I don't know. I never met them." He wrinkled his nose as the man on the cross let out another whine of dismay. "Oh, shut up, Hariv!" Dame Tanith gripped the scabbard of her sword with her left hand and placed her right hand on the Count's bare shoulder. "You don't know who the traitor is?" She glanced sidelong at the men-at-arms by the door. "I do." Olgris frowned, then jerked his head up at her in disbelief. "What?" There was nothing quite like catching the enemy by surprise, that fleeting second where the mind has not yet grasped the physical reality of a sudden threat, in which men stood gawping in dumbfounded bewilderment. A lot could happen in that second. 2 flicks of a blade, an extra step closer into a man's guard, 1 more arrow drawn and loosed. It briefly turned elite soldiers into mediocre ones, and mediocre ones into helpless babes. However, it took great skill to exploit such an advantage, both at the individual level and en masse. But Dame Tanith was the head mistress of exploitation. She whipped her sword from the scabbard and chopped deep into the first man-at-arm's face, straight through the bridge of his nose. The second man gave her a startled look, the blood of his comrade spattering his cheek, but before he reached the hilt of his blade, she lanced him through the eyeball. The hangman was next. He'd dropped the tongs and was reaching for the hot iron in the brazier, but the heavy man moved far too slow. With fluid grace she twirled toward him, spinning twice, and brought her sword down on his head and split his skull to the breastbone. Her instincts blared a warning, just as a shout rang out behind her. She left her sword lodged in the hangman and ducked narrowly aside as a blade hummed closely by, shearing off a rose-red lock of hair. It seemed the stuttering squire had actually managed to get his sword out. She slammed her left fist into his stomach and dealt him a hard right hook, then caught his sword arm by the wrist and yanked him forward off balance as she snatched his dagger from his belt and shanked him 3 times in the side of the neck. Isolde stared, frozen with fear, as Dame Tanith dropped the boy gurgling to the floor. She had her hand on her sword, but they both knew she'd be no match on 2 legs, let alone 1. It's you," she gasped. "You were the one all along who—" Dame Tanith grinned coolly. "Yes, It is I. I am the traitor of Klomm. But how? Stammered Isolde, shuffling back against the wall. Oh no. I said it myself. A turncoat in league with the Grand Mage, and a detailed knowledge of Klomm and her surrounding area. Did you know, Seneschal? Lord Hammond and I were once betrothed. I was only a child then, but I used to spend at least 1 month every summer in Castle Klomm, trekking through the mountains and valleys, surveying what would one day all be mine. Then I entered His Majesty's service. Dame Tanith kicked the crutch out from under Isolde's arm, and the woman hollered as she sank to the stone floor on her broken knee. She put her foot on her chest and shoved her over onto her back. I'm afraid you've served your purpose. Isolde made a muffled shout and clawed at her leg as she put the heel of her boot into her mouth. Then one final cry of terror. She stomped down hard, once, twice, and again, her boots squelching, bone crunching. Count Olgris watched her without emotion. You're the one? You're the one who betrayed the city? How is that possible? They say you are the most loyal, the most emphatically devout of all the knights of the gods. Dame Tanith smiled wryly and knelt as she began to unchain him. So I was, under King Torg. But Vashean betrayed his father. He is a traitor to the crown which I long served. The shackles clattered to the floor, and Olgris stood up, rubbing his wrists. Dame Tanith nodded at the table. That's the master's spell book there. You must take it to him. Doubtless, he will already know Lord Magnus is leading an army to take your castle. But there is a unit of priests and monks disguised as soldiers embedded in the force, to ward against the master's dark magic. They march under a black standard. Lord Magnus has moved them up to the vanguard to allow the nuns to set the pace. Olgris snorted and shook his head. You know what to do. She fetched the keys from Isolde's remains. And take these. The keys jingled as she tossed them to the Count. You'll need to free the others to help aid you in your escape, and take out the guards. Horses are waiting in the stable. Olgris nodded at the man on the Inquisitor's cross. What about Arif? Dame Tanith slid Isolde's sword from its sheath. We can afford no witnesses. The man squawked as she quickly cut his throat with the tip of the sword. Olgris sucked his teeth in apparent disapproval as blood ran down the man's chest. He eyed her disdainfully as she handed him the seneschal's blade. Why did you bring him down here, then? To make it as convincing as possible. Somehow you got free in the middle of my interrogation, killed the others, and wounded me. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. You'll have to make it believable. They'll be expecting... Ha! He slashed her across the belly. It was the shock at first, the sudden surprise that sent her spinning around and stumbling onto the table. She felt nothing yet, but she would. Oh, she would. She huffed and gritted her teeth in preparation. Then the fire came, waves of stinging agony that nearly robbed her of her consciousness. Ah! She clutched her searing middle, twisting back around and sank to the floor, leaning back against the table leg, hot blood seeping out between her fingers. The bastard had gutted her. Olgris, she hissed. You've... He glanced down at her without pity, glistening blade resting on his shoulder, and slicked back his white hair. Relax, he said. You live, most likely. And you did say believable. Don't get smart with me, you little... Oh! His face twisted into a sneer, and he squatted down in front of her as she pushed herself up against the table leg to brace for another wave. You shouldn't kick your legs like that. Olgris. Listen to me, Countess Buella. Look into my eyes. She huffed in pain and met his gaze. Even with the fiery agony in her stomach, she felt a flash of anger over the way he was looking at her, like he was unimpressed. What you did to these people, he said, to Herve and to your own men, was despicable. Don't make me laugh, she said dryly. I'll die. What? You think I would do that? Kill my own men? Who knew you'd have a conscience? Get going. Olgris scowled and stood up, and tucking the spellbook under his arm, he slipped out the door. Dame Tanith breathed slow, blinking against the black spots pooling in her vision. Olgris was yelling somewhere on a floor above, his voice muffled by a thick layer of stone, and in response there came a rallied cry and the dissonant squeak of iron grates squeaking open. There was a shrill scream, and a trumpet blast cut short, the familiar din of battle, the shuffling of many feet, the clashing of metal, desperate shouting, the wails of the wounded. She grimaced. Her hand was shaking badly, red and shining in the torchlight. She could feel the warm throbs pumping out from beneath her fingers and palm, a brilliant red tide seeping over her white tunic, pooling on the dirty stone floor between her thighs. So much blood. So much. Her head started spinning, and she blew out through pursed lips. She mustn't panic. She must keep alert. She would live through this. Yes, it wasn't as bad as it looked. She didn't taste blood in her mouth. Blood in the mouth would have meant her stomach was slit open. She'd be finished if that was the case. But just because he hadn't slashed into her stomach didn't mean he hadn't slashed into her other organs. Like her bowels. If he'd lacerated her bowels, it would be hell the next time she had to defecate. But she might live, if she didn't take an infection. The sounds of combat faded. A moment later feet fluttered on the dungeon steps, and Squire Janessa appeared through the chamber door, sword in hand. She had thrown a shirt of mail over her night shift, and her hair was done up in a tight bun. "Madam? Madam!" "Janessa," she muttered as the girl slid to her knees beside her and began to see to her wound. Lord Kendrick lumbered through the doorway in a nightgown and a nightcap. He clutched a battle-axe in his portly hands, and upon one look inside, he barked at someone behind him. "Boy, fetch the physician! Now!" Feet fluttered back up the steps. The Duke stared at the murderous scene. "A Shaylee's bones!" His face darkened as his eyes fell on Seneschal Isolde, and he paused for a long moment. "Just what happened here?" "It was Olgris," she said weakly. They had brought him down for questioning, and he freed himself somehow. He struck so quickly. Caught us off guard. I traded a blow or two with him myself, but I confess I'm not as spry as I once was."
"Yes, well, you're not the only ones he caught off guard," Lord Kendrick said grimly.
A dark haze began to gather in her vision. A woman's voice called out from a distance, echoing as if she were shouting down a well. She couldn't make out who it was in the fading light. "Stay with me, madam. The surgeon's on his way." Someone snapped their fingers in the dark. "Madam!" There was a burst of light as someone slapped her face. Her vision cleared, and a voice swelled suddenly in her brain. "Madam!" Squire Janessa had cut open the lower half of her tunic below the breast, and was pressing her hands hard over the long slit across her belly. She was focused. She had set her emotions aside. Her mind was clear of all distractions. She had trained her well. Possibly too well. Even in her dire state, she felt a throb of panic as the young woman squinted up at the naked Kerrigan on the Inquisitor's cross. "Your Grace," she said, frowning, "did Olgris kill his own man?" She searched quickly for some excuse to justify it, some description of the event angled in such a way that it might be plausible. It made her wonder what else she might have overlooked. Unwittingly, however, Lord Kendrick came to her aid with a shrug.
"That's Olgris for you."
"Your Grace," Dame Tanith croaked, eager to draw their attention away from the subject at hand. "What is the situation of the castle?" Lord Kendrick let out a grim sigh.
"Olgris came up and released the prisoners. They came out together, killed a few guards, took some horses from the stable. Then the alarm was sounded and there was a skirmish in the ward. Sir Welby has control of the keep now. There'll be quite a few dead, most of them prisoners, being neither armed nor dressed for battle. Olgris, however," and here Lord Kendrick flinched, "has escaped the city." Dame Tanith felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, and resisted a smile. "That is grave news," she lied. "That is grave news, indeed." Chapter 31. The donging of a heavy bell nearly started Hinkle out of her wits. She sat still, listening as it echoed through the castle corridors. It tolled again, sending a chill through her blood. There was a long silence wherein she considered the possibilities. Then the bell rang out a third time. Someone was at the castle. She got up and hurried to another chamber, where there was a window overlooking the ward. Below, at the barbican, at the long bridge that led to the main gates of the castle, was Sir Gilkrist of Lothallay. "Lestel!" he cried. "Lestel, come out!" Hinkle's heart leapt in her chest, not least of all for the sight of a familiar face in this desolate ruin. Had he come for her? But even in that moment of excitement, she could not believe that to be his true purpose. More likely, he'd come for the broom. Just how he planned to face Prince Lestel, she had no idea, but she knew it was the only chance she'd ever have to escape Stel Calghād. If there was something, anything she could do to ensure his victory, Lamphina would know. Sir Gilkrist's heart melted like wax as the drawbridge lowered with a creaking groan. His mount whimpered and stamped nervously. His hair stood on end as the portcullis began to rise on its own with the rattling of a heavy chain. He panted loudly inside his helm, his heart beating fast. Then a rider came clopping out through the castle gate, a nightmare in black armor, the Prince of Stel Calghād. His adversary drew his steed to a halt at the opposite end of the drawbridge, and his voice boomed from his helm. "Who comes?" "Sir Gilkrist of Lothallay, Knight of Thaganil." "And what business have you at the gates of this exalted keep?" "I have come for the maid, Hinkle of Sweetwater. Will you let her go?" Lestel's eyes leered redly from the slit of his helm. "She is my honored guest, and under my protection. I will not allow her to suffer any more abuse at your hands. If you want her, you must first defeat me." Sir Gilkrist swallowed as he drew his sword, sweating with fear. "So be it." "Then I shall be your doom." The prince slid his blade from the scabbard and raised it with a flash, and a shrill shriek pierced the night.
The horse beneath him burst into flames. Eyes wild, lips peeled back from its teeth. The animal screamed as it burned alive, its molten flesh flaking from its body. Hinkle's breath shivered as she made her way through the dungeon in the light of her candelabra, retracing the steps of her former excursion. The sight of the princess was no less alarming to her as the girl stood up from the shadows and stared at her with wild eyes from behind her mess of tangled hair. "What do you here again?" Lemfina hissed. "I've come to tell you Sir Gilkrist has come. He challenges the prince this very moment." "What? How can this be?" "I know. I thought you might. Do you know of any weakness? Something, anything that can be used against him?" Lemfina grasped the bars, and Hinkle saw the red vessels in the whites of her strained eyes as she looked aside. "No," she said. "I know of no weakness. None that has been revealed to me." She jerked her head suddenly. "The crystal ball in his bedchambers. Perhaps, while he is distracted, if you seek it, it might reveal something which might be useful in ensuring his demise, and the breaking of our curse. Take this opportunity now. Go!" Sir Gilkrist's spirit nearly failed him as Prince Lestel and his tormented steed reared up with a frenzied whinny and came thundering towards him across the high bridge. But the courage which had borne him through the many battles of the Cimmerian campaign held him fast, and he whirled his sword and spurred his charger to meet him, a desperate cry ringing from his throat. Their swords clashed with deafening impact. Pain reverberated through his bones. His fingers tingled numbly. But he knew from that single blow he could withstand him. For a while. They drew their mounts around and prepared to meet again. But at the last second, Sir Gilkrist spurred his charger away from the bridge and through the gate into the courtyard. Part of the plan which would allow Kerstin to sneak into the castle unseen. With a sort of outrage, Lestel charged his terrible beast toward him, sword pointed out. The Scaravisi would not allow one to turn his back on him in mortal foray. The price would be steep, and the payment collected swiftly. Sir Gilkrist swung his sword and struck his foe on the shoulder, but the blow glanced off the pauldron with an echoing tang. Lestel struck down hard and cleaved the head off his horse. The great destrier collapsed beneath him, throwing him from the saddle, sending him tumbling over the cobbled pave. He sat up with a cough, bruised and battered from the fall, and looked in disbelief to where his noble steed lay twitching violently, blood gushing from the broad stump of its severed neck. But there was no time for grief. Sir Gilkrist struggled to his feet, shifting into a guard stance with his sword pointed down over his shield. Lestel's eyes smiled cruelly behind his black visor, and he chuckled evilly as he swung one leg over the saddle and hopped to the ground. Hinkle hurried through the dark corridors toward Lestel's privy chambers. Clanging steel rang up from the ward, and as she passed by a part of the keep where the wall had crumbled into ruin, she looked down and saw Sir Gilkrist and the Scaravisi trading blows in the courtyard below. She hurried on toward her task, up the stairwells, the flames of her candles rustling with her movements. Shadows moved along the wall in the glow of her candelabra as she neared the place where she had first met her malevolent host. There, sparkling coldly with a pink luminance, the crystal ball gleamed upon its pedestal. It flared up in the candlelight like a sinister eye. She swallowed nervously, suddenly apprehensive to go near it. She looked around uneasily, increasingly aware of an unholy presence. She brushed this off as the intuitive sense that Lestel knew she was there. He could not come after her while thus detained with her master. Hinkle cautiously approached the crystal ball,
one hand holding the candelabra high, the other reaching toward the misty glass. "Show me," she whispered, placing her palm upon the orb. But before she could finish, a magnetic force yanked her forward. She stared into the crystal with wide eyes, unable to look away from the pink, glowing glass. Inside, the mists shifted, then became clear. What she saw was Kerstin ducking into the shadows of the colonnade, seemingly unnoticed by the two combatants. She watched them fighting as she crept toward the keep, a crossbow cradled in her arms, then darted up the steps and hissed a word upon the door. It opened for her, and she slipped inside. Suddenly lightning crackled, and an electric shock shot up Hinkle's arm, and the crystal ball began to glow hot and red beneath her hand. She cried out as it burned her skin. Then came a tinkling sound, like hundreds of tiny bells chiming in alarm. A crack spanned over the surface of the glass. Blood trickled from her nose over her lip. The crystal burst into a million pieces, blasting sparkling shards in every direction. Then, to her horror, the walls began to crumble around her, and the stone floor began to sag and drop away, opening up into a black, yawning void. With a whimper, she turned to run, but she only made it several steps before there was no longer anything on which to put her foot, and she fell screaming into the dark. When she opened her eyes, she found herself hanging from the ceiling of the bedchamber in Stel Calghād. Her gaze was fixed in place, so she couldn't look around, but she had a view of the whole chamber. Kerstin crept into the room. She grinned deviously as she saw her broom propped against the wall in the corner. "There you are." She snatched it greedily, then looked up as the click and clang of steel echoed faintly from the courtyard. She wrung her hands on the broom shaft. There was an expression of vulnerability on her face, and her eyes glimmered with desperation. But then an icy resolve seemed to come over her. She hissed some indiscernible words, and made a motion with her hand as if drawing something toward her, then gasped and staggered to one side, reaching out for the wall. There was a flash of pale light. Hinkle stood in the courtyard, again unable to speak or move. Swords flashed and rang loudly. Shields scraped and slammed. Sir Gilkrist roaring in frenzy. Stel laughing wickedly. But where till now he had been able to contend with the Scaravissi, the next blow showed him decisively weaker. Stel whirled his blade and brought it down, and the stiff knock sent the knight reeling onto his back. Panting, Sir Gilkrist crawled away, eyes darting with confusion. "She has betrayed you," said Stel. "She has withdrawn her spirit from you and left you to me." "Wait! Just wait!" said Sir Gilkrist. But the prince raised his blade for the kill, eyes smiling with cruel delight. With a yell, Sir Gilkrist threw up his sword to block the crushing blow, but his strength failed, and his own sword betrayed him. Stel struck with such force he knocked the blade from his grasp. In disbelief, Hinkle watched the sword spin out of her master's hand in such a way that whether by some cruel irony or by the dark magic that hung over the castle, it shot straight into the ground, buried deep in Sir Gilkrist's throat. A red light swelled in her vision like the blood-red setting of the sun, and then receded. Hinkle saw Saya, just as she had last seen her in the cell in the monastery, clutching the bouquet of purple flowers, which now wilted gray, her expression frozen in a withering smile. And to her alarm, the young girl began to evaporate before her very eyes, like dust blowing in the wind, as if she were a pillar of ash. "What?
No! No!
But the dust blew around her until all she could see were swirls of billowing gray. Then there was a thundering of galloping hooves. Kerstin sped alone from the castle along the cliffside road, her raven hair and black cloak fluttering behind her. Her tears glimmered in the starlight as they were caught up on the mountain wind. Hinkle opened her eyes. She was again in the Scaravisi's privy chambers. The crystal ball remained on the pedestal, intact. Blood was crusted to her nose. It had been a vision, but she had not seen the Scaravisi's weakness. She looked about in confusion, wondering how much time she had missed. Her heart skipped as she saw she was not alone. There, standing against the wall near the dresser, was a familiar figure, though it took a moment to place him. He wore a monk's robe, and he had a friendly appearance. Hinkle gasped. It was none other than Sir Gilkrist the Kind, the unfortunate knight who had been killed in the mudslide. He smiled, and at once his visage began to fade. She looked from left to right as she considered the meaning of his appearance. Her heart raced in her chest, and there, where she had just seen his apparition, a ring of keys hung on a hook on the wall. Hinkle leapt to her feet and snatched them up, and dashed out into the hall. Chapter 32. Their swords shinged and met again in a spray of sparks, shuddering as they scraped hard together. Sir Gilkrist shoved his opponent away, huffing for breath, growling and shifting back into his stance as he wheeled around, circling so Lestel's back would be toward the castle gate. From the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow duck into the darkness under the colonnade. He lunged again into a fearsome attack. Their blades clanged and clashed. Then suddenly Lestel stepped away, turning to look up the steps to the keep, just as the doors to the keep slammed shut.
Ah, ha ha ha! So that is the source of thy sorcery. Perhaps I should contend with her before I deal with you.
But as Lestel lumbered off toward the keep, Sir Gilkrist leapt at him with a shout and swung his sword with both hands, causing his foe to look back. With a hollow crunch, his blade bit deep into his helm. The Dark Prince went still. His heart racing, Sir Gilkrist pried his blade free. Such a blow would have crushed the skull of a mortal man. He stepped back in terror as Lestel began to laugh and peeled off his crumpled helm, revealing a broad cleft through his pale face, which had nearly severed him through the jawbone.
"Fool! None can kill me!"
The big doors creaked open as Kerstin crept inside the keep. Her heart was palpitating quickly. She felt weak and faint, dizzy. Her mouth went dry as she looked around the dark castle. She had underestimated the size of this forsaken place. It would take forever to find the broom. Time she did not have. She was straining herself as it was, channeling her life force to Sir Gilkrist. Panic came over her at the prospect she might not find it soon enough. She looked about the foyer. Stairs went up and branched left and right under the shattered stained-glass window of the Harrow and Morag. She must begin her search at once. Her crossbow braced against her shoulder. She ducked into the throne room. Silver light slanted in through the windows on one side. Along the other side was a balcony, where there was a long gallery shadowed and dark. Her only hope was to find her niece, and soon. "Hinkle?" Her voice echoed through the dark halls. "'Tis your Aunt Kerstin. I've come to rescue you." She listened carefully for any sound of movement. "Hinkle? Where are you? Hinkle stopped dead in the castle corridor, her blood chilling in her veins. She did not for once believe her aunt's intentions were so benevolent. She knew the true purpose of her coming. She recalled how she had chased her through the parsonage, how she had held the candle underneath her hand. She believed then that Kerstin meant to kill her. How much more might she mean when the source of her power was at stake? Her aunt's high-laced boots clapped against the ancient flags, resounding throughout the vast, empty spaces of the castle. Perhaps she should blow out the candles. But by the sound of Kerstin's movements, she was not coming towards her, but venturing off into the other wing. Very quietly, Hinkle stole down into the dungeon, making every effort to open and close the reinforced door in silence, her bare feet padding noiselessly on the cool stone of the spiral steps as she hurried back to Lemfina's cell. The princess leapt up, gripping the iron bars as she approached. "You've returned. What did you see?" "It's Kerstin," she huffed. "She's here." Lemfina snarled venomously. "That woman!" She peered down as Hinkle stooped over, jingling the keys as she sorted through the set for the one which might fit into the lock. "What are you doing?" "Setting you free. I need your help." She tried another key. "Nope." "Kerstin is here for her broom. We can't let her get it." "Nope." "Sir Gilkrist is fighting Lestel as we speak. Under her enchantment." "Oh, come on already." "If she gets the broom before he is defeated, all will be lost for us." Finally, she turned the key hard and was rewarded with a hollow click. The cell door swung open. "You must keep it from her at all costs." The princess nodded gratefully. "What about you? Where will you go?" Hinkle looked at her, panting. "The third tier of the dungeon." Together they moved swiftly out to the stairwell. The princess scampered up, and Hinkle scurried downward. Down and down she went, the steps spiraling into the depths of the mountain. Her pulse was racing, and she shivered with curious excitement as she neared the bottom of her descent. The glow of her candelabra fell upon an ancient stone door, which she now knew to be the tomb of Sir Gilkrist the Kind. Hinkle jangled the ring of keys, looking for the correct one which might open the door, but then realized that there was no lock, and that it might need only to be pushed open. She worried she might not have the strength, then recalled that Lemfina crept down before her. She set to push it open. The door responded to her force, and slid back with a groan as she grunted with feminine exertion. Inside was a dark, labyrinthian chamber. It was larger, far larger than she expected. A regal crypt, built in honor of one so exalted. She slunk inward, eyes wide as she looked about the ancient vault. There were many side rooms, relics on pedestals, niches in the stone walls, offerings centuries old, left by pilgrims whose time had long since passed. There was a grand fountain as well, the water long since stagnant. Behind it, a stone railing surrounded a yawning abyss, who knew how many fathoms deep. The crypt branched left and right around it, converging again at the far side, proceeding in a single corridor down wide steps through an ornately carven archway. Through it was a chamber wherein, through some hidden slit in the mountainside, starlight spilled through over a great stone sarcophagus. Holding her breath, Hinkle crept up to it, trembling now in fearful reverence. Frescoes on the walls of the tomb showed the deeds of the heroine and her followers. A sense of deep apprehension came over her, and if she had not already been barefoot, she would have removed her shoes for fear that she had entered into a holy place. Wincing, she set down the candelabra and placed her hands on the lid of Sir Gregis' coffin. "Forgive my intrusion, Lord," she whispered fearfully as she applied the force of her hands. The lid scraped back, and Hinkle recoiled with a gasp as the stone slab slammed to the floor and a blinding light filled the tomb. She clapped her hand over her mouth, and her eyes shot wide with dread and wonder. Upon the withered skeleton of its guardian lay the most holy object, a sacred relic, wrought by the hands of evil and purified by the blood of divine sacrifice. The silver spear of Morag. Hinkle stepped back in disbelief. "You've come at last," said a voice, causing her to cry out in surprise. She whirled around. Again, the apparition of Sir Gregis stood behind her. "I have been waiting for you," he said, "for a very long time." "You've been waiting? For me?" "Since the hour of my death." He smiled faintly. "The spear has lain here for centuries. You have read of the lineage of those who have watched over my tomb." "Yes, sir, in the library, but—" He stepped toward the sarcophagus, his hands tucked into the sleeves of his monk's habit. "And you understand the evil done by the most recent guardian?" Hinkle nodded. He looked toward her, his smile fading. "And so this great privilege shall now be stripped away from his line. The hour of retribution is well nigh. Let me ask you, girl." He fixed his eyes on her intently. "Do you believe in the new life which Ashaley offers you?" Hinkle looked down. "I'd like to, but in my heart, no. I don't believe I do." The monkly apparition watched her fondly. "I understand. You do not believe in his goodness. All you see about you is evil. How could you believe in a God who loves the world if you do not even love yourself? How could you believe he is the father of this world, when what a father means to you is one who is unseen, who has abandoned you, and who cares not for you?" "Yes, sir," said Hinkle quietly. He stepped into the starlight and raised his face to its silvery rays. "And so you are a victim to the evil of this world, of its prince, the adversary of all that is good. But I charge you, noble daughter, to be a victim no longer." The spectre came toward her and placed one hand on her shoulder and the other on her cheek, and bowed his head and shut his eyes. "In the name of Ashaley, the god of Morag, I release you from the bonds of Selzabul, that your heart and mind shall be free of his tyranny." "Ah!" Hinkle whispered. She felt something rushing over, like the cool torrent of a waterfall. A weight was lifted from her shoulders, and beneath the hands of the apparition, the touch of which was as real as any hand of living flesh, she felt a glowing warmth. More than that, she felt a flame had been lit in her heart, a fire enveloping her from the inside out, a fire born out of understanding, out of a knowledge of the greatest comfort. There was a twinkle in Sir Gregis' eye. "Now," he said, "do you accept the new life Ashaley grants, first offered to our blessed Lady Morag?" Tears sprang into Hinkle's eyes. I do." "And do you devote yourself to him, mind, body, and soul?" "Yes," she sobbed. "And dost thou swear," he began, "to devote thyself to a life of holy contemplation?" Hinkle recognized these were the same words he had spoken to his squire Hespeon. And realizing what was happening, she gasped and sank to her knees, clasping her hands beneath her chin. "And sacred chastity as the guardian of this blessed object." The vision of the girl Saya flashed in her mind, and she saw again the startling reflection of herself dressed as a nun. All of it seemed to converge now as she cried out, her eyes streaming. "So help me God, I swear it!" Sir Gilkrist smiled gently. "Then rise, sister, that I may commit my charge to thee." Trembling, Hinkle rose to her feet, sniffling as he lifted the silver spear from the sarcophagus, and held it out to her. It sparkled in the starlight, and as he placed it in her hands, there was a faint tinkle of a distant bell. "I have fulfilled my oath to Hespeon," he said, "that his line would not pass away until a new successor was found." He folded his hands again inside the sleeves of his tunic and tilted back his head. His eyes closed and let out a long sigh. "Now let thy servant depart in peace." At once his visage began to fade, but before he vanished completely, his fading voice echoed in the tomb. "Thou knowest what thou must do." Chapter 33. Kerstin limped along, clutching at a stitch in her side, panting for breath as she looked without success into another room. Cold sweat formed on her brow. She'd hoped to have found it already. She wasn't sure how much longer Sir Gilkrist could withstand Stel, with or without her magic. She stumbled back out to the foyer, but she stopped dead as she heard the flutter of feet. She whirled about, dropping to one knee as she trained her crossbow on the source of the sound. The shadows flickered at the top of the stairs. "Hinkle?" A dark figure froze up on the mezzanine, and a black-haired wretch of a woman leaned out over the railing and glared down at her with wild eyes, mad with some feral sickness. "You!" Kerstin's heart leapt into her throat. "Your Highness!" She grinned slyly, but did not lower the crossbow. "I must say, it does you credit to find you still alive. Now where is— Wait!" But the princess darted off into the shadows. Kerstin snarled an oath and lumbered breathlessly after her up the stairs. At the top, she stood panting. She raised her crossbow. She could still see her dark form ahead, scampering through the gloom. Then she was gone. "Suffering! Damnation!" Kerstin hurried after her into the dark, stopping periodically to listen for her slapping footfalls as she pressed her hand to her chest. After some distance, she ducked into a stairwell and cocked her ear upward. There, she was on the next floor up. But there was something strange about this. She had the vague sense she was being led. What was she planning? A trap? Had she and Hinkle worked together to lay out some nasty surprise for her up there in the dark? Could well be. But she'd have to take her chance. She reached the next floor and doubled over, gasping for air. There was a tingling in her chest, and she felt very thin. "Lamphina," she rasped. "Come here. You." She grinned wickedly as a clatter echoed from a chamber further down the hall, and she lurched toward the direction of the noise, but stopped dead as Lamphina emerged from one of the doorways, clutching the broomstick in her filth-smeared hands. The two stared at each other. The broom was emptied of its power to be certain, and she was sure its use was beyond the princess's ability. However, a sick feeling coiled in her stomach. If her intent had been— if she and Hinkle had indeed conspired together— Kerstin cautiously reached out her hand. Now just what do you think you're doing with that? She felt the blood drain from her face as a crazed smile spread across the princess's face. Her lip quivering, she raised the crossbow to her shoulder. Don't you dare! I'll shoot! As Lamphina bolted off into the gloom, she squeezed up on the trigger and sent a quarrel flitting after her, but it tinked harmlessly somewhere in the dark. Kerstin hobbled after her quarry, fitting another bolt to the crossbow with trembling hands, but as she tried to cock the goat's foot lever, she found she no longer had the strength. She tried again, then growled an oath and cast the useless weapon aside. Damn her, forcing her into a bloody chase. If it wasn't impossible. This wasn't how she... No. Not yet. But she had no other choice. Even in the heat of the moment, she felt a sick pang of regret. I'm sorry, she whispered, gritting her teeth. Then under her breath, she muttered quickly and motioned as if she were beckoning some ethereal entity back toward her. Breath and life filled her lungs with a gasp. She slid the machete from her belt, and with newfound vigor threw herself into a mad dash, shrieking at the top of her voice, Lamphina! Sir Gilkrist felt the strength sapped from his limbs. All of a sudden he was heavy, cumbersome, and his breath caught in his chest. He raised his blade to catch Lestel's next blow, but it sent him reeling back with shattering force. He cried out as his bones rattled under the fearsome impact. The dread prince struck again, and this time he raised his shield to meet Lestel's sword, which fell upon him with bone-splintering might. He yelled in agony, certain his arm was broken. He stumbled back and fell, his eyes darting in confusion. What had... Kerstin! Lestel sauntered toward him, sword hanging at his side, leering down with a malevolent grin. She has betrayed you. She has withdrawn her spirit from you. Wait, he panted, crawling back onto the first of the castle steps. Just wait! Lestel's eyes flashed wide. No. You have bought your time. Now it is spent. Prepare thyself. Hinkle sprinted up the stairs from the dungeon and into the castle corridor. She flew down into the foyer, and the starlight shone in through the broken stained-glass window of the heroine Morag, lighting upon her in a silvery aura like the halo of a saintly figure. She dashed toward the main entrance of the keep. The doors mysteriously blew open. At the bottom of the steps, she saw Sir Gilkrist cringing away as the Scaravesi raised his blade for the kill. A battle cry erupted from her throat. As she charged down, the sacred spear held out low, cutting the air before her like the prow of a fast-gliding ship, its sharp point flashing with a lethal gleam. Lestel looked up in annoyance, then wailed in surprise, his eyes widening with fear. He stepped back and swung his sword in a broad arc, but his blade struck the silver shaft of Morag's spear and burst like a wand of glass into a million sparkling fragments. He yelled and threw up his hands, but his cry was cut short. Hinkle had driven the spear full through him. The head of the spear and a foot length of shaft protruded upward from between his shoulders, shining in the starlight with a deadly sheen. His eyes bulged. His mouth gaped wide. A ball of silver light swelled in his throat, then flared from his eyes. He shuddered violently, with the sound of creaking metal. Then there was a deafening clap, and with a bright snap of light, he vanished as the first glint of dawn peeked over the mountain. Hinkle stood fixed in her victorious pose, huffing and panting, the spear still thrust out from her. Sir Gilkrist was staring up at her in amazement. He slowly got up to his feet, wincing and clutching his arm.
Hinkle, you... is that...
He was cut off as a loud tremor caused the ground to shudder beneath him.
What the devil?
Hinkle whirled about and stared frowning up at the keep. To her alarm, Sir Gregis was standing at the top of the steps, smiling softly, hands tucked in the sleeves of his habit. The hair rose on the back of her neck. She knew what would happen next. Frowning, Sir Gilkrist turned to look.
What is it? What do you...
Hinkle snatched him by the hand. We must get away from here. She gawked up at the castle, then screamed as loud as she could. Get out of there! Hurry! Kerstin chuckled breathlessly as Lemfina skidded to a stop. The little wretch had run into a stairwell, but the steps had all been broken off, and there was naught but a long drop into the gloom. She'd cornered her, and about bloody time. Now you see here, she huffed, as the princess turned to face her. You give that broom to me, or I swear I'll chop your legs off. The sudden crack of stone caused the two women to stagger off balance as the very floor seemed to shift beneath them. What on earth? A second shuddering groan caused Kerstin to look up and around her in alarm. It was as if the whole bloody place was about to come right down. She stared in bewilderment at the princess. Lemfina had begun to laugh. She held up one hand in amazement. I feel it, she whispered, tears springing to her eyes. I feel it. The curse is broken. She raised her chin and shut her eyes serenely, basking in the daylight as the first rays of morning sun shone in through a great hole in the ruined castle wall. The curse is broken. Stel is no more. Kerstin clenched her teeth. How could... But the whole castle shook and trembled. Dust and bits of stone showered down from the ceiling. Stel, the Scarafici, no more? Might Sir Gilkrist have actually... No, it was simply not possible. She had miscalculated. She had failed to account for... something. Some unknown variable that even now eluded her. Perhaps, though, the fool might still be alive. Warm relief washed over her as the sound of his voice echoed from some distance away. Kerstin! Get out of there! Oh, thank heavens. Kerstin threw out her arm for balance as the floor rumbled beneath her, then looked to the princess, and her veins turned to ice. Lemfina was smiling smugly as she held the broom out over the edge of the broken stairway. Don't you... No! No! Kerstin shrieked as Lemfina dropped the source of her power down the dark shaft. She dove for the ledge. No! Laughing with vengeance, the princess hopped aside and scrambled off. My lord, we need to go. The whole castle is... Sir Gilkrist pulled away as Hinkle tugged on his wrist. He'd be damned if he'd leave without Kerstin. Not after they'd risked so much. Not after the perils they'd both braved together. He staggered towards the castle steps. You get to safety. I'm going after her. You can't. My lord, there's no time. Before he could reply, another girl came sprinting out of the keep. A scrawny, wretched creature, like the survivor of a long siege. Her dress tattered and soiled, her face and hands smeared black with filth. Who was... You there! Did you see anyone? A woman? I saw no one. Hinkle pulled again on his arm. Come on, my lord! Sir Gilkrist snarled an oath. Ah! Kerstin! Then he turned and ran after the two girls through the shuddering gate, over the cracking bridge, and through the little barbican on the other side. Thunder rumbled behind them, and he looked back to see one of the towers on the keep buckle and collapse as a big chunk of the cliffside gave way beneath it. Still no sign of Kerstin. Then a roar reached his ears, like the rushing of a distant waterfall. The wretch girl shouted in alarm, and as he looked up to where she pointed, his heart went into his throat. An avalanche of mud was barreling down toward them. The castle was coming down, and bringing half the mountain with it. "Hurry!" Hinkle screeched. "Run!" Sir Gilkrist snatched the wretch by the wrist and dragged her along as he dashed full tilt, veering left onto the cliffside road. Stone cracked. Dead trees crunched and snapped as the rushing brown wave blew past, dangerously close, sweeping away the road behind them. The mudslide burst through Castle Stel Calghād with sheer destructive force. The chapels toppled as if they were made of blocks. The keep leaned to one side, then sank like a scuttled ship. Within seconds, it was completely engulfed, and any sign it had ever existed was buried beneath many tons of earth. Then, at last, the tremors ceased. The dust began to clear, and a grim silence hung over the mountainside. Chapter 34. The boots of his men-at-arms squeaked and clopped on the marble floors behind him as King Vashean strode through the palace halls with grim determination. Rough hands knotted into fists, brow knitted in a vindictive frown. Sir Pilvenor swaggered alongside him, scarred face puckering up into a scowl behind a length of dark hair. They advanced toward the throne room, and King Vashean did not even slow his stride as the two green-turbaned guards crossed their halberds in front of the regal double doors. "Morning court is in session," announced the sentry on the right. "You cannot—" The man sucked in his breath as he saw the Kerrigan marshal. Sir Pilvenor jabbed his finger at the floor. "Stand down at once." "Yes, sir." The guards laid down their arms, and Squire Blatchford ran ahead and threw open the doors. A multitude of lesser Kerrigan nobility, lords, barons, knights of immediacy, stood on the gleaming marble on either side of a long black carpet, faces all covered by scarfs and turbans of every color. Enormous pillars hemmed in the noble crowd. Between them, lamps floated in square ponds where rainbow-scaled fish flashed and glittered. Light streamed in from huge windows on the right. Green banners with gold trim hung from the ceiling, and at the end of the throne room, the black carpet ascended the broad marble steps of a great dais. Princess Narrated sat on her father's throne, leaning to one side as a page boy held open a scroll, while in front of her, to the left of the dais, facing the court, the Lord Chamberlain stood behind a podium. Behind her, on her right, Princess Pavienka in full armor, face and hair concealed beneath a white scarf and turban. Against the wall, on both sides of the dais, the most prominent advisers sat on cushioned stools, faces veiled out of reverence for the Princess Regent. Their black silk robes were embroidered with the symbols of their office. There was the royal secretary, identifiable by a white feather pen flowing down his right. The minister of finance, with 3 grand stacks of gold coins. The master of the horse, with a prancing red destrier, and amongst several other councillors, in a purple turban, the one side of his robe bespangled with silver stars, the other with the alchemical symbols of the 5 elements, was the Grand Mage of Caragol, Zildok Nissar. The voice of the Lord Chamberlain, who had at that moment been addressing the court, trailed off in mid-sentence as all present turned to King Vashean and his entourage. He blinked and raised his spectacles to his nose, then jerked his head to the Princess Regent, who looked up in bewildered offense. Her lips began to move, but whatever she said was drowned out by the murmuring buzz of those below. She held up her hand to silence them, but no one seemed to notice. Everyone was looking at King Vashean. Even the royal advisors were whispering to each other, shrugging and turning up their hands. The Lord Chamberlain banged his hand against the podium. "Order, my lords! Order! Silence!" As he advanced across the throne room, Princess Pavienka moved out around her sister, hand on the hilt of her sword, eyes sharpening as her gaze fell on Sir Pilvenor. She barked out an order, and a dozen green-turbaned guards rushed out in front of the dais steps, polearms glinting with deadly sheen as they leveled them towards the trespassers. King Vashean came to a halt a short distance away from the shining spear points. He looked grimly up at the Princess Regent, then to those on either side of him. Near the front, in his red coat and yellow turban, face unveiled as a foreign minister, Ramsay Nightingale stood with those on the right. He nodded as the ambassador gave a small bow. On the left, in gold and black, was Esprenzo Vamir. His face and grey-curled head were bare as well. He raised his chin, his lip curling with intrigue. Beyond them, King Vashean spied several dubious figures clad in dark robes and turbans, lurking in the shadows by the pillars. His lips twitched with the faintest hint of a smile. The hubbub died down as the Lord Chamberlain finally managed to get control of the court, and at last Princess Narran was able to speak. She situated herself on the throne and cleared her throat. "Your Majesty, for what reason have you disturbed our court?" King Vashean glowered up at the Grand Mage. Beneath the turban and veil, all that was visible of his face was a wrinkled strip of olive skin, from which, on either side of a slender hooked nose, grey beady eyes glared down from under dark, bushy brows. His gaze showed the same outrage and annoyance as each of his peers. He fit in well, but beneath his practiced veneer, King Vashean sensed a man on the verge of panic who had no idea what to expect. Everything he had set in motion, all the scheming, all the pretenses, had come now to this pivotal moment, a moment which Sir Brock had paid for with his life. He would not see it squandered. He would smoke the snake out of his hole, and show him, for all to see, what he truly was. He stepped aside, and the murmuring hum broke out again as the men-at-arms somberly bore forth the sallow-faced body of the sergeant-at-arms on a stretcher, and lowered it gently onto the carpet. Princess Narran stood up from the throne. Her hand shot up to her mouth, and she looked suddenly pale. Who is this?"
"Sir Brock," he said, "my sergeant-at-arms, and my loyal, loyal friend." He shut his eyes and pulled his hand over his beard. "Assassins broke into your palace last night." There was a flinch in Princess Narran face, and she looked in horror to her sister, who appeared to be equally mortified. "I was their target. He was cut off as the murmuring grew to an all-out uproar. The Lord Chamberlain made a feeble attempt to quiet them, but to no avail.
"Dinle!" barked Sir Pilvenor. "A king speaks!"
Immediately, the throne room fell silent. King Vashean began again.
"He gave his life for me."
He waited for the Princess Regent to recollect her magisterial countenance, her bosom heaving quickly. "Assassins," she said. breathlessly sitting down heavily on the throne. In the palace? Why wasn't I told? Why wasn't I... Lord Chamberlain, I would very much like a glass of water. The Lord Chamberlain bowed and hurried to where a silver pitcher sat on a stand, then returned quickly with a goblet. Princess Narren-Carry sipped from it with a trembling hand, while the whole court seemed to collectively hold its breath. I suppose your Majesty is about to tell me who is responsible? No doubt you've already conveniently discovered who hired them. Is that how this is about to play out? He stared at her with the utmost solemnity.
I hired them, Your Highness.
The hubbub started up again, but was quickly silenced with a sharp eye from Sir Pilvenor. Princess Narren-Carry squinted at him, perplexed. You mean... you? Suddenly she let out a giggle. You what?
I hired the assassins to murder me in my bedchamber, in order to frame the Grand Mage, knowing that after our meeting the other night, he would be apprehended as the primary suspect. This time, there was no murmuring. A deafening silence fell over the throne room.
Narren-Carry's face turned grave. Grand Mage! Sildok Nassar had been leaning his ear to the counselor at his side in some whispered conference. He looked up, a cold gleam in his grey eyes as he awaited her command. She waved her arm. Come here. He looked hesitantly from side to side with an air of thinly masked irritation. Then the stool creaked as he rose from his seat, looming over the court like a malevolent shadow. But as he approached the left side of the throne, hands tucked together inside the sleeves of his black robe, his height seemed to be a disservice to him, as he was required to hunch over until his turbaned head was lower than the Princess Regent's. King Vashean folded his arms across his chest. Grand Mage, said Princess Narren-Carry, His Majesty the King of Akos has accused you of secretly orchestrating besiegement of the city of Klomm.
By proxy, said King Vashean, with a renegade force.
The leader of whom, she continued, is supposedly, somehow, Count Olgris Waziga, whom he adamantly asserts is alive and well.
And of necromancy.
She nodded her head, her jaw hanging slack. Right. Yes, apparently you are the one who has animated his dismembered corpse.
And of ordering the systematic destruction of sacred grounds and objects, the killing of priests and nuns, and the mass murder of civilians.
The princess held up her hand as the murmuring started up again, and King Vashean heard the word Morua from more than one location, before the whispering was silenced. Typically, said Narren-Carry, I would be inclined to dismiss such unsubstantiated claims as a foreign influence attempting to slander and depose one of my most valued ministers, as indeed I had. But as this affair has resulted in the presentation of a dead body, even if it is King Vashean's own sergeant-at-arms, I should like to know very much how you answer these charges.
Of course, Your Highness, said the Grand Mage, bowing his head a little lower.
His voice cut throughout the throne room, with all the charm and clarity of a practiced rhetorician.
As one might expect, I emphatically deny them. I have heard of this troubling business in Klomm. It has weighed heavily on my heart since the news first reached me, particularly the death of Lord Hammond. To think of a man of such stature falling into the hands of cutthroats and lowlives, the notion is deeply distressing. However, to say that I am the grand conspirator behind it is preposterous. I mean, setting aside the obvious, what have I to gain with the rape of an Akasian city? Wealth? I have it. Influence? Power? I have it now. What motive would I—
His Majesty, said the princess somewhat irritably, insists that your aim was to recover a spellbook which was stolen from you. His dry chuckling echoed throughout the throne room.
Yes, I suppose there would need to be a spellbook, wouldn't there? I am the Grand Mage, after all. It would be a fitting motive, if it were true.
King Vashean felt his cheeks grow hot, and the rash on the back of his finger began to itch.
Your Highness, Zildok said easily, I would ask you to observe the facts. The assault on Klomm was a failure. These brigands, these renegades, as His Majesty says, were repelled at the river. They were unable to take the city as a whole, and shortly thereafter, His Majesty himself arrived with reinforcements and engaged the aggressors, all of whom, after suffering a decisive defeat, were captured and imprisoned. So then, if I were responsible for that madness, and if there really was a spellbook, I would not have it in my possession. His Majesty would have it, and would be able to present it. But he cannot, because he does not, because there is no spellbook.
His ears were burning now. King Vashean clenched his teeth, digging his knuckles into his biceps. So then, why does he accuse you? Princess Narrankari demanded. Obviously, Your Highness, said the Master of the Horse impatiently, standing up from his stool on the right side of the throne. He intends to weaken the realm by poisoning your ear against your advisors in order to soften us up for invasion. We've allowed a foreign army to march halfway across our kingdom, uncontested, and what have we done? Watched them, reported on their activities. You think your mother would have— The Grand Mage silenced him with a subtle raising of his hand.
My friend, you go too far.
All I want to know, Narrankari said angrily, is why you, the Grand Mage? Why not Sir Pilvenor or my sister? How does removing you from office benefit such a cause? The Grand Mage shrugged and turned up his hands, gray eyes smiling behind his purple veil.
Who can say? Perhaps to distract you, to worry you, to cause you to mistrust the others near at your side. We might never know. But what we do know is that what the Master of the Horse says is right. His army is marching across our realm as we speak. We cannot trust in his benevolence. And considering his father, is it too far-fetched a notion that he might recruit an army of thugs to sack his own city, just so he could come to the rescue and use it as an excuse to invade? I mean, he said himself, he hired assassins to attack him in his own bedchamber. Conveniently, they only killed his sergeant-at-arms. Just something to consider.
King Vashean's heart sank at the way Princess Narrankari was staring down at him from the throne, face pinched white. Any ground he thought he had gained, he had now lost. He fought for something to say, some decent response that might cast a clearer perspective. Nothing came. He had failed. His blood boiled at the thought that Sir Brock might have died for nothing. But it hadn't been for nothing. It had been to save him from his stupidity. He scratched at the rash on his finger, fingernails scraping vigorously over the irritated flesh, pus oozing cool and wet. It had all been a mistake. A very costly mistake. Then a Sprenzo spoke up. "Your Highness, if I may interject," said the Kodish emissary, holding up a finger. "Yes, what?" "I should point out that many strange rumors have reached even my country. The King of Kodzir writes to me always asking what is this business he hears about walking corpses and the exhuming of the dead. 'Esprenzo, have you ever seen one? I worry for your safety.' And I always reply, 'No, no, your Majesty, there is nothing like that here. I hear about it too sometimes when I go to the market. But it is the sort of thing that everyone talks about, but nobody sees. Rumors, ghost stories. But your Highness, now that there have been public accusations of necromancy against a high-ranking official, no less against the Grand Mage himself, my king will expect an examination into this affair. If such allegations are dismissed, he will insist on an inquiry." Esprenzo sent King Vashean a wink, and his spirits rose with newfound confidence, bolstered by this show of trust from an old friend. Princess Narren-Carry drew in a deep breath. "I see." "Your Highness," said the Grand Mage, his eyes no longer smiling, "I am your devoted servant. I will, of course, submit to such an inquiry, if it is your wish. But I implore you not to turn me over to His Majesty. I will no doubt be tortured and made to say whatever he deems fit." Princess Narren-Carry scoffed at the notion. "Torture? King Vashean? Don't be absurd. If he had his way—" She was interrupted as the master of the horse again stood up from his seat. "No doubt, your Highness, he would have you believe such a notion is absurd. He would assure us to our faces that he would employ no such method, for he is a pious king and a man of prayer. But mark me if he doesn't then get the Iron Countess to question him. It's well known that King Torg frequently counted on her to disregard his direct orders for leniency, all so that he could reap the benefits of her results, while conveniently absolving himself of any responsibility for her sadism." "Your Highness, if I may—" "Yes, Ramsay, what is it?" Ramsay Nightingale cleared his throat and took a step forward. "It seems to me, Your Highness, that the solution to this matter is fairly simple. If you are reluctant to extradite Master Nassar to Akos, why not form an investigation committee with a panel of Kerrigan, Akosian, and Kodish examiners? It would strengthen the alliances of our kingdoms, and it would rule out the possibility of corrupt members fixing a verdict. Then there would be no doubt the Grand Mage is innocent, if indeed he is found to be innocent." There was some murmuring of approval from the nobles. A few shook their heads, but most seemed to agree with this plan. "Your Highness," said Esprenzo, "what Master Nightingale is posing will be of great interest to my king. I believe it is the ideal solution, and in the best interest of the Grand Mage." "Unless," said King Vashean, "he is guilty." Princess Narren-Carry took a deep breath. "Very well. Guards, please take the Grand Mage into custody." "Your Highness," hissed the Grand Mage. He was scowling now, his brow furrowed into ugly creases behind his veil. "Surely you don't mean to give credence to these fabrications?" She peered at him narrowly. "Did you not just say you would submit to an inquiry? Guards, seize this man at once." Princess Pavienka came striding around the throne, scimitar half drawn, and a number of the green-turbaned guards went clambering up the dais steps. But the Grand Mage took a sudden step back, grey eyes flashing as he tore the veil off his face. He threw up his arm. The underside of his forearm turned out toward the princess, and snatching back the silken sleeve, revealed an ugly inscription of runes and symbols carved into his pale flesh. His voice blasted through the vast chamber, barking out the beginnings of some foul chant with guttural reverberations. King Vashean felt a chill, followed by acute disgust, as he recognized the names of Olkari spirits. Pavienka froze mid-step, and the guards had stopped halfway up the dais, looking about uncertainly as an unseen host of whispering voices echoed the unholy utterances. Narrated was leaning away over the arm of the throne, lip trembling, wide eyes fixed on the man she had regarded to be one of her most trusted counselors. Dark blood began to ooze from the scabby markings on the Grand Mage's forearm, and cries rang out as a terrible rumbling shook the throne room. The light grew dim. The sun peering through windows faded to an eerie purplish tinge, and the lamps floating on square ponds flickered with dancing purple flames. It grew suddenly cold, and men began to cower and wail as a shadow spread over the multitude, a dark and heavy aura, like a great weight pressing down. Only King Vashean stood tall, along with a few others. The dark cloaked figures he had seen lurking near the edge of the crowd of noblemen were now quite conspicuous. There were 12 in total, 6 on either side. They loomed over the kneeling, whimpering throng, hands tucked into the sleeves of their robes, faces concealed under hood and veil. He slid his eyes from side to side, then gave a slow nod. They at once broke out into song, singing in bright harmonies, their clear voices ascending like the rising of the sun. Their heavenly melody drowned out the dark chanting. Golden light again filled the throne room. The purple tinge faded. The heavy aura lifted like a sigh of relief as they sang. It was the Morrigan call to prayer, and those that sang were monks in the heroine's order. Their very presence thwarted the black magic of the Olkari. The Grand Mage cringed with surprise as he looked helplessly about him.
"You have no power against the Church," said King Vashean. "Now surrender yourself and be judged."
The Grand Mage licked his lips as Pavienka and the guards again closed in around him. But it seemed he had one final card to play. Before anyone could react, he reached into his robe and withdrew a curved dagger. King Vashean's heart leapt into his throat, and Sir Pilvenor cried out in dismay as he fell upon Princess Narrated and pressed the blade beneath her throat.
"Nobody move!"
The guards froze. Pavienka went still, her arm held out toward her sister. King Vashean stood statue-like, his beard bristling as Narrated stared down at him, pleading with frantic eyes.
"Nassar," he said, "whatever you're planning on doing, I pray you do it to me instead."
Behind him, some of the men-at-arms began to whisper in objection, and even Sir Pilvenor looked at him disapprovingly. But King Vashean only asserted his proposal more strongly.
"Let her Highness go, and take me in her place."
However, the Grand Mage let out a throaty cackle.
"I do not think you understand how dire a situation you are already in. My followers, arise to me!"
A loud shout arose from a large number of those present, and the entire throne room broke out into a riot. In seconds, the royal morning court degenerated into a scene like a tavern brawl. Fists and elbows flew, Lords went tumbling over. Knives gleamed brightly in the morning sun. Several of the green-turbaned guards turned on their comrades. Scimitars flashed. Halberds swiped and jabbed, splattering dark blotches up the marble steps. Princess Pavienka squawked as the master of the horse seized her from behind, one arm wrapped around her throat. She pawed at his elbow, metal glinting overhead. But just as he plunged his dagger, the Minister of Finance plowed him over. The two fell together, tangled in each other's limbs. They wrestled, swearing and snarling. Then sharp steel punched through silken robe. The master of the horse stuck his foe again, then scrambled to his feet. But no sooner had he risen than Pavienka's scimitar chopped through his collarbone. Unarmed, King Vashean covered his head with his hands, peeking out between his wrists, hunched over in a fighter's stance as he squeezed his way through the thrashing bodies. He'd lost sight of the Grand Mage amid the ruckus. He squinted up to the empty throne. Somebody slammed into him. He grabbed the man and shoved him aside. Then a silvery glimmer caught his eye, and he dropped his shoulder, ducking under the slashing blade. Someone squealed behind him, and as he shot back up, he dealt the knife man a hard punch in the stomach. A lord in a black turban doubled over, and King Vashean sent him spinning to the ground with a strong left hook.
"To the princess!" he roared. "To the—"
He saw stars as something struck him in the head. He went down, ears ringing, falling against somebody's legs. He grunted as a knee jutted into his back, then growled as someone stepped on his fingers. He blinked, trying to make sense of the confusion of robes and stomping feet. Which way to the throne? Where was the Grand Mage? He briefly glimpsed the glittering point of a halberd, waving over the moshing crowd.
"To the princess!"
he roared, crawling through the tight crush of legs.
"To the Princess Regent!"
He yelled as someone drove their heel into the back of his hand, then kicked him in the ribs. A cry warbled overhead, then someone hauled him up by the arm. It was Squire Blatchford, his lip bloody and his cheek pink and swollen, his sword dipped in red. King Vashean nodded gratefully, then winced, clutching his tender side, and looked down at his quivering hand. He shook it off, and they pressed on toward the dais. Up top, Pavienka faced off with the remaining pair of green-turbaned guards. Metal scraped and twanged as she deflected their prodding polearms. Then, with two quick motions, she slashed one, then the other, and sent them tumbling down the steps. Those privy councillors who remained loyal picked up halberds and scimitars from the fallen, and gathered around the younger princess, ready to give their lives in her defense. But of Narrated and the Grand Mage, there was no sign. The commotion was beginning to die down. Sir Pilvenor and the men-at-arms were making quick work of the Grand Mage's followers. There was a last shout, then a sharp cry followed by a splash, and the throne room went quiet altogether. Next to King Vashean, Squire Blatchford lowered his sword. Sir Pilvenor looked about him.
"Delake Gajiti!"
"Delake!" someone shouted, and this was echoed several times from different parts of the throne room. King Vashean leapt up the dais steps.
"Did anyone see the Grand Mage? Or the Princess Regent?"
Everyone stared at him, but he received no answer but the quiet sighing and swearing of injured men. There were quite a few wounded, several who were badly hurt, including one of his men-at-arms, and a fair number of dead, mostly belonging to those loyal to the Grand Mage. The bodies of the slain littered the throne room floor like a battlefield. King Vashean set his jaw as he saw Ramsay Nightingale among them, crumpled over in his red coat, yellow turban knocked from his head, never to address the court again. "What now?" asked the Sprinzo. "No one has seen them." He was panting for breath, clothes ripped and hair disheveled, knuckles bloody. Princess Pavienka tore off her veil and whipped the turban off her head. "We searched the palace. He can't be far." King Vashean shut his eyes. She was on the edge of tears. He could hear it in her voice. He could feel her desperation, that helpless rage. He knew that feeling all too well. "We find her!" she screamed. "We find my sister!" Just then there was the sound of rapid footsteps. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" squealed the shrill voice of a woman. The crowd parted, and King Vashean felt his blood run cold as Lady Osina came running with a palace guard, her face as pale as death. "Your Highness! Your father! The king!" Without a word, Pavienka dashed down the dais steps and bolted out of the throne room. King Vashean looked gravely to Sir Pilvenor, and the two of them hurried after her. But it was too late. They found the sentries at the door of the king's chamber slumped over dead. Inside, 3 groomsmen and a maid lay sprawled out on the floor, starless eyes staring up at the ceiling. King Asnadul sat in his chair, his chin resting on his chest, his skin gray and withered. Dead. A circle had been burned into the floor around him at his feet. King Vashean sighed and touched his forehead, lips, and heart. "The king is dead," said Sir Pilvenor in disbelief. "Long live the queen," whispered King Vashean. Princess Pavienka stared in silence, her mouth hanging open. King Vashean turned to her. "Pavienka," he said. He put his hand on her shoulder. "Pavienka, in your sister's absence, you are now the Princess Regent." Chapter 35. Sir Gilkrist stood on the edge of the destroyed road, clutching his arm as he looked out over the immense brown slope which had spilled off the mountainside. He licked his dry lips as another moment passed, where the only sound was the faint hush of the mountain wind and the trickling of pebbles. Beyond that, it was silent as the grave. Hinkle was at his left, regally dressed, like a courtly lady. She was still panting heavily, her blue eyes shifting over the vast heap of mud and earth. He glanced uneasily at the spear in her hands, a spear wrought of pure, glittering silver. She held it with the point up, like a staff. It seemed to emit a light of its own, a cool, pallid light, like that of the winter moon. He had little doubt as to its authenticity, but how she had it, or what it meant, eluded him. He dared not ask. On his right stood the strange newcomer to their company, the mysterious wretch girl. None of them said a word. He sighed. "I suppose," he began, but he was still reluctant to say it. He still entertained the hope that somehow Kerstin had survived, even though he knew it was impossible. Half the mountain had swept her away and buried her alive. But then there was the quiet crunching of gravel, followed by an exasperated growl, and some distance down the silty slope a black hand shot up from the mud and shale. It reached around for something on which to grab, and finding a broken slab of stone, the fingers grasped onto the edge. A pathetic figure pulled themselves out of the loose soil and crawled up, huffing and gasping up onto the slab, like a cat out of a tar pit. In their hands, they clutched an old, blackened besom broom. Sir Gilkrist laughed. "If that woman doesn't have 9 lives!" He was about to descend and help her, but the woman on his right blocked him with her arm. "Sir Knight," said she, "if you mean to aid that woman, I bid you pause." What?" He scoffed and looked the filth-covered girl up and down. Just who was this filthy woman? She had clearly not bathed in well over a year. Her matted hair was coarse and tangled. Her garb was soiled worse than that of the most pitiful beggar. "I beg your pardon, but just who—" Hinkle touched his arm. "Milord, wait. This is—" He looked at her, then back at the wretch. There was something about her. Her appearance was poor, yes, but her posture was stately, and she carried an air of confidence, like one used to rule and accustomed to being obeyed. After a moment of staring indignantly, he began to distinguish the features of her soot-smeared face, and then, through the layer of grime, he recognized the signet ring on her hand. Hinkle cleared her throat. "May I present—" His breath caught in his chest. "Her Royal Highness, Princess Lemphina of Akos." He bowed his head, dropping to his knee at once. "Your Royal Highness, forgive me. I did not recognize you." The princess responded with only a slight upward tilt of her chin. Then, with a gesture of her hand, she bid him rise. He stood up, his eyes misty with this discovery. "Your Highness, your brother the king has been looking for you, and prays always for your safe return." "Then you are the answer to his prayers." Sir Gilkrist smiled, but it felt like more of a wince. Below them, Kerstin coughed and spit as she climbed weakly up the muddy slope. "May I ask," he said, "what you have against this woman who risked her life to save you?" The princess gave a dry laugh. "I very much doubt she did any such thing." Kerstin was near the top now. She was plastered in black mud from head to toe, and looked like a blue-eyed chimney sweep. Her dirt-caked hand slapped up over the edge of the broken road. Then came the other with the broom. "A little help, if you please," she rasped. Again Sir Gilkrist moved to assist her, but the princess shook her head. Hinkle, too, was staring down, her face serious and cold, as she watched her aunt clamber heaving and sputtering over the edge. "Blood!" Kerstin spat in the dirt beside her. "See if I help you up next time." She sat back on her hands and gazed up at the three of them, panting for breath, blue eyes glittering. "Well, we made it. All of us. Isn't that wonderful? Ah, whew, so glad. What's... She pointed to the spear. "Is that—" Hinkle nodded solemnly. "It is." "But how did... and where did you—" Sir Gilkrist listened with disbelief as Hinkle began to explain. "Prince Lestel's ancestors were the caretakers of the tomb of Sir Gilkrist. They built the castle up over it long ago." She looked at the princess. "He forbid us from going down to the third tier of the dungeon, because when he offered himself to the Ylcari, he anchored his right of immortality on the oath of Sir Gilkrist to his squire Hespian, that his line would always endure until a successor had been found." Her ears were turning pink, and there was a slight coloration in her cheeks, but she spoke with confidence, as though she dared them not to believe her. "When I went into the tomb," she said, "Sir Gilkrist appeared, or his spirit did, and he gave me the spear and commissioned me to safeguard it." Sir Gilkrist's jaw nearly fell off his face. "The Sir Gilkrist? As in Sir Gilkrist the Kind? But then who else could it be?" The girl held in her hands the very silver spear which had pierced the heart of Ashaley himself, and with which the heroine had slain the devil Selsubil atop Mount Kalot. He and the princess looked at each other, bewildered.
Then you are, he said, the new guardian of the silver spear of Morag.
So I am, she said bashfully. It seemed now the distant past when he had taken her into his service. Surely now she was his better. Guardian of the silver spear. He should now be fortunate to kiss the ground she walked on. He was more ashamed of himself than ever. He didn't dare so much as look in her direction. Kerstin laughed with disdain. You? After the things you've done? You're not afraid you'll burst into flames? Sir Gilkrist winced. He knew what Kerstin meant, and he knew well Hinkle had never wanted any part in it. It was his own doing. Sir Gilkrist, said the princess acidly, this woman is a traitor to the crown. I would demand you hang her from the nearest tree if the region were not so sparse. Instead, I ask you to bring me her head. Kerstin rolled her eyes. Of course. He and Hinkle stared at the princess in disbelief. Traitor, he asked. Kerstin? Your Highness, I assure you this woman. It was she who sent me to the castle, my lord. Kerstin scrunched up her nose. 'Twas for your own protection. I told you. Lamphina flashed her eyes. Protection? Do you know the kind of perversity I was subjected to? What manner of sadistic evil in which I was made to partake, while I was left to rot in the Scaravisi's dungeon? Kerstin's eyes darted. Well, I didn't know that's how it would be. But what was I supposed to do? Your bloody father? And I mean you ought to have stayed out of the third tier. 'Tis hardly my fault you broke his one and only rule. You don't know what you're saying, said Hinkle angrily. Sir Gilkrist put out his hand. Wait, hold on. What has His Majesty to do with this? Kerstin blinked. Thank you, Sir Gilkrist, for actually caring to hear me out. Remember the Kodish War, the liberation of the Samar Islands? Well, apparently our fearless warmonger King Torg was running out of money. You were there, so you should know exactly what I'm talking about. And when his coffers were spent, and victory still eluded him, and he faced returning home in disgrace to unrest and rebellion, he sought to ensure his success. Unbeknownst to all but his most trusted advisers, King Torg had a secret but very deep fascination with alchemy and the occult. 'Twas at His Majesty's behest Lord Hammond commissioned a certain individual to look for a means to achieve immortality, namely, my brother Fistram. Sir Gilkrist looked at Hinkle, whose face had turned white. Aye, said Kerstin. You two have pride enough to see where this is going. Even after Fistram's execution, our king continued to dabble in the arts, under the guidance of my brother's correspondent, Zildok Nassar. Lord Hammond suspected Zildok was, at least in part, responsible for Fistram's demise, and so when His Grace took me from the convent and had me continue my brother's research, 'twas to disguise my true purpose, which was to investigate Zildok's involvement with the king. 'Twas not long before I discovered His Majesty intended to make a sacrifice to the Elkari, one of royal blood. And to protect her, said Hinkle, you sent Her Highness away. And the king's suicide, said Sir Gilkrist. Kerstin smiled deviously. He had to fulfill his contract, just like you shall, when the time comes. Sir Gilkrist swallowed awkwardly, aware of Lamphina looking at him sharply out the corner of her eye. But 3 years, he said. Did you not think to come for her? Kerstin grimaced. I did, initially. But I got rather busy with the Grand Mage, didn't I? That's a lie, snarled Lamphina. She only came to fetch her broom. Sir Gilkrist shook his head. Your Highness, I cannot accept that. When she sought my help, she expressed deep concern for Hinkle. It occurred to him then that Kerstin had said nothing to him about the princess, and yet she had known all along she was there. All this time. Why had she not? Hinkle sighed. I'm sorry, Sir Gilkrist, but Her Highness is right. At least in part. It's actually much worse than that. She hung her head. I know you don't want to believe it, but Kerstin meant to betray you as well. She never meant for any of us to leave Stel Calghād. Kerstin chuckled darkly. Hinkle, you poor little idiot, you. Sir Gilkrist looked at her, wondering how she could know Kerstin's innermost intentions. But as she met his gaze, her blue eyes full of truth and sadness, her blonde hair wafting on the mountain breeze, she seemed to glow with the same pure light of the silver spear. He knew exactly how she knew. She'd seen it, just like she'd seen the siege of Klomm. Just like she'd seen... Yes, it all made sense. Kerstin had withdrawn her spirit from him. She had betrayed him, just like Stel had said. She'd gotten the broom and had left him to die. Only she hadn't counted on Hinkle having the silver spear of Morag. And he knew why she'd done it too. Like Hinkle and Princess Lymphina, he knew too much. He hung his head, gritting his teeth. Sir Gilkrist, said Lymphina impatiently, I demand you dispatch this miserable trollop. But Sir Gilkrist turned to Hinkle. What say you to this? Do you object? Hinkle shook her head silently. Lymphina's face twitched with irritation. Sir Gilkrist, I order you to cut off this woman's head. Sir Gilkrist sighed, then shuffled forward a step, wincing as the movement sent stabs of pain shooting through his broken arm. Oh, please, scoffed Kerstin. Don't tell me you're actually... There was a glimmer of worry in her eye as he reached for his sword. She laughed nervously as he began to slide it from the scabbard. She backed away to the edge of the broken road. Oh, Sir Gilkrist, you're not really... She licked her lips. You know, I should very much like to smoke my pipe. Perhaps we could continue this conversation back at camp? Sir Gilkrist? She stared at the gleaming blade as he drew it out. Just hold a moment. She thrust out her hand as he strode toward her. My lord, might I remind you that you are a knight of chivalry, and I am but an unarmed woman? That you may be. He felt himself slipping away, reverting to that calloused automatism. But you are a traitor against the crown, and Her Royal Highness has asked for your head, and I am bound to comply. She stared up at him as he stood over her, her eyes wide and pleading, his shadow darkening her soot-smeared face. Sir Gilkrist, please! He raised his sword above his head. No, Sir Gilkrist! Mercy, Sir Gilkrist! As Sir Gilkrist wound back his blade, his expression blank like the face of a sleepwalker, Hinkle felt a sudden and overwhelming sense of impending doom. It seemed to come up from the ground, like a lengthening shadow spilling across the road, falling over her legs and enveloping the rest of her, prickling the back of her arms and sending a sharp chill up her spine. And as Kerstin squeezed her eyes shut, cringing away from her imminent demise, Hinkle gasped. It was no longer her aunt she saw kneeling on the mountain road beneath Sir Gilkrist's descending sword, but the girl from her visions, Saya. Time moved in slow motion as Sir Gilkrist began to twist his hips in the beginnings of a deadly sword stroke. There was a sound like the rustling of dead leaves, and a gust of wind blew in from behind, rippling the skirts of her dress. Hinkle shook her head, her eyes springing wide as Saya began to disintegrate. Bits of her were flaking off, like wilted petals falling from a flower, carried aloft on the mountain breeze until she vanished entirely. "Sir Gilkrist, no!" But even as the wail escaped her lips, Hinkle knew she had cried out too late. His blade flashed in the morning sun. She drew in a sharp gasp, frozen in her stance of horror, her hand outstretched, her hair bristling. To her amazement, Kerstin opened one blue eye, then the other. She stared at the arming sword nodding back and forth in front of her. The tip of the blade sunk in the hard earth between her legs. Hinkle's shoulders sagged with relief. Sir Gilkrist was standing over her aunt, his one fist clenched at his side. "I'll not put her to death out here in the wild, orders or nay." Princess Lamphina raised her chin, her face stern, but said nothing. Sir Gilkrist glanced back over his shoulder. Hinkle could not help smiling tenderly as he looked her way. She could not be sure, but it seemed he had not heard her in time. He had spared her of his own accord. He had shown mercy. Whatever had taken place since the last time they'd spoken had somehow changed him. She thought again of the chapel, that blank look on his face, his distant, unfocused eyes staring through her, the rigid strength of his hand as he'd gripped her by the throat. He would not have shown such mercy then. Not to her. And then she began to fully comprehend the implications of her vision. Horror washed over her as she realized that, not fully knowing what she was doing at the moment, she had sworn an oath of celibacy as the guardian of the Spear of Morag. She suddenly felt sick. This girl with the purple flowers, Saya, was not her future child with Sir Gilkrist, as she'd so far believed. But then, that could only mean... Her knuckles turned white as she tightened her grip on the silver spear. Kerstin gazed up in wonder as Sir Gilkrist offered her his hand. He had spared her life. He had spared her, even knowing what she had planned. But he was far from smiling. And as she took his hand and allowed him to pull her to her feet, there was something in his expression that worried her. Something that said he'd done her a good turn, but would have no more to do with her. And that, she realized, frightened her deeply. She suddenly wished she was not caked in dirt from head to toe, that she'd had a bath and a nice dress on, and her makeup and perfume, not the one she'd brought, she knew which one, amorous but subtle. She wished she looked pretty and fresh, attractive. Of course, not that he'd, and not that she cared in the slightest, but... Sir Gilkrist, She swallowed, her parched throat dry and burning. The princess was glowering at her, and the way Hinkle was looking at her was rather severe. This would have been a lot easier without either of them watching. Sir Gilkrist pulled his sword out of the ground and slid it back into his scabbard. "You don't have to say it." Kerstin lowered her gaze to the stony road. She definitely did need to say it. "I'm sorry," she whispered. He glared at her. "What was that?" She rubbed her arms, averting her gaze out over the dead valley. "I said I'm sorry, my lord." Somewhat to her relief, his face twisted into a smirk. "After all you said about shame and remorse, you're sorry? Insufferable man. It was hard enough as it was, Must he make her eat her words as well? I am. She looked him in the eye now. Hinkle's right. 'Twas always my plan to betray you. But these last few weeks traveling together, and then after you saved me, I didn't want to go through with it. Aye, but you did. I withdrew my spirit, yes. She nodded at the princess. But only because she delayed me, and my remaining life force was all but spent. Lemfina puckered up her face. She's lying, said Hinkle. She would have done it, even if we hadn't intervened. Kerstin clenched her fist. 'Tis a hypothetical scenario which does not exist. I will not and cannot answer for what I may or may not have done under imaginary circumstances. Hinkle blushed angrily and was about to retort, but Sir Gilkrist held out his hand to silence them both. No, he said, but you will answer for a great many other things, when we return to Amarel. She pressed her lips together, knowing what was coming next. Kerstin of Klomm, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of Princess Lemfina of Akos and conspiracy to regicide. My lord, she growled, are you sure you know what you're doing? Have you forgotten the very reason we— But he continued over her. You will be taken to Amarel, where you shall be tried by the court of the king's bench. Any attempt to escape custody may well result in your death or dismemberment. I've spared you this once, but know that if I must ride you down, I will not be lenient. Be that clear? Kerstin raised her chin and gave him the most charming smile she could muster. Crystal. He looked over his shoulder to the princess. Will that satisfy your highness? Lemfina nodded. It will, my lord. And Hinkle, is this fair to you? Kerstin locked eyes with her niece as Hinkle glanced between Sir Gilkrist and herself. I would not question His Majesty's judgment. It's settled then. Let's be on our way. Sir Gilkrist seized her by the arm, and Kerstin looked straight ahead, exhaling through her nostrils with the utmost irritation, as Hinkle stepped up and tugged the broomstick from her hand. Tried by the court of the king's bench. What mercy did he think he was showing her? They'd dredge up everything she'd ever done. She'd be fortunate to only get a quick beheading. Her heart began to sink as she thought of hooks and pliers and bright flames licking at her feet. Damn if she met the same fate as her brother. There was no way. Kerstin took a deep breath as Sir Gilkrist led her after the others. There was no need to worry about that now. No, indeed. It was, after all, a very long way back to Amarel. This has been The Shattered Sword, written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.